we'll also try and find out who's there. In fact, they've come in. They're in the pit lane now. Looks like Tom Murray in the white helmet is going to bring that kart in. 1 hour and 50 minutes in for Offline Motorsport. They are currently second in class, 6th overall. There they are down in the pit bay. The engines will go off, will be pushed forwards as they come through, and they will take on fuel. They currently at the moment have a 1 lap advantage, and obviously with it raining it's a lot slower, so it's probably quicker to pit now actually whilst the track is still wet. They're going to go out then and maximise that dry time, because behind them MS McFly are 1:12 into a stint. They're probably only going to push it to 1 hour 30, and then they will have to come in as well, so it should be able to return the favour very shortly on that one. There is Offline. That's Tom McMurray. He's already starting the engine. At least one of them making their way through. They can do that. They just can't have anybody else. And it looks like now we've got a driver change then for Offline. Could be Chris Pedlingham getting in that car. I'll try and get Tom to confirm it. I believe he's down there. But it certainly looks like Chris Pedlingham is the new recipient of the 77, and they are back into this race. It looks like they may, and I say that tentatively, have held on to second place. Once again, the Sporting Force 222 entry facing the wrong way at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew section.
Yeah, Offline seemingly having a good pit stop there. All going through okay, but I've been told by Mr. Mather that we must do a second intro for anyone on the DDMM channel watching the comms cam. If you don't know, if you're out on the track, you can see our lovely faces instead of watching the karts out on track, which I think is an obvious choice, wouldn't you agree, David, to watch us instead of the karts? So yeah, make sure you go over and watch. But hello to everyone out there, and I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. So thank you for tuning in.
If you are watching on that channel, you may have seen me smash about 15 Haribo in the last 10 minutes. It's not even that I need the energy to keep going, I just love Haribo.
That's fair enough, mate.
And if you do work for Haribo, I take bribes in order to keep mentioning your company, so please do get in touch via the multitude of platforms. I will provide you with, I won't even provide you with my home address, I'll provide you with my work address so I don't have to share them with anybody at my house. I'll just keep them to myself.
You're gonna turn up for the morning stint and you're gonna be in a Haribo top and sign the deal.
Absolutely. I will have, and I'll have a large, like Haribo, one of them Haribo ring things round my head, an edible one which I'll just eat for the remaining 4 hours of my stint. So yeah, wonderful times.
Incredible time. Haribo always causes incredible times, of course. Alongside Motorsport, well, you can't go wrong, can you? You can't go wrong. As you were saying earlier, the rain had stopped a little while ago now. What was that, sort of about 10 minutes or so ago, as Andrew steals another Haribo. Get away, sir, get away. But yeah, we can see from this camera angle, no rain coming down now, but still very, very wet out on track. Slight bumpy areas of the circuit where there's a few holes. They have very much been filled with water, so make sure you're avoiding those areas of the tracks. Drivers, otherwise, yeah, everyone's seeming to do okay. As that is an incredible combo if you're watching on the the comms cam. What was that? A bear inside of a ring? Yeah. That's blown my mind, mate.
You get your ring, you get your bear, and you put your bear inside the ring like it's a big like rubber ring for the swimming pool. Yeah, it's a
wow.
Choice of champions. I'll put that one there for later.
Ready for this is one I made earlier, guys.
Just having another quick look as well. Someone's just put, what's the top speed they do on the straight? Well, one of the teams that were here last week, they were testing, and I'm not going to name them, but they're certainly not one of the front-running teams, so we would certainly expect the front runners to be doing a little more. They were clocking around about 70 miles an hour on entry into the Wiggles.
Oh my goodness!
So out of the reverse corkscrew over the mountain section, down the newly named Bob Pope Straight, which is the first of the two back straights here. The second one we call back straight because we lack imagination.
Creatively named, yeah, that one.
Yeah, the Bob Pope Straight named there after the circuit's founder.
I've just seen number 43 go through the Wiggles absolutely sideways.
Yeah, Connor Lucas once again putting on a show for everybody here. But yeah, so they were clocking around about 70 miles an hour. So I imagine the front runners will probably do around about 73, 74 down that back straight as they maximise that exit on entry then into the Wiggles. The Wiggles, however, are still flat. You just obviously scrub a little bit of speed off. Then it's the heaviest braking point of the lap into hairpin number 1, and in the dry, they're just, you can certainly see the speed difference on the way in, John. You're watching through, and obviously they've got to get that stopped. So, yeah, once again, somebody else is just asking questions. So there's a Facebook page. It's called, if you just put at 24 karting, so 24 karting into Facebook, the 24-hour page will come up. There'll be loads of info on there, certainly regarding this year's event, next year's event. Certainly some posts from the last couple of days. I don't know if anybody's picked up on it yet, but all of our hire carts, let's see if we can see them. You'll notice on the back, to the left of the Teesside karting logo, you might see a tiny little bit of orange on there. We've got an orange heart on each one of our hire carts, and some of the owner carts as well. Tom was running through, and then certainly all the modernised carts have got it on the front of their Nauseo panel as well, following incidents that have happened in the last week or so. Certainly we thank all of our marshals. We've seen plenty of them working incredibly hard in the opening 5 hours of this British 24-hour race. A number of people are just asking about sort of getting involved with the event as well. Certainly, and this is just my opinion, but if you've not done a 24-hour event before, certainly look at going in the hire carts. It's the easiest way. We've got our own mechanics down there in the mechanics bay. So if anything goes wrong with them, the circuit fixes it for you and gets you back out as quickly as they possibly can onto the circuit. And it's a cost-effective way of doing it. We see teams of normally around about 6 drivers splitting the cost. So you can normally do a 24-hour race for in the region of about 350, 400 pounds a driver. And in terms of the amount of track time you get throughout the practice sessions and the race, for an event like this, and if you get together as a team of 6 and you chip in month by month, all of a sudden for 25 quid a month, you're doing a 24-hour race this time next year. So, I imagine that we could probably get a team called Live Stream Comments next year, where they've just decided between them that they're all going to race together. So, yeah, I'd love to see that as well.
We definitely won't be biased towards that team, not a chance. But as you say, it's definitely the most cost-effective and the easiest way to get into endurance karting. And also, with the hire carts, we have a separate class for rookies as well, for people who it is their first time doing such an event. So it gives you the opportunity to also possibly get a medal if you're pretty good.
Yeah, very much so. 4 classes then, obviously, for our hire carts. So we've got the elites, who we'd expect to see right at the front, and certainly are on the screen being towards the top end of that class. Then we're going to have the pros, the clubmans, and the rookies as well. AWJ 2004 saying, how do you buy a pro kart? Well, we've got a sprint series here at Teesside as well, so Teesside owner drivers is the group to go for that. Certainly a lot of other places. We run the 200 engine. There's some series that run the 160 as well. The reason that we run the 200 is because it's a sealed engine, the RPM GX200 engine, so all of them have got 4 seals on each engine. It's a standard unit between with a maximum brake horsepower, and we operate a buyback facility as well that also runs in the BPEC, also runs here in the 24-hour series, which basically means that for a set amount of money you can buy somebody else's engine. I think it's around about £850 for that. A brand new unit is around about 730 in that sort of region, so don't quote me if when you ring RPM up and say David Sullivan said, but it's in that sort of region, it's that sort of ballpark. You can do that, in order to get the engine, rather than spending, and I'm not going to criticise it because people will always spend what they've got and it's their prerogative to do so, but it basically means that no matter whether you're the best driver, worst driver, you know that you've got an engine that's on par with the rest of them. And if you feel that somebody's got a slightly better engine for not much more than the cost of a brand new one, you come to the race meet, and as long as you're racing, you can go into race control, put the money on the desk and say at the end of the day, I want that engine, and that engine is yours at the end of the day, and it can't be bought back in the same season, and it keeps a nice level playing field, for a class where, if you were to go down a different sort of CC in the same sort of configuration, you can be spending 2, 3, sometimes 10 times that on a top engine.
Yeah, that's very interesting, mate. You're really selling it to me. Maybe we've got to come back next year, the Haribo racing team. That's what we can be. Join up with that.
As long as I'm team boss. That's all
of course, with engineering skills like that, with the Haribos, then you can't have to be. It's just obvious.
just getting a couple in as well. We're going to have an update actually, and thank you very much for the update as well on the driver that we saw earlier for the extended full course yellow for On Point Racing. He currently down at A&E. It is suspected some tendon damage in his knee, but luckily nothing that's catastrophic. I'm sure that driver will be back in due course. Number 18 entry for On Point Racing. They've got 6 drivers, so I'm not sure which one it was that was off at the time, but at least they've got another 5 as well as got a couple of drivers off actually. Once again, the 222 is off down at the bottom end, but I was drawn to just the sound of carts hitting each other at hairpin 1. We had a bit of an off there as well.
Yeah, we've heard that a decent amount already. Yeah, as you say, I think hairpin 1 entrance and exit, and then hairpin 3 exit seem to be the places where most people are coming together. A decent bit around the reverse corkscrew as well, but mainly these sections, luckily, right outside our window, so great for us to watch.
Yeah, very much so. It's the second year now that we've been in the start line com box rather than in the production office, and it just gives us so much more to talk about. We see issues that are off camera that we can focus on, that we can draw to people's attention. If somebody's got, out there on circuit with a problem, we're generally the first people that know about it. There's other than the driver in the seat, obviously, and there's one of them. The yellow flag is out down at Rib. All of these drivers should be aware that they should be in a position to stop if necessary, because it's a waved yellow down there at Rib, and there was a cart in the middle. It's Connor Lucas's 43 comes through.
Are there any penalties for spinning under yellows, or is that all just sort of
They may get driving standard warning, but
Gotcha.
we'll see what transpires with that one. Just having a quick look, people are asking as well, just about costs and stuff like that. Generally, in terms of the hires here, I think it's generally around about $1,750 for a team, $1,750. So if there is 6 of you, that's around about $400 a piece. And I say that because for your $1,750 as well, you might want to have the odd practice session. You might want to chip in because food is fairly important, and it should not be underestimated how much food you want to be taking on for energy, how much water you want to be taking on as well. So that's normally sort of a good thing. So if you around about the 400 mark all in, maybe 350 for your team. One thing to look out for, and I don't know if it will be done this year, but for the last 2 years, the circuit I think have done 10 entries as in the higher class on a Black Friday deal for £1,000, but you have to ring up and pay all your money in one go. Wow. But if you know you're going to do the race, and that may be a way of looking at it, and that's certainly a way of keeping the costs down. You just need to obviously to have it there to outlay at the start.
Yeah.
But if you can do that as well. So just have confirmation there actually of the driver that was in the On Point car. It was Mark Mason, and Mark, we wish you all the very best in your recovery after that incident. I do hope that you, whilst you are there in the hospital, I do hope that you've got a phone on you or something, or at least borrow one off somebody, or tell somebody that's next to you to get the British 24-hour on and watch the rest of this race, because your team is back out there, and we're back out there incredibly quickly as well in that On Point Racing car. They've just come over start and finish. So whilst they did have some problems, I'm just going to have a quick scout down to find out where they are.
I reckon you need to ask the hospital to get our comms onto the hospital PA, I reckon.
They normally have a big screen, don't they, in reception?
Exactly.
Normally it's got BBC News on with stuff.
Forget that. This is where it is. This is the news for today. For the next 24 hours, this is the news.
So get them off. Get BBC off. Alpha Live on.
Exactly.
Words
to live by.
I'm going to get that on a T-shirt.
Nothing else, just specifically BBC News. I've just seen 3 carts go together at hairpin 1. That was the...
That's NC Racing and Sporting Force. And you'll remember about 15 minutes ago, we had some carts off at hairpin 1, and it was NC Racing and Sporting Force. So them
Lovely.
Carts are very friendly with each other.
I think it was NC Racing I saw have a little cheeky spin, and that kind of started off the chain reaction. There was a owner cart that also went into him but managed to carry on. But yeah, that's what just seems to happen, especially under the wet conditions. One guy loses it and everyone's just trying to pick their way around him. Sometimes it doesn't quite go to plan, and they do in fact make contact and make a bit of a ruptured bumper like we've seen on a few of the owner carts.
So just before we run through the owner classes in terms of the full stint, I'm just going to update you in the top 3 on all of the 3 classes, and then I'm going to throw over to John to run through the owner entries down for at the bottom of the hour. So top 3 then, currently in the elite hire class. Race for Ruben now, lead, albeit with only a gap of 6 seconds back to ETL. Third in the elite class, Bradley Shepherd Racing. They've come out of nowhere after qualifying. Ed White double stinting that one in the wet, currently up to third. Certainly knows how to drive when the rain is falling from the sky. At the top of the pro class then, NRG Global Power's 430 entry has got a fairly comfortable gap of 2 laps back to EDK 24T. Core Blimey Racing on the final step of the provisional podium, 5.5 hours in. Then in our pro class, Clubman with the green backgrounds, Team Bonato lead from Hopeless Disaster and A66-2. Rookies still being led by Newmarket Hornets, WM Max Racing and Good Chip Racing now up into third in that class. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat dropping a couple of laps away. They were up in third, now they're 2 laps down from the back of Good Chip. I'm going to throw over to John. We've got about probably a straight run, I believe, down to about 31st, and then I'm going to man the mouse as we pick up all of the ones that have had some issues in the early part of this 24 hour.
Oh yeah, this should be a very, very interesting and extremely long list of drivers. But we'll start off, of course, with the elite class, the boys that are leading the field out front. We've got Q Racing in the lead, followed by Team Tate in second. They're about 35-36 seconds off the lead at the moment, with MS Soko Select in third, again about 25 seconds behind them. So with a 24-hour race, that really isn't a crazy amount of time. As we see on your screen, number 426 has had a little bit of a spin, so frustrating for them, but going to be able to rejoin. We find out who was that. That was Formula 160. Not sure who exactly was behind the wheel, but we've got no idea. Let's just carry on with this list of drivers. So yeah, we have those top 3 of the elite class, and now we're just going to run through. We've then got MS Lucas, who are in 4th place, and then the first of the pro class, we've got MS TDW, who's leading that, with Offline 2nd in pros, and MS McFly 3rd in pros, who are then 7th on track, followed by DWS Racing in 8th. Then we've got Raw leading the Clubmans in 9th, closely followed by 303 Racing, also in that Clubman class. And we've got someone in the wall. Who is that? That's the... you're going to have to tell me the name again, mate. I remember it was the help for the Race for Heroes. Sporting Force, my apologies, the 222. Rejoining the circuit there. I'm not too sure. Is that entering? It is. That's entering the reverse corkscrew, isn't it? I believe that's the initial right-hander. Yeah, indeed. Ah, yes. Sorry, my apologies. They're coming through now, so I must have been completely wrong with where they were on the circuit. They were actually down near this end of the national circuit, but managed to get it out the barriers and get back underway. And now I'm just going to have to remember where I was in the list. We look back to one of our pro kart drivers, the SMJC 595, are in 11th. Then we got Cash Bandits in 12th. Modernized Racing Azure in 13th. Then followed by MSBE in 14th, then DW Racing in 15th, Modernized Racing Gold behind them, then TTM2 in 17th position, followed by Red Graphics in 18th, SMJC 959 in 19th, and rounding out the top 20 is Modernized Racing Papaya. And looking further down, we've got some more of our elite drivers slightly further down. We've got MSJSR and Nexus Sport in 21st and 22nd, followed by GrabX Racing and then Modernized Racing Magenta and X Racing in 25th. Then TMS in 26th and A66 in 27th. Then Formula 160, who we looked at earlier, in 28th. They are actually in the pit lane currently, so they might change position very soon. Then we're now to 29th and 30th. That's Rethink Racing and Reckless Racing, followed by TMZ Racing and TT Sport. And then we're scrolling down lots. Then we've got in 33rd, it was Team ETL in 33rd, but that is one of the higher karts. So we move down all the way. So we're now going to look further on to 35th position. That's Why So Serious, who's in the Clubman class. Then we look slightly further down to 46th. That's On Point Racing, also in the Clubman class. Then also in the common class, dads and lads racing in 51st, just gained 2 positions, so big up to them. Then ML racing in 56, and we've got our Guinness World Record attempt just behind him in 57th. And I believe that might be the end of our list, is it? No, we've got a couple more. Who have we got? Rethink Racing 2 is the number 104 in 64th, as we see the number 37 getting away from a spin there. Further down to Mad Racing, who are in 72nd position, and then CKK in 81st position, and then Alessia in 93rd to round out the full list. Thank you for the help there with the mouse, sir. Much appreciated. A lot of karts out there on track, so a big list to go through.
Yeah, certainly a race of attrition for some of our owner karts. They pretty much ran faultlessly with the exception of 1 or 2 at the early part of last year. We were quite impressed actually, but obviously this year a lot more karts out there. The weather conditions not great either. Some of the big names as well having some issues. Team Backmarker was one that I actually missed pointing out to you with their yellow background, just 'cause it blended in with the rookies down there in 83rd place. For them, they had that issue earlier on. One team that did have a problem whilst you were running through was the ML Racing outfit 272. They are down now in 58. Their kart had an off at the D chicane. Luckily, where the issue was, it was right near the pit entrance, so the kart was just dragged straight in to the pit entrance. So hopefully they're not in too much trouble, but obviously we have had an issue for them. But yes, bottom of the hour, thank you for the run through with our owners. We'll be back in an hour's time to run through the hires as well. And then later on in the night, I think we might have
we've got a couple of people with big bins into the barrier.
Yeah, one of the owners has gone, hire karts has just gone straight on there.
An owner kart nearly did exactly the same thing just before. So
once they get on the grass, there's only one destination. It's destination tyre wall, unfortunately, if they're facing forward. Just having a quick look. We've got another kart off again there. Just having a quick look at the comments. A66 have got a fan. Big Griffin's been on. Apparently their temp was next to the A66 lot last year and says they're a cracking set of gentlemen, and their tyre centre's only a stone throw from the track. He recalls as well. He's quite right on the other side of the circuit. Looks like that could be the Euro Bandits entry again. The second time having some issues.
Having difficulty with his engines, I think.
Yeah,
he's had to restart the left one. Yeah, he's having to do it for the right one as well.
Didn't have any issues with the engines whilst he was going off the track into the tyres, but now has got an issue after the incident. Mark Young's been on as well. He spent the entire 24-hour race last year down at Marshall Post 1 at Rib Bend doing a cracking service as well. He's going to give a shout out to David Mack, who is currently down there at Marshall's Post 1 doing a cracking service this weekend. So unfortunately Mark's on holiday and can't be with us. However, having said that, he is spending his holiday watching the British 24 Hour. So what better way to spend your holiday? And fantastically as well, we have got Markio Kart on, who I believe, and I'm just going to confirm this as well, is Mark Mason, the driver of the number 18 on point entry, who is currently sat in A&E. His knee is a bit sore, but I am incredibly pleased to note that he is well enough to watch the rest of the stream, although I have just seen his kart facing the wrong way, albeit with a different driver in, on the outside of hairpin number 3.
Don't say that, we're trying to pick his spirits up, mate.
Sorry, Mark, nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here, nothing to see here. But we can confirm that they are playing the stream across the entire hospital. He has confirmed. No, he hasn't in the live. I'm joking, he hasn't in the live chat. But Mark, you really need to do that, mate. We are counting on you to get our stream playing across the entire hospital. We want everyone in there who can't leave being forced to watch our stream. So who's that? Is that the CKK kart, the 99? A little bit of possibly coming together with somewhere there, or just having a spin. Managed to get back underway. I have seen them being elbows out with a few karts, but it's got to be done sometimes, especially if you're in an owner kart. You have got that higher speed, so you've got to make sure you get through the pack as quickly as you can. We look forward to, who's this, the 111 and the 318 going side by side. Having a cheeky little battle here, coming side by side again through...
They are. Who's going to win? Who's going to win out? Hold your breath, gentlemen, and go through. And the 318 continues to goes back to the head. So Mark Kimber, looks like Luke Archer is still in at the 111, although he has been off twice, getting track rods sorted. He is down in 21st place now, as looks like Greg has fired up the drone, and now we're going to go down the back straight here of the Teesside Autodrome circuit, and then rejoin us as we go through the dogleg section And you can see here, over start-finish, it's not even a start-finish straight because they don't really even straighten up through that chicane. You'll have seen, if you were watching from the start, the onboard lap, how much that D-chicane rises up in the middle and then falls away as it shoots you off down towards Rib Bend here.
Yeah, we could also see from that drone shot the cloud cover very patchy. Some bits on the horizon not looking very nice, looking very dark, but other areas looking okay. So the weather forecast seemingly probably going to be right with just showers continuously all the way through this race. But as we said previously, it's just going to make it more fun for us, really, isn't it? Have more things to shout about. So I'm well up for it.
Yeah, listen, I generally, because I come here for the sprint series, I have Middlesbrough on a quick link for AccuWeather. And obviously it covers the area as a whole because you just want a bit of an idea. But it does say Middlesbrough, rain starting in 1 minute.
Ooh, okay, okay.
The weatherman has been dispatched out the door in the direction where the rain normally comes from. Didn't even have to ask him. It was just a case of
he knew his job.
There's some rain coming, and off he went. As why so serious? And Daniel Kell in the modernised Racing Gold number 6 entry have a fairly robust entry into hairpin number 3. They're going to come over the start line. Side. Is it going to be side by side, or Kell is going to slot into position? But they've turned at least half a lap into a bit of a sprint race. Modernised Racing Gold now then are well down the order. They had led that class early on, although I say that they are still only 2 laps off Raw, albeit down in 7th place in the clubman class. Kart facing the wrong way there. You saw on the entry to 3, not sure who it was. There's a couple of owner karts coming through. Looked like an owner as well. Could have potentially been 303, could it? But I don't want to label it. They're coming through fairly quickly, so it might not have been. I think it's this colourful kart's actually coming through. It could have been the team backmarker entry, actually facing the wrong way on the entry to 3. There's yellows out as well. There's one of the Kart Force entries. He's off on the outside of the D chicane. And the arm up there from one of the teams looks like they could be heading towards pit lane, although nobody has made the trip in. Times are starting to come down once again. It's not rained for a while now. We are back below sub 1:30 times here at Teesside. We're still around about 15 seconds off the fastest lap of the race, which was set early on lap 53 by Team Tate's 318 entry, and teams still going very wide round hairpin 2, just trying to get as much grip as they possibly can. We caught that on the drone as we follow one of the karts down the back straight. On the bottom end of the circuit round South Bank doesn't seem to be drying too much. Curb warning them for the 350 getting tired. So we've got
that's the same kart as earlier with the green helmet.
Yeah, Sporting
Keep
Force.
Forgetting their name. Sporting Force, that was it.
Another spin on the outside of the lead. That's
number 18.
Not what Mark Mason wants to see whilst in A&E.
Cut away. There we go.
Adam, stop it. Sorry, just admonishing our director there for cutting to the 18. Mark's got enough on A&E, sorting his leg out. He doesn't need his heart dealing with as well. So we are now 5 hours and 40 minutes in to the 2021 British 24-hour. MS Lucas are 1 hour 27 into their stint. We are seeing now teams starting to eke a little bit more out of these karts as the times then start to come down. They are still around about, although Soko Select on the last one, unbelievable lap from them, a 1:24. So Connor Lucas is finding grip where others can't in the number 43 machine.
Wow, that's amazing. That's a huge difference between the next fastest person, who is Team Tate just ahead of them. That's 2.5 seconds difference, is it, on one lap?
2.5 for them. Team Tate have subsequently got 2.5 on everybody else as well.
Yeah.
But the times are coming down. MS Lucas down to a 25.6 on the last one as well. So the circuit is drying.
However, what did you just previously say? That there might be rain in, well, 1 minute, and that was maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago. So imminent, possibly, but we'll wait
It's changed
wait
its
for a
mind
further
now.
update.
It's changed its mind.
What a tease, a rain tease.
Says 50 minutes. So
According to our weatherman, it was very light.
So it
very
did rain. Yeah, claiming that as well.
Even if there's one drop, I was right. I was right.
Look, if it works for when you put a bet on something for being a white Christmas, and you need just one. Oh, we've got a cart off down there.
Got an owner car.
Let's have a quick look who that is. Down at hairpin 4. We'll see if we can pick it up in a few moments' time. We're about to see it come into shot. Are we? Looks like they could have a problem, could they, down that bottom end? We'll see. The driver is out, and that's Team Backmarker, who had that issue earlier on. I've got another one.
Back in.
And
he's on his way.
Lennon French now, I believe, in that cart. Young driver who races in our sprint series here, and is currently one of the top 2 in that class, only 1 point off the top of the championship in the Junior Pro Kart at Teesside. And John, sorry, get the pen out. We've got a full course yellow. I'm not sure what it's for just yet.
Number 81 has stopped.
Team Tate 2 has stopped, and it's facing the wrong way down at the entrance to the reverse corkscrew section. The driver is shaking his head. I think he's just undone his helmet as well, because he knows he's not going to get back in that cart too quickly. But Team Tate 2, who had issues early on with a cut tyre and dropped well down the order, are now going to drop even further as well.
Yeah, just as you were saying that, number 69 came round D bend. That was the raw cart, lost the brakes, and we saw him sliding in, managed to dive into the pits, and hopefully we'll get that fixed, whatever problem he had. We believe he lost his brakes.
Unbelievable service as well for the driver of the 81. He's been handed the yellow flag as the marshal.
Here comes the quad.
Gone to help the quad. There's the quad going through the middle of the circuit. I think they must have had another spinner that the marshal needed to tend to. And driver of the number 81 pulls double duty, driving and marshalling as well. That cart's going to get lifted up. They're going to turn it round though, so that they can get it back on the cart. Let's see if there's an obvious issue with it in terms of maybe a track run issue, but it was certainly not in a position to get back under its own steam, and was facing the wrong way actually on entry down to the reverse corkscrew. So Team Tate Motorsport 2, the one of the early favourites in the pro class, have not had a 24-hour.
Oh, they've lost their puncher.
That's why.
Puncher on the rear left.
Rear left, and not for the first time actually. That car has had a rear puncture in this race. So Team Tate Motorsport 2 with the number 81 entry with a left rear puncture.
Yeah, you would assume with this number of carts going around that it wasn't running over something. It's more likely going to be contact with another car, isn't it?
Contact maybe, yes. Now it's important. Let's see whether we've...
Number 23's just stopped outside of our window. Maybe an engine issues, complaining to the marshal. He's slowly, I believe, coming back into the pits, is he? He is indeed, so yeah.
Pete, then who are fourth in the, fifth now, having dropped below Boom, the number 8 entry in the higher class. So they're now outside the top 60, down in 61st place, as we see them queuing up for fuel. Got a couple of teams that are, under normal circumstances, would be in the pits. It looks like the Raw are in, but we knew they were in because they had some issues. They have only been out on track for 6 minutes, and they now drop into 3rd place in the clubman class behind MS.BE. Once again, though, now at the top of the pile for the clubman's last year's winners and the defending champions, 303 Racing. And they now, by the look of it, we will confirm it when it comes through, because obviously if MS.BE come over the line in front, they will obviously go back to the same number of laps. But it looks like at the moment 303 Racing have a cushion. We are about to go racing again, I feel.
Yeah, we've seen the quad come back into the pits, waiting for the board to go back in, and it is. We've gone green, and someone's already spun at hairpin 3. You'll love to see it.
Issues down at hairpin 3. Just going to have a quick look at the comments. Disturbed Ghost has been on wishing 113, 213, and 313. So that's the core Blimey Racing outfit. All the very best. DOR Emerald's been on, wishing Scenario 77 all the very best. I think they're at Hooton Park this weekend watching this event. Speed Vision's on, saying I'm at Hartlepool and we had We've had nowhere near the same amount of rain over in Hartlepool, so if we could pick the track up and move it, that'd be good, wouldn't it? We'll just move it on there. Shane Burke's been on. Normally he would be here with us racing, but unfortunately couldn't make it over from Ireland. He'd be here with the Simtech Motorsport outfit, so hopefully we'll see Shane and the rest of the usual Simtech Motorsport outfit next year. They are obviously not able to make it over, but they are still running because they've managed to get 4 other drivers to fill in. So we're just going to have a quick update. We'll see if we can see where the Simtech Motorsport entry is. It's going to take me a while just to find them on the thing. There they are, the 420 in 76th place. So running okay for a team of drivers that I don't believe any of them have done much racing here before, because none of them I don't think were expecting to race about a week and a half ago. Until it was confirmed that Simtech couldn't make it over.
Someone's just gone heavily into the barrier, exiting hairpin 3 there. I think it was a hire car. They managed to sort of bounce off and rejoin, but they have ruined the barrier.
Yeah, the tyre's up in the air, isn't it? Yeah. It looks like the barrier's managed to stay in place. Don't think we have too much of an issue on.
Should be okay. And I've just seen Ian doing the world record attempt has just come in the pits as well. So he's going to have one of his hopefully scheduled stops.
I'm not sure actually on that one because he's only been out 28 minutes. So we'll try and get a bit of an update on that one, but I have just seen Ian Williams come into the pit lane. The number 24 Guinness World Record attempt entry, 221 laps in to that world record attempt. But just going to have a quick focus. There's a yellow flag out as Kart Force are off at hairpin at the D chicane. We're almost at the 6 hour mark, which means it's almost time to hand over the baton. But I'm going to enjoy the remaining 12 minutes as SMJC 595 come into the pit lane. They are currently running well down the order, are they, in that class? I will just confirm it. They're in 5th. I thought they were still in Clubman as they were last year, but I think they won the BPEC series in the Clubmans last year. They've moved up to Pro, so they've got an entry in Pro and an entry in Clubman with the 595 and the 959. They are currently in 10th place. They are in the pits having done 137, so that one is a scheduled stop for SMJC 595.
And I've just seen, going through the wiggles, an owner kart and a hire kart come together, and another hire kart come through, not be able to take a racing line because there's a kart there, so just take off over the second curb.
Yep.
All 4 wheels were in the air. It was incredible. It was this kart, the number 67 it was, with the green helmet.
SKA Racing. Let's see if we can see which one of those
fully took off.
Let's see. Don't actually have helmet colours on that one, but whichever driver it is, you've probably just earned at least a minute towards your pilot licence.
It was quite incredible. He, as soon as we've just seen it was that number 30.
Oh,
get absolutely binned and taken out again.
Cash Bandits are off at hairpin number 1, and they were collected by a hire cart as well, just off camera. Hopefully that's not caused too much of an issue, because it was actually side to side rather than into the corners, but we'll see. And let's have a quick look now and see who is back. Looks like Dan Bigard now is at the wheel of the 42. We saw they've been in the pits recently 1 minute, so the Isle of Man senior pro kart champion for 2020 is now at the wheel of that number 42 MS Lucas entry. That kart won the BPEC championship, the 6 hour series last year, headed by Josh Folkus and a couple of others in that kart as well. So there's certainly drivers with a lot of pedigree in there, and they are possibly, once everything clicks round, because they have had 5 pit stops, albeit one of them was a very early trip because of a black flag. So we'll expect Q, Tate and Soko select a pit, and that'll put them back on the same lap. That, I believe, is Carlos Fandango Racing, and that car could do with a quick trip to the car wash. And I think, John, that he's beached that. The marshal's got a bit of work to do. It's on the outside of hairpin 4. The problem is that the marshal's going to have to, he's probably going to need new gloves after that. It's absolutely filthy. But Carlos Fandango are back on track and racing again.
Yeah, managed to get back underway. There's been a lot more incidents going on. Obviously, we just finished a full course yellow, so the pack has completely just bunched up. We've got outside our window coming through the first few sectional corners. You've got a spinner out the deep end as well. But in that last sort of 5 seconds I was speaking, maybe 30 or 40 cars just went through past us. And we can look out to the back straight and there's absolutely no one. So it's fantastic after a full course yellow. They all obviously bunch up and lots then happens. Who's that? We got the 40, number 40 of Kart Force 1. They were the ones who had binned it on exit of D-Bend there, but managed to get back underway and back on their trip round this beautiful Teesside circuit.
So we are almost at 6 hours as the drone takes us round the South Bank corner. The lap times have become fairly static once again at around about 1:24, 1:25. So whilst the circuit did dry off, certainly as the rain stopped, there is still a lot. Well, it's still very greasy out there. We are still around about 10 seconds off what the pace should be. We have obviously just come out of that full course yellow, which means that there's a lot of karts in a pack that probably don't have the clear air. One that does though, SMJC 959, one of the karts that I think they're in the top 6 or 7 in our clubman class. They've got a bit of time as Boneheads pick up the first black flag in a long time. The kart 200 in the higher class. Let's see where they are, if they're in touching distance. As we've had a slight change. I think we've had a kart race for Ruben have dropped away in the higher elite class. They were leading earlier on. They are now 4 or 5 laps down off the leader, so they've had a problem down in the mechanical bay. ETL continue to lead. Bradley Shepherd Racing up into second. Adrenico Racing now up into third. Last year's champions, Kart Events Belgium, still in touching distance, albeit now still 2 laps down, still there or thereabouts, and still close enough to cause those in front a bit of a worry. NRG Global Power look like they may have had a problem, or so they've dropped down behind. They were up in front of all of those, in fact, at one point, albeit I think ETL might have just been offset on pit stops. They're now in a really tight battle with EDK 24T. There's only 1 lap between those two at the head of that class battle. So, looking at it, John, in most of them, there's around about 1 lap between most of the classes. Certainly Clubmen have got a lap or 2 between them. MSTDW have got a lap on Offline Motorsport, although Offline obviously may come back onto the same lap in a few moments' time when they come over. There has been a change, however, as Team Tate come into the pit lane at the end of a 1 hour 29 stint, and Mark Kimber is going to hand over the reins of the 318, is he? Let's see whether he hands it over or whether he keeps going. Yellow flag, I think, was out at the D chicane. That's why we saw Dan Bugard wait, and that's Adam Nichols, the team boss from all of the Red Racing, also in the Haas Racing team. So Team Tate run out of his awning, as well as the 57 modernised
sort of big
entry as well. I think that's modernised Papaya, is it? Down there in the number 57 entry is facing the wrong way. That looks like that could be Seb Allegri in that kart, but I will confirm if it's him in the 57.
But here we can see the 318.
There's Mark Kimber running around. He could well be double stinting. Where is that kart going, John? Because the rest of the team are running down that way, and it's almost as if that kart have they got a problem, or have they got some work to do? They've moved it out of the way of the entry. Are they just looking it over? But the 318 kart, the engines are being started, which is good, but at the moment there's certainly no driver in it. Are they just checking the wheels, having a quick look at it? The 318, the marshal's going because I think they're working on that in the pit lane, and I'm not entirely sure he's going to find that amusing. I think he's telling them that they need to get it out of the way because that car is being fixed in pit lane. Have they bent a track rod? Because Adam Nichols, the leader of the Team Haas outfit for the 318, is working on the front end of that car. There's a track rod, I believe, could be the issue. Don't know if we've got anybody down there from Alpha who can confirm, but there we have Mark Kimber back out on circuit. They're going to have lost around about a minute, are they? And I think what they were saying down there is that if you're going to work on it, you've got to put it on a stand rather than leave it on the floor. Having said that, it is considerably easier to straighten a track rod whilst it's on the floor, because every time you hit it when it's on a trolley, it's just going to bounce around. Yeah.
Yeah, having some interesting debate, should we say, with the marshals down in the pit lane. But yeah, they managed to get back out on track. and get going again. But now down into third position behind Q Racing and MS Soko Select.
Yeah, so they came into the pits. I think they dropped a lap anyway, so I think they came round fairly slowly. They were clearly around about 4 or 5, 6 seconds maybe off the teams in front of them. MS Soko Select then move up into second place, 44 seconds behind the number 33 Q Racing entry, who run the Hash chassis but are running themselves this weekend out of their own awning down in the paddock, and they are currently running themselves very well, although as it stands at the moment the 43 entry is chipping around about 1.7 seconds a lap in these drying conditions from that car. We've got a kart going fairly slowly actually down that bottom end. We've had yellows out and we've got a couple off as well. Let's see if we can catch it. It looks like it could have been the MS Belgium entry, was it? Or it could have been the 31, one of the modernised entries, having a bit of an off down there.
There's another black flag for Boneheads. That's 2 in about 5 or 6 minutes.
Could be that they've not come in the first time. A66 have gone off at hairpin 1. You might just catch them on screen in a few moments. We'll see, but they have gone off down there. I think one of the hires actually is having some issues. Tom's reporting back from down in the paddock. Andrew Mather actually reporting back from down there in the I think there's Bro Carters 717 are down there. If anybody does see Andrew Mather down there, he's due on comms in about 2.5 minutes, so if you could just turn him round a few times, give him a little kick and send him back in the right direction. That'd be, don't get me wrong, I'd try and do all 24 hours on comms. I absolutely love this event. However, after 4 hours, I start sounding a bit gravelly, and I could do with a little bit of water down me.
And some more Haribos as well.
There's
needed.
Not many left,
none really left.
Mainly because I let you do that run through as I just sat and ate loads more.
I respect that. They've still got, I still saw on the DigiFlag board, 200 black flag still absolutely flashing, trying to get the attention of the Boneheads driver to get him to come into the pit lane. And I believe, yes, it's come up on our WhatsApp group, Hour Kart 200, which is Boneheads, report to race control. So they've clearly been naughty, naughty boys, or something is wrong with the kart, one of the options.
He's being a bonehead. They write themselves, John, they really do.
Only a comedic genius.
Battle, by the way.
So, circuit continues as we approach the 6-hour mark here at Teesside Autodrome for the 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour race. And as we see Dan Bugard, the Isle of Man champion, currently being followed down the back straight by, I believe that looked like somebody out in the 318 again. Is it, or could it be the 81? It is there. That's Mark Kimber double stacking the 318, and he's going to go down the inside.
That is the MS Lucas car.
Yes, so MS Lucas in now up into third. So that is the position, is it, John?
No, I don't believe. Oh, yes, it is. No, you are correct. You are indeed correct.
Bugard's got back through. They are nose to tail over start finish.
They are proper fighting.
There is a battle for third place between MS Lucas, the number 42, and the 318 Team Tate, which officially never took place because they came over the line with Lucas in front, but Team Tate certainly did overtake for about 50 metres.
We saw it. We 100% saw it. Can confirm there was an overtake there, and hopefully there'll be more to come as we continue to watch. They're sidling through the back markers, some other hire karts and some owner karts as well. But yeah, let's watch them. They're going to come down the back straight. Here we go. Exiting out of that long right-hander onto the far straight. There's been a little bit of a gap now. They've now got, was that number 45, the MSTDW, sandwiching them, so that could possibly assist with MS Lucas trying to stay ahead here. Could they perform a little blocking manoeuvre? We'll have to wait and see. Let's follow them around the rest of the lap.
Yeah, it looks like we might have Louis Diamond in the seat now of that number 45 entry, albeit a lot of drivers at the moment not necessarily using their normal race helmets because obviously they will prefer to have a clear visor on, and normally they have a darkened visor for the sun, but obviously quite dim in terms of the weather
318's
conditions.
going to go for the move.
Oh, I've just seen out the window the 42, the MS Lucas.
Oh, that's
number
what
42
happened.
entry
We
has
lost him on.
just had a fight with a higher kart.
Oh,
the
dear.
318 is going to come through. The 45 is going to come through. They are moving again. Looks like Dan Bugard's got that one back up to speed, but he will have lost third place, and he's lost around about 7 seconds as well in that incident with a higher.
He'll be very frustrated with himself there.
Brings an end, although just out of the window, just keep an eye on that one. We've got a stationary owner kart on the outside of 3. 426 Formula 160 are missing a front right, and it's still attached, but
he's walking back.
He's got a track rod issue, and I think that my commentary stint is going to end under a full course yellow as one of the hires goes off on the outside of that. That kart is on the racing line, but they're going to struggle to move it because it's got anything.
Carts are getting very close to an exit.
Oh
my
through
goodness,
there.
yeah,
This could be a problem because the drivers are not heeding the caution round that corner as well. The yellow flag is quite clearly out. The quad may be required for this one because that kart, unless somebody's going to drag it all the way back down.
Oh, he's dragged it.
But I am going to hand over under what will possibly be a fairly serene race because it's going to be a full course yellow, I fear. That's me done. It's time for Andrew to step back in the fold.
Goodbye, David, and we will soon welcome Andrew. I can see the driver that's had to get out of the stranded cart there, walking down past our comms box. Doesn't look too amused with what's happened there, frustrated with the cart, giving up on him. Obviously, we didn't see what happened, and it's being driven back by the marshal on sort of 3 wheels. Fair play, fair play. he's hanging off it like it's like Tokyo Drift, hanging out the window. Look at that, wow, majestic. Sorry, we've cut away on the cameras now, but I'm still watching myself. Fair play to the marshal there, dragging the 426 back to the pit lane. I've got Andrew joining me in the comms box. He's just trying to sort out the craziness of wires that seems to have occurred on our switchboard here. But I believe he is now with me. Hello, Andrew.
Good evening. It's all got a bit dramatic there in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Now, this is quite a different race to previous editions of the British 24-hour field, as there's a kart off up at hairpin, or the transition from hairpin 3 to 4. Is that the 9-8? Is that a 989?
I believe you are correct. Yeah, I think so. Let's have a quick look.
959.
959,
yeah,
it looks
the
like.
SMJC, but they've got going again now. I mean, me and Butters discussed it at the top of the show about how I thought this was going to be a very different race because of the number of karts out there. And I think that definitely is the case.
Yeah.
It still feels quite frantic. Oh, big spin coming through the S's.
Managed to
It
catch
was a owner
just
kart trying to negotiate its way around some hires.
195 is that? 199 possibly?
And that was quite a high speed spin as well for the 198 of DW Racing.
Yeah, 198, you're correct.
Eventually I'll get this point out before somebody just keeps it calm for 30 seconds. The weather. We've often talked about rain at this race, but quite often it's been a very short, very sharp shower, whereas this has been more, I mean, it's felt like October at times.
Yeah.
Quite persistent rain as the 61 has had a problem now.
He's flipping that round. That's at the exit of hairpin 3.
So they get going again. But yeah, it's really...
It's just frenetic.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Like, consistently, I've been on for 2 hours now, and we've just always had stuff to speak about. There's people spinning left, right, and centre, coming together. People having issues, having to go in the pits, get the quad bike out. There's so much happening, and we've still got 18 hours left of this race. I thought it would have died down by now, but still going crazy. As there we go, we've got another black flag coming through. That's for Team Back Marker this time, the number 21 team. It looks like now the black flags have stopped for Boneheads. They've seen it and come in. And now we've got another one out for Team Back Marker.
That's a shame. I was just about to speak about Back Marker and how I've had an inspection of their chassis. That is done. That is absolutely
Andrew Mather
done.
can confirm as there's been a big crash at the exit. I think that was at the exit of hairpin 3.
Yeah.
If so, he's gone through the barriers.
Yeah, through the tyres, and there was a driver off at hairpin 4 as well. I think I'm getting the gist of how this stint of 4 hours.
Yes, mate. Welcome.
Welcome to the madness. It is the 69.
And someone spun with him as well.
Royal Racing who've gone round.
Oh, and they've rejoined, interestingly, and someone else has gone round. That's another one of the owner karts. with the green helmet. Who was that? Number 69. Way.
Oh dear.
Oh, another one. Oh my goodness.
It's like the Coventry Ring Road on a Friday night out there. Eventually, I mean, I'm not even. I'll just stop saying eventually. I'll get this point out, but it's survival now. It's not about pace at the moment, as MS SoCo Selects come in for a scheduled pit stop after 1 hour 29 out there. It is just about keeping the thing running. And you never know what's going to happen through the course of the night. That's the thing, we're not even into the night time running yet, where something always happens to several cars going around there. A team that I do want to praise, I had a brief chat. I've had a brief chat in the last half hour with Tomek Tauskovic. He's a driver I've not seen race for a good couple of years. I've seen him, I've commentated on him soloing stuff before, but he's back here with 303 Racing. They're doing it again. This is exactly what 303 Racing did 12 months ago in the Clubman class. They weren't at the sharp end at the very, very start, but were just really, really solid. And in particular, Slavek Pishkors has put in yet another awesome stint out there. And 303 Racing, I think quite quietly, have now worked their way into the leading Clubman by 2 laps. And are well on their way. Obviously, still a very, very long way in this race to go to having a chance here at getting 2 class victories at the British 24-hour in a row.
Yep, during the last full course yellow, I believe it was, we saw 3 of the following karts in the Clubman class come into the pits, and 303 stayed out. They're still on that stint at 1 hour and 14 minutes now. So you would think in the next sort of 10, 20 minutes or so that they would be coming in. But still, as you say, they've got 2 laps out in the lead. Even with that pit stop catching up, they're still going to be a decent amount in the lead. So, yeah, fair play to 303, just quietly putting in the laps. It's not necessarily, as you say, about having outright pace. It's just about continuously putting in that pace and carrying on in the race and not having any issues, getting involved in silly, it's just silly things going on out on track. There have been some interesting moves from some people. We're not going to call out names, but yeah, it's been good to watch from our perspective anyway.
Definitely has. So yeah, it's 17 hours and 51 minutes on the clock to go. Q Racing are your leaders, but owers a pit stop. Weather forecast is saying another short shower due in 6 minutes' time, just to mix it up even further.
You do love to see that.
Change for second place in Clubman is off. The 6 and the 41. Where was that? That
I believe that's up there, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, yes. This is at South Bank. This is going to... I don't think I've ever seen 2 karts make it up there.
Yeah, that's...
but yeah, in fact, the 6 is going to be Kart Events Belgium. So that shows you how tricky it is out there. It's very rare that you see an error for Kart Events Belgium, the 41 being Team ETL. So that's 2 front runners in Elite. In fact, more than 2 front runners. That's first and third coming together. Let's just see if both of them are okay as they come through, as the yellow flags go out.
Number 61 exit the bend.
Chicane. 6 is back up to speed. What we were talking about? We were just talking about a move in Clubman. DW Racing are back up to second place in Clubman. That's 11th place overall for them. Pit stop going on for the 69 Raw team. I don't think that's scheduled because they've only been out for the last 21 minutes, so that's the team in 19th place, potentially in a spot of bother.
We saw them coming together a little bit earlier, didn't we, on the exit of hairpin 3, so possibly could have something caused by that. Maybe took them a couple laps to think this really isn't wrong. And we've got another black flag come through, and that's for Team Tate in P3. Dear. Team Tate have got a black flag. That's really not good for them.
Yeah, and that's going to bump them off the podium for now. Just as we say, this is all about survival at the moment. And there are teams out there making errors. They are still the holders of the fastest lap, by the way, 1 minute 12.595, which is back on lap number 53.
Little while ago that was now. Little while ago, over 200 laps gone since they set that fastest lap when it was still relatively nice and dry, and it has not been dry. Well, it hasn't been raining for a decent amount of time now, but the track is still very much moist. The lap time's coming down to now, it seems like Q Racing are on the fastest lap recently. Actually, no, look down to Red Graphics. They did a 1:18.8 last lap, so still about 6-7 seconds off the top times from earlier. But the pace is coming back to these karts now, coming back. It's just whether the weatherman of Andrew Mather decides to tell us that it's going to rain again.
Oh, it's definitely going to rain again. It's just a question of when.
Yeah. That's the north for you.
That is the north. So there's Team Tate, as we mentioned. They've got the black flag. They'll probably be in shortly. 303 Racing just ahead of them on circuit. Again, Slavak Pishgor's one of the unsung heroes, I think, of this competition over the last few years. Being very consistent again. As just say that he's punted off the 959. Oh dear.
Talk about commentator skirts.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well done, Andrew. That's the SMJC 959. Oh dear. It's been a while since I've had one that good. Let's talk about MSTDW. Where are they out in circuit? They've just come across start finish. I want to talk about them because they're leading in pro at the moment by some 71 seconds.
Yeah, they've still got
Motorsport
offline on the same lap, but there is quite the gap between them.
The pace very even between them as well. Both of them on a 1:20.8 last time around. Raw, by the way, still in the pits. Team Tate have not come in yet to serve their black flag. Modernised Racing Azure are in the pits. That is also not scheduled unless they've been in for a black flag recently, because that's 26 minutes since they last crossed the timing beam through pit lane.
No, I don't believe they've had a black flag anytime soon, so or in recent memory anyway, so I think that is probably a problem for them. Some sort of issue with the car. Hopefully they can get back out ASAP.
Into the pits comes the 318 for their black flag. So this will most likely drop them from that third place. The number 24 is in pit lane. That is Modernised Racing Azure, who we mentioned were in the pits. Now, it didn't look like they were going... of course, the route down into the abyss has changed this year. It used to be that karts used to exit stage right. That new gate that's been put in means that you've got to go all the way around and then take a hard left down into the bowels of the paddock. So I think that's where Azure have gone. Team Tate complete their black flag. They're back out on circuit. The question is, where will they be? The number 42, I reckon, are already on the back straight. Off is Ian Williams.
Oh,
that's the Guinness World Record effort. I think that was with another owner kart as well.
It was indeed.
Current status on the world record effort, the solo run. Where is Ian on the board? He's currently in 88th place, 42 laps. Do your maths quickly, Andrew. That's
I think he had a
223 laps.
Quite a large gap for a while there at the end of David's last hour there.
And that's kind of what we're expecting, that when Ian feels that he needs to take a pause, to take a stop, he will do. There's no point, carrying on for another hour and a half and burning yourself out for a good few hours. Take a bit of time out, 10-20 minutes, go back out, do another stint. That's the strategy that Ian is deploying here.
That sounds horrific.
Do keep the support up, everybody.
Yeah, big shout out.
Let's not forget that there is the stream with the super
42's got through past the 318 in the pits.
MS Lucas have got past Team Tate for third place. There they are on screen. But yeah, we've got keep the donations coming in for Ian.
61's had a problem.
Front left.
Engine.
Front left is pointing in an incorrect direction. That is a left.
That's definitely wrong. With my engineering knowledge, I can tell you that it's wrong.
So they will be in the pit. They're having a really tough race. A really, really tough race. And fortunately, we'll be spending a little bit more time down in pit lane. For all of your essential needs and resources, go to the Double Dash Motorsport Media Facebook page. We've got a pinned post on there with all the key links, say, including the streams covering the world record attempt and the Just Giving page, and the live timing, and our comms box cam, everything that you could possibly, even the rules. We've got the rules on there as well.
Oh, we don't need those.
But sadly, yeah, there goes the number 61.
Back to the paddock you go.
To have some repairs. The race continues though. 1 lap is the lead for Q Racing at the moment, but they are approaching their pit stop window. 1 hour and 24 minutes since they last came into pit lane. As off is the 34. 34's not
White
for the
Beach,
first
but
time.
managed to get himself back out there. That was pretty impressive.
TT Sport back on the way.
I've got to say, I've just seen it on the cameras as well. What team is number 420 again, sir?
The favourite number of many a person.
Of
It's
who?
in. It's
I don't know
in
what you're on about, mate, to be honest.
It's because it's an even number, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's why
Yeah.
people like it so much.
It's
No other connotations to anything
Go
else.
on.
Simtech.
Thank you, Simtech
Simtech
Motorsport.
Motorsport. I've got to say, they definitely win my favourite nose cone. The stylization on that is perfect, and I'm not going to say what it is because probably not allowed
It's
to on
something that
stream. But
maybe we'll show after.
yeah, maybe
after
you might
10
see it
PM.
go through the number 420, and you'll say, "Wow, they must have spent hours on that. It is incredible." So we'll just wait to see them come through, and you can enjoy it for yourself. But yeah, what were you going to say about Mr. Ian Williams, my good sir?
Yeah, approaching £1,000 on the charity effort. I've just popped a link in the chat of the main stream, so let's get those donations in. Oh, well, that was just on the stream.
There he is! Yeah! Go on, 420. Incredible. Absolute bandits. I love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Go on, Tom.
73rd at the moment for Simtech Motorsports.
I rate that so highly just for the fact of when I was here doing the BUKC 24 hours. Did you see what my team name was, sir? I'm not sure I can say it on air, to be honest.
Spell it down on a piece of paper.
Well, it was the
I'll-
24 hours of Cardiff University Motorsports. But we might have shortened
Oh,
Cardiff University Motorsports to something else. But you can think of that on your own time. Yeah, let's look back to the race. What's going
Think
on?
I'm spitting on South Bank.
I'm going to segue this talk about Simtech Motorsport and their 420 into something, and it's apparently it's raining again. So AccuWeather on the mark again. We've not talked much about the rookie hire class. Now this is the class on the timing tower that's denoted by the orange or amber.
The Haribo fiend has
Haribo-
just come back
the
through and
Haribo
stolen about
monster's
half the
back.
box. Oh, because it's raining. Because it's raining, apparently. That's why he needed them.
Rookie
Which
hire.
makes perfect sense.
Goody Chip Racing, the 888, currently leading. And in fact, they've just gained a position in overall as well. What a great effort. Really
You can
good
see
stuff
the
so far
rain
from-
on the camera relatively heavily down that section of the track. So maybe, Mr. Weatherman, more rain.
I suspect it's going to be a short shower. Yeah, if we
Sorry,
can get to
carry on.
sight on... In fact, no, I'm going to spoil everything. It's not Goody Chip Racing. I've just scrolled the timing sheet up. It's the new Market Hornets who are actually in the lead of rookie hire. Still a good effort, though, from Goody Chip Racing. 'Cause they're
Yeah.
in second place.
Newmarket Hornets are well above. Is
Yeah.
that 2 laps? Wow, fair play.
The number 9. Don't know if we can get a shot on the madam
See if we can find them.
through the rain and gloom.
It really has clouded over, hasn't it? A lot darker outside our room now.
Big off.
Oh, that's
Big off. Where is that going to be?
that car is now conjoined with that tyre wall.
It's again. I'm
How's
having
that
to look in places that I've never looked before. That is coming out of hairpin 2.
I can see the rain now outside the box, so I reckon that's probably why that incident has happened. And let's just keep watching because we might see a few more spins coming up in the next few minutes.
And there's a spin down at the D chicane. I didn't quite catch the number, but yeah, the rain is starting to come down again now. I think
It is.
you're going to see a couple of teams have problems.
Oh yeah, look down at Rib Bend.
Now that's more the kind of British 24-hour rain that I'm accustomed to. The heavy stuff. Here it comes for the first time in the race, into the pits. Someone's offered the reverse corkscrew. We've got going again now. I think it was the 58 of DWS Racing have come into the pits. That's a long stint as well. 1 hour and 35 minutes. So DWS Racing pit from 7th overall, 3rd in pro. And they had a 4.3 second lead over MS McFly. So McFly team will definitely retake that 3rd place in pro.
And yeah, with the rain coming down, people are starting to get it proper sideways through dogleg again. Seeing the owner carts come through, just chopping at the wheel, absolutely sideways. It's great to see, and the kart control on display today is just epic. So big shout out to all the drivers.
And it's one of those that you've got to do as a driver. You've got to keep the heat in the tyres if you can.
You have to.
Which getting those slip angles up is one of the best ways of doing it.
We've
it's
got
something I'm not very good at. It's why I'm in this box.
We've got almost what looks like a full course yellow. It's not a full course yellow, but the train of karts coming out of Hairpin 2 now is humongous. It's like 3 4x4s coming out of there with owner karts trying to weave their way around. I can see our world record attempt man Ian right in the thick of that, so watch out, sir. We don't need any more incidents for you. We're managing to cut his way through nicely, and I believe we have a full course yellow out. We do indeed. Yep. That's another one to add to the list, the 9th of the day so far.
Looks like the 103 is off. Yep, there they are, unfortunately. That's Rethink Racing in 23rd place. And it's so easy to do that. The transition into the wiggles, the S's, or whatever you want to call it. There's another name that I called it last year, which definitely is post 9 o'clock content. It's if in these conditions you clip the curb on the way in and that unsettles it, and you've just lost it. And it just depends how far, depending on how wet it is, how far down into hairpin 1 you go.
Oh yes, we've seen quite a number of people reach all the way to the barriers on the other side and even through it on occasion, so fair play to them. But we can see the quad bike is now out on track at the exit of hairpin 2 to pick up that stranded driver. Yeah,
so this is the one coming out of hairpin number 3. Cart's being held back onto trailer now. Driver's perfectly okay.
Just have to wait.
It will be a bit frustrating to lose that time. Trying to work out who it is actually who's had this problem. Or capture. Because everyone's quite spread apart now as they come in. Now I wonder, is this an opportunity? Ooh, this is a good opportunity for Q Racing, you know, John, because they're on 1 hour 31. We're under full course yellow. They can get in the pits now and get some fuel in. Marginal gains in all of that. This would be a good time to box.
Yep. No, that's the 3rd place. Sorry, second place. No, 4th place now. Sorry, of Team Tate. My apologies. Looking for 33.
It looks like they're about halfway around the circuit.
Yeah, we've got the quad bike making its way over as well, so they don't have too much longer to make use of it.
Surely that means the full course yellow won't last very long because it's about to cause
been held up.
The driver who's caused the flag is giving everybody a wave. He's giving kisses to the crowd.
Kisses, what a legend.
A beautiful performance. Well done, sir.
Take him out, sir. Take him
out.
Now
he's waving like the Queen. This is wonderful. You love to see it. So the full course yellow is still out. I think Q Racing have gone round again. Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
Decided
No, we'll stick out. Stick to the plan.
Here we go. It looks like it's going to go green. It has gone green. Yep. We're back underway again. Full race speed to everyone.
So how many? Is that 9 full course yellows that we've had now?
Yes, we have now had 9. So
the attrition rate quite high. Definitely into the pits though. Team ETL leaders in higher elite, 30th overall. They last stopped 1 hour 31 ago. As the Bob Pope straight looks a little bit like my run of the M1 last night.
Well, if it carries on the way it is, mate, we should have about 30 or 31, 32 full course yellows in this race.
Yes. So
that'll be great. Be interesting. Look at this, sorry, at Hairpin 2 exit. Look at the gaggle of carts. There's about 30. It's insane. And I think Ian is well amongst that, actually.
He is.
I think he's nearer the front of that train.
Run away.
Just get me away from these crazy people.
There's the number 33. There is your leader, Q Racing out there at the moment.
There he is.
And he's been in this position, of course, before.
And he's coming up on that big gaggle, so he's going to have a
Yeah.
lot of work to do to cut through all these karts. As we've got the 198 has dived into the pits. That's DW Racing. They're in second in the clubman class.
Austin Monday in the kart for Q Racing at the moment. In fact, no, it's not, because it's the yellow and checkered helmet of Charlie Bingham, I think, out there.
That's the 33
No,
has
I'm
come
gonna
into the
correct myself
pits.
again. I think it
Q
is
Racing have
late.
come into the
Right,
pits.
so they have come in now. I think they could have done that a lap before, you know.
Yeah, I feel like if we're going to come in now.
Now,
There
will
isn't that much to lose.
Q Racing make a driver change here? That's one of the hires being re-prepared to go back out. You can see Tom Kempink on the right there. Good work for those guys. And back out they go. I think that's the BSR team. Yeah, the BSR team who were in second place. Looks like the 42 got second place coming in as well. MS Soko Select. Oh, no, they're going to go around again. There was a gesture. So they've now got a clear lap. Now, that's an interesting aspect of the race, John. Team Tate directly behind MS Soko Select on the road, but a lap between them now. Contacts warning for Adrenico Racing, number 36. Teesside Tigers having a very good race so far. I've just seen them there. Oh, is there another black flag for Team Tate? So they've incurred the wrath of the stewards once more. It's not been a good hour for the former race leaders. But no, Teesside Tigers having one of their strongest runs so far in this British 24-hour over the years. They're currently third place in higher elite, the number one.
I think possibly that black flag might have been a mistake, mate, because it has not come up on the tower on Alpha Timing.
Oh, okay.
Possibly
Might have
just a
been
replay of the
graphics error.
older one.
Apologies.
Don't worry, everyone in Team Tate. Everyone losing their minds.
33Q Racing have made a driver change. Adam Willis is into the karts. The blue, red and gold helmet, I'm pretty sure I just saw flash through shot there. Oh, we've got to that point of the race.
we
It's
can't
not
get
even-
to the singing
not
yet.
even- it's not even dark yet.
We can't get to the singing. I'm going to do, I don't know if it's a cardinal sin or anything, I'm going to give myself a shout out, Andrew.
Oh dear.
I'm just going to say, I have decided to do a best name competition on my Instagram story.
Oh, okay.
So, if you want to vote for your team name in that story, then go to @MotoMeerkat on Instagram. They're all up there. It's a public account, so you don't even have to follow me. But if you're there, why not? But yeah, I'm doing a little competition. Obviously, there's like an insane number of teams, so obviously couldn't include everyone. I picked out my 16 favourites, and they're going to go up against each other, head to head, in a sort of World Cup style competition,
Bracket.
and we'll see who wins. And who knows? Maybe I'll be nice and get some sort of prize to the winner, maybe a bottle of bubbly or something. But who knows? Maybe I'll be mean and I won't get anything. But make sure you go over there and vote for your favourite team name. But yeah, that's the self shout out done. Thank you, Andrew.
I'd just like to make it clear right now that Double Dash Motorsport Media does not have the sufficient budget for champagne, but by all means, at Double Dash.
I was
MM
just
Instagram
planning
as
on
well.
stealing the Alpha Live card. I can't lie, mate.
Q Racing have
We've got
re-emerged
number
in the lead of the race.
44 coming in the pits. They've got a rear right flat.
Yep, and that's a big problem for third place in Pro. So MS McFly are going to have to go down for some repairs. There's also a
Oh,
kart
we've
off
got a
on the
double
exit.
spin.
In fact, 3 karts off at the chicane.
So I was saying
Ahead
earlier,
of
there's
us.
been a lot of synchronized spinning that we've seen, especially as soon as the rain comes out. Everyone's just joining each other at the exit of the corner. It's quite nice actually to see the drivers pulling together in their crashing.
Lads and Dads Racing were one of the karts involved down at hairpin number 1. And right on cue, it's 17 hours and 30 minutes to go, and I've completely forgotten which rundown did we do last, owners or hires?
We kind of did both. The last thing I did was the owner run through.
Right, we will do
But
the
I
hires
believe,
then.
as we did that before that, David did the hires.
Excellent.
So just go with what
go
you want,
with it.
mate. Up to you.
30th place overall, and leading in higher elite, it's team number 41
Oh,
on Team
sorry.
ETL.
Large crash right outside the window for the number 223.
Oh.
Are they going to rejoin the track this way? That might
No,
be.
that's beach
Might
now.
not be
The
allowed
426
that.
is
He's
off
now
as
got
well.
beach on the curb, and that's not gone well. Sorry, you carry on, sir.
There's going to be a lot of things that we miss in the course of this run now, but let's go with it. So Team ETL, 19 laps off the overall lead, but crucially leading in higher elite. 1 lap down from them in second place in elite is Team BSR. Third place, the Teesside Tigers, a further 52 seconds back in a great battle at the moment, with Kart Events Belgium in 4th place. Less than 0.2 of a second separated those two karts, the number 1 and the number 6 at the last count. Expect that to change perhaps in the next few minutes. 5th place and leading in Pro within the hires is the 430 of NRG Global Power. 6th place in hire and 5th in elite is number 36 of Adrenico Racing. Next up it's EDK 2014, the English Deaf Karting team. They are 2nd in hire Pro. And what are they? About a lap and a half down on the leaders in that class. Race for Ruben, having a really strong run again. And again, another team, regulars here in the British 24 Hour, for me, having one of their strongest openings to a British 24 Hour that I can remember. So that's Race for Ruben in 8th place in the elites. Then we find our first hire club kart. It's the Pink Pig. It's not a Porsche entry. It's a Bentley related entry. It is of course the 987 of Team Bonato. Next up is A66 and their 2 karts. Has there been a change?
No,
there?
so there's Team Tate are a lap down on the number 43 of MS Oko Select, and then, I thought they were going to get beached there. That was close. He's managed to just about keep it together. He's still off the circuit. There we go, he's finally been able to rejoin, but I was going to say there could be an interesting battle here, especially the fact that they were a lap down, but now he's gone off the track, and we won't be seeing that, so back to you, sir.
We'll carry on. 10th place at the moment in the hires, 2nd in club is A66-2, that's the number 66. Next up is the leader in rookie hire, it's the number 9 of the Newmarket Hornets, Hopeless Disaster. I've not mentioned them so far, but they're having a good run so far in club. They're 3rd in club, for 41st overall, all of these 24 laps off the overall lead. Then you've got a couple of owners which we'll skip for now, and next up we find Scenario 77, 44th overall, and that's about 12th in hire, 4th in club. Corblimey Racing the 113, they're starting to come back into this. Next up, I'm just going to recount it again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13th in hire at the moment. 14th are ABC Racing. Another one of the clubs doing well. 15th, Goody Chip Racing, 2nd in rookie hire at the moment. NC Racing, as we're calling them before 9 PM. The 667, they're next up in the club entries. The renowned Vankels, the Mazda 787B Appreciation Society, as I call them. The 555, they're having a good run in Pro as well, up in the top 15. Then you find Euro Bandits, who of course were our leaders in this class early on, but have had a really, really tough few hours. I wouldn't count them out though, because they're still, well, they're 9 laps off the lead in hire. Still a lot of races to go. There's a mechanical flag for MS.BE. They'll have to come in and get their karts repaired. 3rd place in rookie hire is next up in 54th place overall, 28 laps off the overall lead, with another very good name. It's the number 8 of Boom.
Boom.
Then booming up the order at the moment, doing pretty well. As off is the 45, and that is 2nd place in Pro. So MSTDW, who've just come out having done a pit stop. Maybe it's a new driver in there. It's having a little bit of a error with the conditions. We'll come back to that in a moment. Grizzly Racing next up in the hires. 56th overall at the moment, 29 laps off the overall lead. Lockwell Hill are recovering. We saw them off earlier in the race. They're 57th to number 20. 58th overall is the 172 of Proceeding Racing. 59th, the Manx Boys, the number 104. Wrapping out the top 60 is the first of 2 Corblimey Racing teams. So Corblimey's 313 ahead of Corblimey's 213. 62nd, there we go, is the 999 of the Straight Through crew. The Red Lodge Wasps have just taken 63rd overall in 270. Swindon Karting Arena Racing in 64th. Carlos Fandango is 65th. And the 1887 of WM Max Racing next up in 66th. Off is the SMJC entry again. 67 to number 34 of Fried Egg Racing, another one of our elite entries in higher, trying to work their way back through. 68, number 22 of Mulsanne Racing. 69 to 59 of Century Sim Racing, who had such good hopes early on in the race, but it's all gone a little bit wrong in the first quarter of this race. The 121 of Ishin-Ru Jiu-Jitsu is 70th. Then, I think our new favourite team in the box, the 420 of Simtech Motorsports, with the very graphical, shall we say, nose cone and Nassau panel. They're 71st. 72nd, LC Racing, the 143. 73rd, the 777 of MTB. 75th overall, skipping an owner in 74th, is Eat Sleep Race Repeat. Then you find Fried Egg Racing in 77th. Team Cheshire are in 78th. Boneheads back again in the clubman class, the number 80. Or in 80th place, the number 200. Then you find MSBE, who we know are in the pits for a mechanical. They're 81st at the moment. Blue Shell Racing 82nd. Kart Force 1 83rd. The Bro Carters 84th. Kart Force 2 85th. TMS Higher in 86th. And then the last run of rookie Howers, the Dukes of Stafford in 88th. Sporting Force 1 in 89th. The rookie races in the top 90. Sporting Force 2 91st, and the last of the hires, the 350 in 93rd place overall of Getting Tired. There we go. There's your rundown in higher. If you're watching on the DDMM comms box cam, exclamation mark Brit24 timing for the live timing. And if you want the full link, I'm about to post it in the chat on the main stream. There we go. Hello to Candy Floss cheering on the 121. Keep your messages of support coming in. And as we said, Ishin-Ru Jiu-Jitsu are in 70th place at the moment, 33 laps off the overall lead, which means they're 13 laps down from the lead in all the higher classes, 9 laps off the lead in their respective subclass. There's a driver looking very confused down in the pit lane.
He's been looking confused
It's
for a little while.
episode of Dude, Where's My Cart again. We said that the 45 had slipped off. Trying to find out who's got into that one. I think Louis Diamond's in now. He's got a red and white helmet on there. Former Northampton Karting League driver, of course, where all these Alpha Live activities started back in the day. Oh, thank you, Candy Floss. 121 team are raising money for the nephrotic syndrome. So it's one of the things I really enjoy about this race, John, the number of charity efforts out there. I know we've been giving Ian a lot of coverage. There's plenty of other stories out there as well, so do let us know. We'll give them a bit of airtime as well as we can. You can see Jess Alexander is at the wheel now of the number 21 team backmarker entry, who, as I say, have had a really, really tough race so far. They're in 74th place at the moment. Bit of a test session now for them, but they're still in good spirits. MS Soko Select going quickly now as well. And just wondering, it might be Jack Dex in the car for them now, who I briefly spoke to in the paddock earlier. He's looking ready and raring to go. Yeah, the blue, yellow and white helmet of Jack Dex does appear to be at the wheel. 53 seconds is the lead gap now between Q Racing and MS Soko Select. Dex tries to go down the inside of Alexander there, and there was a little bit of contact.
Puts his hand up. What was that, mate? He's made it through. We're still going to follow the number 43 of the MS Soko Select cart. We've got another Haribo bandit in here.
It's all being captured. It's all being captured on the DDMM.
Although your
YouTube channel.
Haribos have made me sad, mate, because I just had one and bit the inside of my gum, and now all I taste is blood. Now I'm sad.
Hello to Sarah Roberts in the chat. Big shout out to the Kart Force teams, especially Kart Force 1 and Uncle Robbo. was up here earlier for the kids' first time watching Uncle Robbo race, now watching back in West Yorkshire.
Big
Tuning
shout
in.
out. Big shout out. I also have to give a shout out to the number 19 of Grizzly Racing. I believe they were in about 52nd last time I checked, something like that. About 27, 29 laps down. But a big shout out to them. Ben Pickard is racing for them. Watches my videos. What a legend. Came up and said hi to me in the paddock. I wanted to give a big shout out because they're racing in memory of their uncle, Malcolm Pickard. So big shout out to them, and I hope they do super well in today's race alongside with the rest of the runners. But let's have a look back to the main sort of event. We've got Q Racing now on 284 laps, an insane number, but it's only going to get higher. We've still got a lot left to go in this race. And as you said earlier, about 52 seconds. They've just dropped up to about 51 now of MS Soko Select behind in second. And then it was about another 45 seconds back to MS Lucas in third, and then Team Tate down in fourth now, another about 35, 37 seconds behind them, obviously because they had to serve that black flag earlier in the race. And we can confirm, I'm pretty sure they didn't come in for another black flag, so I do believe that second one that came up was just a bit of a ghost black flag, and they only really actually had to serve one. But down there in fourth place now, still putting in a good job, putting in the pace and keeping it going for the team effort. Still lots of raindrops on that camera, but I do believe it has stopped actively raining now.
It has stopped raining, and the lap times are starting to come down. Looks like Jack Dex is into the 1:15 and is currently the fastest driver out in circuit, or definitely of those up towards the top end. There you just saw Adam Willis leading the race in Q Racing's number
Isn't
33, the number 24. Yeah, that is Ian in.
It is Ian.
So
having a little bit of a break, possibly. Hopefully nothing to do with the car.
So 242 laps currently completed by Ian, and I'm going to do some quick maths to work out.
All right, Big Shaq.
Whether he's how far through we are the challenge. Keep your messages of support coming in. Hope you enjoy the stream. If you've not subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel already, you don't mind clicking that subscribe button, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Definitely subscribe to Alpha Live. So many different events going on the channel, and all live as well. It takes so much to put them together, so a big shout out to all the guys. I think we had 750 Motor Club on the channel live today as well, which was another fantastic watch. Gave that a watch while I was back in the apartment, but always well covered and well looked after. So yeah, big shout out to the Alpha Live boys. Make sure you subscribe for lots of future motorsport content to come. But there's a spreadsheet come out. You know it's time when Andrew Mallon has whipped out a spreadsheet.
It's not quite a spreadsheet of doom, because it's important good things.
Spreadsheet of happiness.
Going on. I'm just going to remind myself
that's a rare sight, a spreadsheet of happiness. I'm sure a lot of the teams...
I don't think it's a spreadsheet of happiness for Ian's
No, probably not. He probably doesn't like the look of it so much. I imagine a lot of teams here, with all the strategy that they're having to put on for this race, I bet there's some pretty cracking spreadsheets out there in the paddock.
So 18:43 British summertime. Mr. Williams has completed 396.88 kilometres.
My goodness.
The current world record, 1,521.80. Problem there for one of the owner carts.
I'm just pulling away. Is that the 07, is that?
Yeah, 07 or 87.
Have a check on who that was when the timing tower comes back to us.
Sam Sanders is out there. It's not Mika Hakkinen.
Ooh, yeah, very cheeky helmet.
We've seen a lot over the year so far on Alpha Line Rents. Races in the BUKC. Racing today for On Point Racing. Looking pretty quick out there. How are On Point Racing doing? They are in 43rd place and 26 seconds behind the next kart in the overall rankings, which is your rookie hire leader, Newmarket Hornets. They're probably trying to close down Dads and Lads Racing at the moment, who are the next owner kart up the road from them.
Well, their previous lap was very solid for the karts that are around them, so they should be cutting back through the pack relatively quickly. But obviously, being on such a long race, there are quite large gaps between them now, so it's going to take them a little while to climb back up the pack, but they should be doing so. You see an insane number of karts going down the back straight again. The fourth place kart, Team Tate, just went past, take them out. Yeah, loads of guys. Number 17. That was an interesting seating position there. Knees were nearly touching his ears, but maybe needs to have one of the things that allows the seat to go backwards a little bit. But as long as he's enjoying himself, I'm enjoying it. I like the different look of all the owner karts as well. Loads of different liveries, different styles of kart as well. Very great to see all these different bits and bobs out on track and still racing, and it's still light. But I imagine within the next couple of hours it will slowly descend into darkness.
Hello to DOR Emerald, cheering on the Scenario 77 team. Back up to 4th place in higher club at the moment. Gap to 3rd is 27 seconds. And the other piece of good news, Emerald, is that 3rd place owes us a pit stop. Hopeless Disaster last visited the fuel bays 1 hour 34 minutes ago, whereas Scenario 77 were in 38 minutes ago. So I think you're going to gain 3rd place there once the 81 comes in for some more fuel. So the race continuing here at Teesside Autodrome. Andrew Mather and John Ratcliffe on commentary duties for you at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot less spins going on now, obviously, with the rain stopping, and you can visibly see, even from the comms box, how much quicker they're flying through the wiggles. And there we go, a lovely shot of the sky. It's as if God is looking down on the circuit, beaming his light on to Teesside Autodrome. Look at that, what a shot from the cameraman there.
Key thing for the speed of this race is going to happen in the next hour or so, because if the sun can come through and properly dry this track out, that will make driving conditions pretty quick across the night time. But if it doesn't dry out, it's going to stay mildly moist, and especially offline, make the nighttime conditions very tricky. A little check being done there by the number 9. That's the Newmarket Hornets. Just a check of the engines there. No, I thought they may have just come in for a pit stop and hence that was the driver checking to whether it got full power. And no, they carry on. Just saw MSJSR there pass through the shops. The 111 were up in the higher reaches of the classes earlier on, but had problems. They're 9 laps off the overall lead in 15th place now.
We're expecting a few karts to be coming in relatively soon, aren't we? We've got 11th place MSBE, who's done an hour and 52 minutes. That is a very solid stint there from them. Should still, though, probably keep that position, won't they? 2nd place in the, third position in the Clubman class. I think they're about 2 laps, is it? Or maybe just the 1 lap from them back down to 4th place, which is DW Racing in the 198 car.
Chat's getting very excited about lights on carts.
Lights.
They have good reason to. I've heard rumours that there are some pretty good ones this year out there, which we'll see illuminated, and it'll suddenly turn from Middlesbrough to Blackpool. We're like the Blackpool illuminations out there. As we go into night time.
2 of the finest towns in Britain.
I'm not going to repeat what I've just heard in my ear from
because it was
our
lies.
Producer. The 88 just passing through shot there. Grabex Racing. And a huge pack of karts coming down the back straight now. Right in the middle, I can spot James de Havilland in the middle of all of that. The former Newcastle University BUKC racer, racing for Mulsanne Racing in 69th at the moment. I nearly said something I was post-watershed there. We'll move that one on for later. what's the gap at the front of the field doing? It's hanging around, John, this 50 to 55 second gap for Q Racing over MS SoCo Select.
So they've all got quite similar pace, haven't they? Lapping around the sort of 115, sort of high 115, low 116s. And then Team Tate just slightly off that down in fourth position, doing sort of 117, 118s.
It's a good indication from both drivers that they're on the pace. Adam Willis, we've seen many times over the years in this event. Track decks. I can't remember whether he's done the British 24 hour before. Obviously, he's got a very highly accomplished karting career. But this is a stage of the race, John, that I always enjoyed as, the 959 SMJC kart is off. That looks to be through the wiggles. That was a bit of a close moment with a high kart. I always really enjoyed this period of the race as a driver. You feel, especially now, like you're into the second quarter of it, you feel like the race is properly underway now, and you're pressing through it. You know night time's coming. Over the in terms of engine, the better running conditions for them where the air's a bit cooler. And you feel like you've started to know what you're battling for as well, whether it be a class victory or a working your way back through the field job. How have you found it when you've been racing for Cardiff?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, I did a stint relatively near the start of the race, probably about sort of now or maybe slightly before, as you got someone spun on the exit of the chicane. Looks like maybe their engine's died, so having to have some help from the marshal there. Got the wave yellow going. He's up and out of the cart, so there's clearly something wrong with the cart. It is getting dragged.
Is that a cart that is expired on the way into the pit lane?
Back into the pit lane. Well, no, they're yeah. So he's being pushed straight into the pits, isn't he? So interesting. Yeah, possibly out of fuel then maybe. But it looked like he was backwards into the pit lane. So I don't know what's happened there.
We'll try and capture who that was in a few moments.
Yeah,
but it may have been A66 too. He's there in pit lane. I think that's a run out of fuel.
Yeah, with 1 hour and 58 minutes
too, running out of fuel after nearly doing 2 hours on attack.
How was he backwards? Now I'm just more confused. How's that happened?
Very confusing
there we are.
Indeed.
We're now in the pits. I think that is the car, isn't it?
Well, A66 too high in pit lane. They were second in class. And this is going to be an interesting aspect now, because you've had these wetter conditions, the kart's inherently running slower, the fuel going longer. Some teams may have to be a bit careful with the calculations now and really monitor the fuel to get the most out of it, because the rate at which they're going to use that fuel is going to go up now as the karts get quicker, times get quicker.
They've gotten a lot
track gets
quicker.
Drier. But at the same time, if you're in that competitive sense right at the front of the field, you don't want to waste time in the pit lane by coming in 20 minutes too early, for example.
Definitely. Yeah, but as you say, it's kind of not slowed down, but we've got more into a rhythm of things, and that's kind of this part of the race, isn't it? Just knowing where you are now in the standings, what you're fighting for, and getting in the rhythm with the kart, with the circuit, knowing your lines and everything like that. But hopefully that will continue if the conditions don't decide to change. But if they do decide to change and we do get some more rain, then that completely throws it up in the air again, and you're not really able to get into a rhythm, because every braking zone, you're just testing, is it going to stop if I brake here? Oh yes, thank God it is.
Yellow flag out into hairpin one.
We've got a driver
stopped. It's going again now. You can definitely see the race. It's off is the 64 down at Rib Bend. Dads and Lads Racing. Or is that the 64? Because Dads and Lads Racing is a
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm going to check that.
Let's have a look.
Is this one of our cases where we've got two 64s?
It's a very cheeky.
We've got an owner 64, which is Lads and Dads Racing. But that very much looked like a hire car to me.
Definitely.
And it was Blue Shell Racing. So Blue Shell Racing have had a bit of an off. Team of Matt Williams, Alex Holloway, Ernie Jetson, Richard Hooton, Harry Moore and Liam Kelly. Talking of Hooton, apparently it's raining at Hooton Park. That is quite a distance away from us here at Teesside.
We've had a yellow here for some time, but I'm not quite sure what for, mate. Oh, I think it might have just gone back. It's literally just gone back in. Lovely, as I mentioned.
I think it was the Blue Shell Racing kart off the road down at Ribbend.
Okay.
Seen a fair amount of action down at Ribbend so far today. And a chaotic start. I was speaking to some of the drivers who were in that start earlier, and it was just kind of like tuck your shoulders in, hold the wheel straight, and hope for the best to get through all of it. Scott Flanagan was an example of that from the Bonato team we were speaking to. Lots of activity in the pit lane actually now in Higher Club. Hopeless Disaster are in.
We've got the
said they were
leaders.
going to be in. So that's good news for Scenario 77. Means they're now up to second place in class.
Nice.
Really good work from them.
Leaders of the rookies as well. Is that the rookies? Yeah, the Newmarket Hornets.
Yep.
Who are also in the pits. Down to 45th position now, but they still had quite the buffer back to second place, so they should be completely fine.
Coming up to the end of this hour, and Jack, bit of a spin down into
camera.
the gravel at.
Oh, and they beat themselves.
Yeah,
Oh,
that is going nowhere. That's one of the higher carts off at Ribbend, and that's the thing now, because there's a proper dry line, but if you get off it, that is what happens.
Spinal.
You are going to go full spinala very, very quickly and into the gravel. I can't quite make out the number. Is it number 9?
It's the most difficult position as well, because you just get so stuck in the gravel that, especially with those heavier, higher carts, it's very difficult to get them back out again.
And I suspect that's a new driver as well. So
so they've come out of the pits.
Yeah,
and binned it.
They've got.
Sorry, not that word.
They've probably gone, there's some nice grip out here, and they've gone for a slightly wider entry into Ribbend, which some drivers do like, because there's the reason why we call it Ribbend, of course, there is a big bump. If you get the line absolutely right, and you kind of straddle the bump,
You can sail
it's
down
okay.
it, yeah.
But
if you take the apex,
if you take the apex, or you're like one cart out from the apex,
Awful.
you're going to get a jolt. So a lot of drivers like to take a deliberately wider line. Just go, nah, I'm not even going to try and go near that bump and get it the perfect line every time, because I'm either going to break the cart or my back.
Or myself, yeah.
But the risk with that right now is that is going to be a wet portion of circuit. So I think that's what's happened there to the Newmarket Hornets. I was about to say, Mr. Dex is turning a bit of a stint here. The lead gap is down to 47 seconds as the leader in Pro is in. Offline Motorsport 770 did 1 hour and 44 minutes. And this is the thing now, we're really starting to see these stint times go up as there's someone off at hairpin number 1. Just see out of my commentary box window. They're coming back on the circuit now. Now we're starting to see the strategies play out, I think, and who's going to be going for the longer runs, less pit stops across the course of the race. I think Offline Motorsport are going to be one of those. It's a strategy that they've tried before and it's worked before for them. There's also just been a change of lead in Clubman. Cash Bandits back to the lead in that category, ahead of 303 Racing. That's as pit stops have cycled through. Alan Duff on the chat says, name a better duo than Dex and a Pro Kart. I'm not even going to go there, Alan. I don't think I can. I don't think I can.
Someone else has just said, very heavy rain due from around 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Let's have a look at our weather forecast and whether it agrees. It's not far off. Rain starting in 93 minutes, according to our sources. And oh no, it's heavy.
That's a lot of rain.
That's off. Yep, again, this is going to be a thing now down at Ribbend.
He's managed to keep it going though, hasn't
That's
got
very
beach.
well. That's well saved.
Very nice.
That's very well saved by the driver in the 223, because we've seen a couple of drivers get beached down there, but Sporting Force 2 carry on.
And a bug has decided he wants to sit on the camera. Fair play. He's just enjoying the racing. Free ticket.
As you say, Offline Motorsport, there's another one down in there.
I missed that one.
Didn't quite make out who that was. I say Offline Motorsport in.
It is that driver. Is that the 30? 33?
33 possibly in higher.
Lost an engine. Just getting it
Friday
restarted.
Racing 1.
And they have.
Need to get that engine up to temperature, otherwise they're not going to be cooking any fried eggs on that one. But they're looking all right now. Getting going again. My co-commentator. See, this is what you've signed up for. Why do you think Howard's not here this weekend?
I see why now. Jokes like that.
MSTDW have just taken the lead in Pro due to Offline Motorsport's pit stop. So there's a 24-minute delta between them in terms of fuel at the moment. It's way too early to start trying to backtrack the race here in comms, so we're not even going to bother. But I'm sure someone in those camps is keeping an eye on it. As you said, we've had a lot of full course yellow so far in this race. And I don't think we're past it yet. But the track is getting better. The dry line is definitely there now. It's visible out the window. And I have to say, it's in a very interesting place coming around South Bank there. It's kind of right down the middle of the circuit. So who's going to dive down the inside there? There is Jack Dex. This is some drive. He really is pushing that number 43. And looking smooth as ever. 47.572 is the gap that he's trying to close in to Adam Willis in the Q Racing entry. And he's just looking in supreme form. Big JDR presence here this weekend. Obviously their partnership with MS Karts. See the 443 of MS.BE behind. They're up to third place now in Clubman. And have gone really long on fuel. 2 hours.
Oh my goodness.
6 minutes.
How many minutes is that?
That car must be running on fumes, surely. Keep a reminder of these numbers in your minds, folks, because this will all be very important for the end of the race. We know that some of these karts running a 1:14, 15, 16 pace can do over 2 hours on a tank of fuel. Dex goes past another couple of pack markers there. What is the gap going to be this time around? Well, I think Adam Willis has started to respond now. This is a proper test, John. When the dry line is formed, the track is morphing underneath the drivers, and it's all about which of the drivers can get in tune with it the quickest.
The driver in the Q Racing car seems to be doing it the best so far, adapting to the conditions. Just put in a 1:14.2, so only about 1.5 seconds off the best lap of the race now. So, yeah, as you say, time's really coming down, and you can see from that shot, especially, dry line properly forming now, but still having the issue of if you come off that dry line, it could get quite interesting for you.
X Racing are in the pits. I hope that's a scheduled stop or a part of their plan, because they were last in the pits 1 hour and 17 ago.
Could just be a slightly early stop.
Could be just how they're working it through with their drivers.
Might have been a classic tap of the head. What we saw
Keep
earlier.
comments coming in. Hello to Louise. Shout out to Foxy Red Photography out there on circuit. Has, I think, one of the hardest tasks of the whole event. He's got to get sufficient pictures to please 95 teams out there.
And all the drivers inside of them.
And all the drivers. Yeah, that's a very good point. But hello to Foxy Red out there. So I'm hard at work. J Lee 64 says, any chance you can give a shout out to my friend Dan McGee? He's going to be racing with Goody Chip Racing at some point in the next 2 hours or so. Definitely. Goody Chip Racing. Or is it Goose Chip Racing? Do correct me if I'm saying that wrong. Leading now in rookie hire. And doing very nicely indeed. There's the 1-1, and finally, the 111 has come in. Oh, sorry, no, that's the other MS karts. That's MSJSR who were in 1 hour and 18 ago now.
So the 443 still hasn't come in.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Now Now, is that a scheduled pit stop, or are they going to be going in for more repairs? The MSJSR team.
No, looks like they're off.
That's good.
Back underway, another slightly short stint there. Like an hour and 19, I think it is.
Yep.
But yeah, as you were saying, however you want to pronounce it, Good Chip Racing taking the lead
Yep.
in that class, but they still kind of owe a pit stop. They've had an hour and 16 since their last one, and Newmarket Hornets are in second in that class currently, only have 9 minutes, so they've literally just been in the pits. So we'll see when Good Chip Racing do end up going in the pits, who ends up coming
Good
out
chip
first.
is what we're being
Good
told,
chip,
so
good
we'll
chip,
stick with
good
that. Thank
chip.
you guys in the chat.
you,
Adrenico
chat.
Racing are in. 5th place in Higher Elite. That'll be handed over to Race for Ruben. And on they will go. What is in this MS Stop PE card?
Genuinely, how's it not come in yet?
I'm just trying to see. I think they're coming
Trying to
around the
find it.
final couple of corners in a few moments' time. Just trying to spot where they are. There they are, the 443, and they're going to go around again. Just coming through D chicane now towards us. There they are in the kind of black and orange liveried carts. This is a remarkable run.
I'm just waiting for it to come up on the screen of them stopped out on track. But hopefully, for their sake, they've calculated this correctly, and they're going to stay out there, for some time longer. We'll see what they can do. It's been a while now since we had our 9th full course yellow. Obviously, with the rain easing now, or having been stopped for a while, obviously becomes a little bit easier to not send yourself straight off the circuit. And speaking of which, the 198 has gone off, and so has the 104 down at Rib Bend, trying to get back underway.
I think that's Rethink Racing down there. Hello to Magoosey Gaming, who's on the road to Teesside as we speak. James Pike as well, who's cheering on SKA, based down in Swindon. Good to have them back once again. How are they getting on? We talked about them at the last update. Where are they? 58th. 58th at the moment for SKA Racing.
Looks like they're second in class, are they? No, I'm lying. They are
they're
fourth
having
in class.
They're having a good battle though with the Mazda 787B Appreciation Society. They've just overtaken them for 58th place. Next up on the road ahead of them in terms of higher karts is a 3.2 second gap to A66-2, who've just had a bit of a wobble in the last hour or so and fallen back a bit, but still plenty of racing for them to do.
Yeah, MSTDW we saw go through the shot, still looking very strong. They're leading the pro class. There they are, the number 45. Cheeky little livery as well, nicely matching his race suit and helmet. So very cheeky there, going to side through. Ooh, goes to the right of car number 20, to the left of number 113. Going down that back straight, but just with the power, extra power that they have, makes it very easy to pull moves like that. But one of his compatriots, another of the MS karts, MSBE, now almost at 2 hours and 15 minutes without pitting. As there's number 24 out on track, looks like he's about to stop. A problem with one of his engines.
Yeah. 24, of course, being
Might be
Ian Williams.
Is it? I think it might be 240 then.
Oh, okay. 240.
Definitely says 24 on the back, but might be 240.
Where are we looking here?
Just at the exit of Heth and Teresa.
We are indeed. That's a different helmet to Ian's
I think it might be modernised racing
okay,
Azure.
yeah, 240, yeah. That would make sense.
It would make sense in 20th. He was looking down at his left engine as he pulled over to the side. Yellow flag being waved, and the marshal leaping over the barrier to come and assist.
Be another full course yellow coming.
It could be. Can we make it double digits? The 10th full course yellow.
As, someone's come to a stop in is in
It's very
fact,
similar to what we saw earlier.
It is. And is that a...
Don't tell me it's
Is that an MS.BE
Don't
card?
tell me it's that MSBE card.
I think I can see a Lucas, and there's a full course yellow flag out. Well, they gave it a good go, didn't they?
Yep, full course yellow. Here she comes.
An explanation to the MS.BE super run has been given to me. It's not that super at all. It's the transponder issue.
Ah, there we were, bigging them up. Yeah. How amazing they were doing. Sadly,
it's
but it's the
103
103.
that's had a problem. It's Rethink Racing. So they were in 22nd position. They are going to fall back now.
So it looks like if it was in fact 240, it looks like where it was previously 20th and 21st place, both in the clubman class, seem to have dropped out there.
Modernised Racing
Looking down to the
Magenta are
pits.
in the pit lane as well. There they are on your screen. 24th place for them at the moment, running okay. 14 laps off the overall lead. 1 hour 28 for
It
that
definitely
last
says
stint.
24 on that cart, so I'm going to assume that it's
Yeah, it is.
240.
It is one of the Modernised Racing. It's the Modernised Racing livery. 240. It's at the
must be
moment
as your-
isn't looking like Modernised Racing's year.
Must be.
Unfortunately.
Must be. Yeah, back under full course yellow again. We've made it to double digits. 10 full course yellows so far in this race. And again, bunching up the pack. So we should see some interesting moves as we go to restart very soon. As we look to our right, I can see a driver walking back from another stricken cart. And I can see the quad going over the top of that corner over there. So there must be another cart that we haven't seen.
Yeah, just right at the back of the shot there. We'll see who they're going to pick up in a moment.
Definitely stopped over there, hasn't it? Or is it simply just doing a lap? I think they're simply just doing a lap because I believe they thought they might have to recover the 240 car that was over there, but the marshal was able to drive it back himself, just about, even if it was in a few pieces.
Well, Team Tater in the pits. This is earlier than scheduled, but I just wonder if this is playing the strategy. And the 42 looks to be coming in as well. So MS Lucas into pit lane.
Making the use of it.
Now that is a very good call there to make that stop now, still under full course yellow. 1 hour 24, and that's the thing. You maybe give away 10-15 minutes, but the thing that you gain is of much greater value because you're doing a normal pit stop, a full fuel pit stop, whilst everybody else is going around at a reduced speed. So you lose less net time.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, done about an hour and 24, solid stint for them. And fourth place Team Tate have followed them into the pit lane. They've only done just under an hour stint, so maybe just deciding to call it there, make the most of the full course yellow, and get some things changed and possibly put another driver in, but we'll have to wait and see through our pit lane cam.
Who else is in? As I say,
It's the
Grabax Racing
57.
are in. 1 hour and 9. Yellow Battenberg flag is still out. So we are back now to green. We're back to green racing. Just full speed running for all the drivers. And once
There's
again,
our world record of 10 man in the middle of the gackle, as always, it seems. He's right up there in the mix.
this I think is the really tough bit for Ian because
Keeping out of trouble.
it's that aspect of he's still got so far to go.
Yeah.
You know, it's
So
not a case of like, oh, I'm past halfway now, only half of it to go. It's the amount of kilometres reduces in terms of getting there.
yeah.
So keep your donations coming in, everybody.
Yes, please. And we've just seen number 42 have now come out of the pits as, oh dear, there's been a coming together. Speaking of the devil, Ian is somehow
trouble
involved
for
in that.
443.
Oh.
MS.BE in trouble. Rear right was, I think, punctured. So there's going to be a very slow owner
is
cart
waving.
coming over the pit straight.
The car
in a
is
second.
wiggling a lot.
Oh, that
A
is
lot
a
of wiggle.
really rough ride for MS.BE, who are having a great run. There they are.
It's kangaroo
The
juice in that one.
axle on the rear right is no longer factory spec.
That's one way of putting it.
The driver just trying to get it, and this is the thing, don't want to drive it too quick because they could do further damage to the kart.
Pure kangaroo juice in that one. Bouncing all over the shop. Nursing it back into the pit lane as best he can, but yeah, that's going to be very frustrating for them.
I think it's Will Hardy in for them at the moment. The pink and green helmets. That's a real... it's been a tough race so far for them. Just at the point at which you were thinking they were coming back into this and looking to close in on those two club and karts leading in the class, 303 Racing and Cash Bandits, it's back to square one for them. So into the pits they come, they'll get some fuel and then head down into the paddock, get the repairs done, and you can see how eccentric that rear right wheel is now. Shadows starting to lengthen here at Teesside Autodrome for the 2021 British 24-hour kart race. I think our sunset time is 8:53, so we've got about an hour and a half left of light running as the MS.BE kart is recovered onto the trolley, the gate opened, and down into the abyss they will go. Modernised Racing Series still in the pits, we mentioned them earlier. Hello to Summit Zero, good luck Craig and the team SMJC. Don't worry, we'll enjoy your pint for you down at the pub tonight while you're driving. That's very kind of them. How are the 595 doing now? They've had a bit of a rocky road over the course of the race so far, but they're working their way back up nicely. They're in 8th place. And this is the thing now, John. I'm looking at the teams, even in the top 15. I'm going, well, they've had problems, they've had problems, they've had problems, and it shows very much for those at the top of the order. And they've still got a very, very long way to go, and anything can happen to them.
You need to stop speaking like that. We've had Battenbergs, now you're talking about rocky roads. I'm getting well hungry.
Oh, this is the start of the challenge, hasn't it? How many case-based references can I get into a 24-hour race commentary?
If I know you, Andrew, a lot.
Change for 12th place. This is a result of the technical issues for MS.BE. MS McFly are back into that position. There's the number 41. Team ETL, your leader in higher elite, with the 143 just behind them. That is pole position. It's not a bad place to be, just tucked up behind one of the fastest karts in your category. Jack Deck still punching on. It's LC Racing in the 143, by the way. What is that gap? It's, well,
Still looking very similar. I've been watching it. It's gone down slightly. They got a few seconds on that last lap, to be honest. MS Soko Select's doing a 1:14.6 with Q Racing doing a 1:17.1. So gain a couple of seconds that lap, but kind of sitting around the 50-second mark, isn't it?
Alan Dove is absolutely on it. 5 seconds lost for the number 43 during full course yellow last time around. Good spot. But Jack's working that back in. Oh no. Now the biscuit references are coming in. As off there.
Ooh, who's
broken steering wheel.
8-1. Darren's just blasted my eardrums out. Thank you, mate. And broken steering wheel and broken rear right. So that is the 81's having a tough day out there.
Chris, you're giving me false information.
That's the number. Well, they were in 20th place.
Sorry, Jed, is that any better?
That is a bit better, Darren. We've gone from not being able to hear him to, well, yeah.
Not being able to hear anything because he's too noise. There we go. You see number 81 putting his hand up, entering the pit lane.
I see with the glory of the comms box cam, that will have been seen by anybody watching the DD member stream.
You clip that one.
We're having a bit of a Code Brown moment there. Oh, goodness me. 16 hours and 40 minutes to go of the 2021 British 24-hour kart race. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on whichever stream you're watching it on. Andrew Mather and John Ratcliff in the box for you. And
40 minutes' time, we'll see the return of Tom Butterworth. And then things will really get crackers in the box. Me and Butters going into the night.
That should be very interesting.
Hello to Curtis Louis, who's in the chat. One of our regulars down at Wilton Mill for Wilton Mill Kart Club. Racing the 4th Sunday of the month. All of those streams over on Alpha Live. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Sounds a bit superstitious, that. We only race on the 4th Sunday of the month.
I say we only racing the 4th Sunday of the month. We did sneak one in on the 2nd weekend in July, which was
Don't tell me.
a little bit controversial.
That's the height of controversy in karting, is it? Wilton and Kart Club.
Just caught sight of the 1887, which I like seeing out there for the simple reason it's got a 4-digit number. They're in the top 60. WM Max Racing. And they're in a fight here. They're in a quite nice position. Keep it circulating, guys, because there could be a trophy at the end of this. They're in 4th place in rookie hire at the moment. And they are on the same lap as 3rd.
Chasing down Boom for that 3rd position.
I want to know where the boom comes from.
They've not got that. They've
the
got less than
inspiration?
15 seconds between Boom and VM Max Racing, so and
Yeah,
they're closing them down
they
as
are
well.
quicker.
Boom did a 1:25.1 last lap, and VM Max did a 1:22.3.
Yeah.
So 5-6 laps, and they're going to be on them, depending on traffic, of course.
Yeah. One of the carts comes back out the pits. That may have been MS.BE. Yeah, MS.BE are running again.
Down in 18th now, so frustrating for them, but they're back out on track, and they live to fight another day.
TTM2 are in, as we say, with their issue. Difficult race for them so far. Nexus Sport are in as well. They had a very strong start to the race, but it's just started to go off through the course of the last few hours. Everybody coming into the chat now. Dan Underhill's here. Evening, Dan. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying the feed, enjoying the race. 47 seconds is the gap at the front of it. Q Racing over MS Soko Select.
Just received a massive bag of bribes from 303 Racing of Polish treats.
Wow.
Food has arrived, which is
They know how to bribe us
which is
well, don't
definitely
they?
a way to get yourself talked about on stream. It's
Yes.
our leaders. They don't really need to, anyway. They're leading their category. 303 Racing. Thank you, guys. Thank you for
Big shout
the
out.
sustenance.
We were pretty nice to them earlier, saying how well they were doing, so maybe they were just repaying the favour, you know. But they are doing an incredible job.
Oh yeah.
Nothing to do with the treats they've given us. They are doing a fantastic job. Maybe the most exciting car out on track right now, I would say.
WM Max Racing continue to close the gap. 124.7 last time around for Boom. 122.7 for the 1887. Oh, I've just seen for the first time in this race a roll of the wrists. It was from the number 58 in higher, which is always a bit of an indication that drivers are getting tired out there. Some of them may be onto their 2nd stint in terms of they've been in the cart, they've gone out the cart, had a bit of refreshment, got back in again. That was DWS. Where are DWS at the moment? 3rd in Pro, 7th overall. And in this situation where they've just got to get their heads down and keep plugging away, because they've got 2 laps to close in on offline motorsport. And we know offline motorsport are running this quite steady pace and elongating the fuel if they can. They've got to be patient and wait for the race to come to them, really.
I've got a little update on the 240 car of Modernised Racing Azure. They've had a new steering column fitted in the pits. On our timing tower, it still says they're in the pit, so it might still be happening right now. But yeah, frustrating for them having to have that new part fitted has dropped them down to P31 at the moment. But we'll see when they come back out on track what exactly has happened. As we still got carts slinging ones up the inside. Great moves from some of the owner drivers down there in that section of the circuit. Is that a 303, I believe? Looks for a move. thinks better of it, can get him at the top of the hill, up the inside, onto the apex, and through they go. Onto another lap of this circuit. Q Racing out in front have now done 319 laps. Quite a few laps of this circuit. My God, you think they'd be sick of it by now, but no, they've still got 16.5 hours left to go. But to be fair, not really a track I would get sick of. It's huge and has lots of different areas and different styles of corners, so it's a very interesting track to actually do for 24 hours.
I completely agree. I've always enjoyed the time racing here over the years. 16.5 hours. Oh, spin for the 303.
Goes to a little spinala.
Got going again. Not too many issues, not too much time lost.
Because they gave us treats, that spin wasn't their fault at all, right?
No.
It just happened. It was unlucky for them, but they're just so good. They've got underway straight away, and they're right back on the pace.
Sebastian Borek in for them at the moment. A couple of questions coming about teams and team group sizes. Varying, really. Obviously, we've got our solo man out there. We've got a couple of teams riding as duos, all the way up to teams of nearly up to 10. I'm going to refrain from the kind sustenance from 303 Racing.
What are you trying to say?
I have to be very careful on the chocolates.
Allergies, is it?
Yeah.
Nut?
Yeah.
Mate, just
basically, if it's not chocolate from Birmingham, I can't have it. But thank you very much, 303 Racing.
Big shout out, 303. I'm looking at these drinks. Oh, non-alcoholic. Back in the bag you go.
MS SoCo Selector in now. This is a bit ahead of schedule. 1 hour and 19 minutes since Jack Dex took that kart out there. What is happening here with the number 43? They've had some great pace. They're back out on circuit now. Just see them there. We're also getting into this stage of the race where teams may start talking about tyres, getting a new set of boots on as we go into dry weather, but also keeping an eye on the forecast. Let's just give the 70 minutes. 70 minutes apparently is when the next batch of rain is arriving. But we did talk at the top of the programme about how teams are trying to get their tyres through 8 hours. Well, we're at 7 hours and 28 minutes now.
Would you want a fresh set on for the rain, or would you want a used set on for the rain? Is the question. Genuine question to you.
I'm going to cut across it there. The 222 Bigfoot is making a break for free.
It is. I saw that.
That may cause a mechanical flag to come out in a
bit.
It's a good question.
It's nearly coming off now, mate, guys. I can see from out the window. It's on the left-hand side of the cart now rather than on the front. So I think that's definitely going to incur some sort of mechanical flag, that one.
Yeah, I'd say that it's the 222.
The driver is grabbing hold of it, trying to move it back onto the circuit themselves. But yeah, they're going to have to come into that.
Out as well, coming out of the reverse corkscrew for some tyres being replaced. Right, I think that's what's happened now. The 222's had a little off.
That would make sense. I think they've kind of realised that they're going to have to come in. They're going pretty wide and pretty slow through that section of the track. And I would assume that you'll just see them come straight in. Yeah, he's got his hand up. He's going to pull straight into the pits.
Change for 9th place overall. And into the pits does indeed come the 222 of Sporting Force. I say change for 9th place. Red Graphics, the 113, have got ahead of 303 Racing. So that's a change for overall position. 8 laps off the overall lead. There is the 222. There is the damage. Yeah, they're going to go down in and have that repaired. Should be a fairly quick repair, though.
Yeah, of all the repairs that we're going to see, that should probably be one of the quickest and easiest, I would hope, at least. Now, that is one beautiful pit lane floor, if I do say so myself.
It's bottom of the hour, which means it's time for another update for you. Do you want to do this one?
No, you take it away, mate. You're incredible.
It's time to go through all of our owners, starting with the race leaders. Q Racing, 322 laps completed by number 33. We've got a laps lead over the number 43 of MS SoCo Select. Further lap back,
Actually, no, complete cobblers. 42 seconds.
There's a driver off entering there, and it looks a bit like Ian.
I think, yeah, I think Ian on the approach to South Bank.
Yes.
We'll come back to that. 42 seconds further back. In third place is the number 42 of MS Lucas. Fourth place, 3 laps off the overall lead, is the 318 of Team Tate. Then we've got a gaggle of pros, so leading in pro at the moment and 5th place overall. 4 laps off the overall lead is MSTDW, the number 45. Second in pro, 6th overall, the 770 of Offline Motorsport. Third in pro, 7th overall is DWS Racing, who are 2 laps back from MSTDW and Offline Motorsport. 8th place, the 595 of SMJC 595. They've had a really strong last couple of hours. One of those periods where we've not talked about them a lot, and that's been good because they've been getting those laps on the board. They're 8 laps off the overall lead.
I'm going to dive back in again, mate. I think it was indeed Ian. He's moved off now and he's come straight back into the pits.
Okay. I hope everything's okay with him. 9th place, 44 seconds back from SMJC is the 113 of Red Graphics. 5th place in the lead for them. Then the leaders in Clubman, 10th place overall, the 303 Racing guys. 11th place, second in Clubman is the 36 of the Cash Bandits. That really is a class that's hotting up. 15 seconds between those 2 karts. 12th place, the number 44 of MS McFly. 13th. These are karts 10 laps off the overall lead now. 3rd in Clubman is the 198 of DW Racing. 14th, the 111 of MSJSR. 11 laps off the overall lead. In 15th place, the number 6 of Modernised Racing Gold. These are all Clubmans now, so running 4th place in Clubman down. 16th place, the 959 of SMJC. 11 laps off the overall lead. 17th place, the number 57 of Modernised Racing Papaya. 12 laps down off the overall lead is the 18th place MS.BE 443. They're back out and running now. 19th place, the number 10 of X Racing. Wrapping out the top 20 at the moment, 15 laps down, the number 66 of A66. Tockwith Motorsports, TMS number 26 is 21st. The number 69 of Raw have recovered nicely in the last hour or so. They're in 22nd place, 16 laps off the overall lead. 1.8 seconds ahead of the number 17 in 23rd place, Nexus Sport. 24th, the number 81 of TTM2, so Team Tate. Second kart, 17 laps off the overall lead there. 25th, they've just taken 25th, in fact. The number 4 of TMZ Racing, another one of our Clubman entries. And that's because Modernised Racing Magenta have just come into the pits for, unfortunately, I think that's an unscheduled pit stop for the 31 because they were only in 19 minutes ago. But they are 26th. 27th, the number 334 of TT Sports, 20 laps off the overall lead. And then 28th, the number 88 of Grabex Racing.
I've got an image for Modernised Magenta.
We're into, I think, have we got a shot of Modernised Racing Magenta? Oh dear, that's an ill kart. So I'll also be getting that repaired. 33rd place. So we're going to jump around a bit now because we're into the owner karts that have had problems. The 64 of Dads and Lads Racing, 26 laps down. Next up is On Point Racing in 36th overall, 27 laps down, 4.2 seconds ahead of Rethink Racing in the 103.37th. Inside the top 40 at the moment, the 240 of Modernised Racing Azure, but they are 29 laps down, 7.5 seconds ahead of Mad Racing in the number 40. Then where are we going? We're going to go to Rethink Racing number 2 in 51st position, 33 laps off the lead. Why So Serious a further lap behind in 54th. And apologies if I'm missing anybody out through this order. Just working our way through to 70th place Team Backmarker, 38 laps down. So working their way back through the higher karts now in terms of overall position. 74th, the number 426 of Formula 160, 39 laps off the lead. Then our next entry from the owners is the 79th place number 99 CKK, currently in pit lane after being out for an hour. 84th, the number 916 of Reckless Racing, 46 laps down. 90th place, the Alessia 61, 59 laps down, and then the last two karts in the order, the number 24 Guinness World Record attempts from Ian Williams, 258 laps completed, and ML Racing Clubman, who we may go and investigate maybe a retirement, because I don't think we've seen 272 running. I say for a while, it looks like it is actually running, so I'm going to correct myself straight away. They are not retired. We've still got 94 karts in this race. Hello to Jay Lee. How are Good Ship Racing doing? Are they still leading in class? They are not leading in class, but they are not too far behind. It's the Newmarket Hornets on lap 295. 41 seconds is the gap back to Good Ship Racing, and Good Ship Racing are currently quicker. The Euro Bandits are back into the pits. This looks to be a scheduled pit stop. They're in 50th place at the moment, 1 hour 35 was that last stint. And hello to Zach and Toby Turner as well, cheering on the Raw team, 69, 22nd place for them now. They're having a really good scrap out there with Nexus Sport and TMS. live.alphatiming.co.uk/2424HR, 24HR at the end of it. Get all the live timing information we get here in the commentary box.
And you can also highlight your favourite races that you want to track around the circuit on the live timing just by clicking on them. And if you click on them, I think you get more information specifically about them, don't you?
Yep.
Well, perfect. Look, there's so many things to gain from going on the Alpha Timing live link, so make sure you do that.
Hello to Team ETL. I see James Aldridge in the chat. Can you give a shout out to Jeff, Julie, Holly, Martha and Connie who are watching 3TL, want to say something on the stream but don't have a YouTube account? Absolutely. There we go.
Of course. Big shout out to all of them.
Very good run. Very good run there. To be in this position, a lap ahead of the rest of the higher elites, it's a very good spot to be in. And Kart Events Belgium, last year's winners, they've got the best part of 3 laps over those guys. It's a long way to go, of course. I know we keep saying that. As Scenario 77 come into the pits. In fact, if Scenario 77 been in the pits for a while, why have they all of a sudden... Oh, no, they're fine. I was getting confused there. I thought, weren't they a lot higher up? No, they're still in second place in higher club.
You just scared a lot of people there, mate.
I did. I scared myself. Track conditions at the moment.
Looking pretty good.
Looking okay, yeah. I mean, if we consider, in fact, Team Tatum just put in a really quick lap, 1 minute 13.675. I think that's the first 1:13 we've seen since the first bout of rain.
Definitely.
It's only 1.1 seconds slower than their fastest lap of the race so far.
And that kind of difference can sort of be put down to temperature and other variables like that. It's pretty much completely dry now. Just even earlier we were saying about how you find online, if you go offline though it could be interesting. Now I think it's pretty much fine across most of the circuit, but it's still going to be, and it will be throughout the night. If you touch the grass, then
oh, my goodness, 4 wide.
I just saw that. I just saw that coming through outside our window as well. They managed to get back into single file before going through the D-chicane. Thank God.
I think if you wanted proof that it's dry across the full breadth of the circuit,
yes, that was a good one.
And somehow everybody's still pointing in the right direction. Hello to Kate, who wants a shout out for Team Raw, and Callum Gunning in his orange, yellow and blue helmet currently out there, and yes, you can have one.
Go on the 69.
Place.
Go on the 69.
Good team this, reading through. So Ross O'Meara, Jack Dodworth, Steve Martin, not that Steve Martin, Callum Gunning as we mentioned, Sam Cunliffe, Ben Gartside, and a good mate of mine from Club 100 scene, the Greek god of speed himself, Costa Creates.
Wow.
So do you know what? Keep an eye on that chart. I think that's one that could be there to the bitter end. That's what Clubman's going to be about this year. Keeping the kart running, getting those laps on the board. Here's the 198 on your screens at the moment.
I do love that if you said his name, I probably would have been like, I'm not sure, but the Greek god of speed. Everyone
and only.
knows immediately.
One and only. DW Racing currently third in Clubman. And being closed down, though, by Modernised Racing Gold. So let's stick with this battle if we can for 14th place overall and third in Clubman, as we say.
5 seconds back.
5.2, and last time around, Modernised Racing took 1 second out of the 198.
They're both seemingly relatively close to taking another pit stop as well.
Yeah.
The next sort of 10-15 minutes.
DW Racing, of course, had to start from the back of the field. They had a disqualification in qualifying. So there was we don't have sector times here at Teesside. We're just trying to keep an eye on that battle as we go back to Drone Cab. All the shout-outs coming in. Hello to Tracy Wood. Good luck to Core Blimey Racing. Number 3, Chris Hancock is due out on circuit soon. And Bradley Philpott out there as well for kart number 15. So that will, of course, be, and he's been doing a lot of racing this year as Bradley. Another driver that we've seen on Alpha live streams down at Wilton Mill. And yeah, racing for BSR today. I thought he was. Just have to check and remind myself. On a good stint at the moment. He's 1 hour and 12 into his stint. 307 laps completed so far for BSR.
We've also just got to say a shout out to, well, everyone out on track, because it's been over an hour, almost an hour and 10 minutes, where we've seen nothing from race control.
So now you've said it.
Immediately, the black flag, like 3 come up.
Black flag commentary team.
Bad jokes.
That is one of the things that we have to. I remember a BKC 24 hours that we commentated one year. I think it was the infamous year where me and Howard raced and commentated at the same time.
Oh my goodness.
The record we are never doing ever again.
That sounds awful.
And it was the point at which your eyes start playing tricks on you. And I could have sworn, because there was the word commentary next to all of the race control messages, so it looked on the screen as if it was black flag for the commentary team. It's like, well, what have I done? I'm just in the box.
See the stewards immediately.
go for a telling off.
Ooh, there was a cheeky move around the outside there on the drone cam. That looks sweet. That's one for the compilation.
This is a really good, like, for the drone cam to show you the state of the track. We're saying it's
yeah.
I think it's fully dry up at the top end, but look at that.
There's
that
still
line,
obvious drying.
the lighter line being the dry line, but offline it's still a little bit damp, I reckon, down that far end of the circuit where, you know, the tarmac can hold moisture a little bit longer. Weather forecast for those who love to feel impending doom. 60 minutes to the next bout of rain, according to our sources. Which, that would just be as sun's going down as well.
That's what I was about to say, yeah. As soon as you got rain coming down at that sort of time, that is never going away.
Yeah. DWS Racing are in the pits, 1 hour and 19 since their last visit to the fuel bay. They've been trying to close down Offline Motorsport. But they've got a good gap to SMJC 595 behind, so hopefully this is just a nice standard pit stop, get them back out on circuit.
Yeah, we're seeing more sort of normal stopping times now, between sort of 1 hour 10 and 1 hour 25 if you're really pushing it.
So laps continuing to tick on by. The gap between the two leaders still a lap, but they are very much off cycle with each other now in terms of pit stops. Hello to Kirith Kart, back on the channel, the DDMM comms box view. So it just says into darkness.
Into darkness we go. Oh, always love the drone cam.
16 hours and 15 minutes of this race to go then. Q Racing doing a stellar job at the front of the field.
Just keep
1
putting it.
minute 14
1.1 last time around for Adam Willis. I assume it's still Adam Willis in the kart. I've not actually spotted his helmet for a while, but he's been doing some great laps out there.
Oh my goodness, shush.
DWS Racing still in pit lane. I've got anybody else in there. On Point Racing are in at the moment for a scheduled pit stop. In fact, oh, bang on cue. There they are. Sam Sanders running the kart around.
That's a pro right there.
ABC Racing have been in the pit lane as well. They've quietly sneaked up to second place in Hire Club. And just set their fastest lap of the race so far, 1 hour 20.7. So finishing that stint with a flourish. How many laps? It's 2 laps. They've got 2 laps to try and catch up to Team Bonato, who still lead in Hire Club. Talking of the 987, Adam, have we had any shots of the Pink Pig Bigfoot yet?
Don't believe so.
I feel like it needs some love before the sun goes down. Doing a fantastic job.
Is it the 907?
The 987 indeed is the kart that we're looking out for. I think he's going to get that sorted out for us.
Yeah, I can't say I've seen that one as of yet, so...
Well, for aficionados of their Le Mans 24-hour classic liveries, it will very much ring a bell. For a former overall winner, and then it made a bit of a reappearance a couple of years ago when Porsche were celebrating a big anniversary for them as a company at Le Mans. I suppose the guys faced up at Bentley, they're all in the same room, they're all in the V. Oh, well, that's an interesting way of checking your fuel tank. From modernised racing gold. I don't think I've ever seen a driver do that. Quite impressive to get your leg up that high.
All right.
S303 Racing going through.
I think that was what the kids call sus.
Yes.
I still haven't spotted him. Where is he?
Number 987. Don't tell me he's gone in the pits.
Don't
right
tell
at this
me.
moment when trying to spot where they are.
I'm pretty sure I also saw the 222 come down as well here.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw come in the pits earlier with the nose cone hanging off, but they're back out as well.
There it is.
Oh,
and
wow. Oh, yes,
the
I
Pink
did see
Pig
that one.
is on the
An
mark.
absolute beauty. An absolute
And
beauty.
looking resplendent.
It
Although
was-
I'm very conscious that that's now twice that I've picked out particular cars. We did it with 303 earlier. They've nearly had an incident with another car.
Here comes the incident for the 987. Imagine we say that and there's just a humongous accident.
Maybe it's the second jab I had yesterday. It's turbocharged the commentator curse.
It's whatever implants in it, mate. It's sending it out the beams to the carts.
Forget your 5G. That's the real side effect.
Yeah, that's the
commentator's curse. So there they are, 987.
987 with
leading.
the cutting lines like you would see on a cow
Yes.
on a wall of a steak restaurant, except they have it for human body parts. We put it that way. I think I remember seeing one that just has man boobs with the cutout. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
A lot of experience in this team, and as I say,
Well,
the lead is the best part
showing
of 2
it, yeah.
laps.
They're showing it. They've got the lead by a huge margin.
Looks like ABC Racing. Yes, that's why it's changed. ABC Racing have just pitted. You've now got this great battle going on for second place in higher clubs. Scenario 77 now have the second spot in the class.
Only
but they
5
are,
seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds ahead of Hopeless Disaster.
Wow.
A further 22 back are ABC Racing, and a further 18 back to the team that still, because it's before 9 PM, we are just calling NC Racing. Change. Oh, now this is an interesting change. Change in rookie. Good Chip Racing back to the lead in that class. Took 3 seconds out of Newmarket Hornets on that last tour of the circuit, and lap 305 was the one that they went back to the top of the rankings in rookie hire.
People in the chat will be loving that one. They had a lot of fans, didn't they? So good Chip are going to be happy with that. Newmarket Hornets held the lead for a long while of that race, but hopefully if they can stick on the back of them, should prove an interesting battle. Only about 2 seconds between them now, but you don't know with all traffic and that. We'll have to wait till they come around again to see how that's been affected.
The 81's back out on circuit, which is good to see. In and out of the pits a lot, but TTM2, it's a quick kart, still going round very nicely. 1 minute 15.061 last time around for Team Take 2. And they've got the 40 just ahead of them as well, and the 303 of 303 Racing. 303 Racing as well, for those perhaps new to this competition, is a homage to the 303 squadron of Polish fighter pilots who fought as part of the RAF's efforts in the Second World War. They're very proud of the heritage there, and it's great to have them, great group of guys, not just because they bring us chocolate liqueurs in the commentary box. 8 minutes to go of your first stint, Mr. Ratcliff. How have you enjoyed it?
Wow, it's been great, mate. It's been a lot more frenetic than I thought it would be, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially with the rain that we had earlier in the stint. There was just sort of, I don't think, for sort of an hour and a half of it, I didn't see a yellow flag out there, at least at one part of the circuit. So yeah, it's been great, mate. I've really enjoyed it. And yeah, my first time commentating over endurance racing. I've obviously, as I said earlier, raced in the BUKC one that was here a few months ago. Yeah, first time in the comms box. And it's been good, mate. I think I'm going to go grab some dinner in a bit and chill out. I'm not sure, it's a bit too early to go to sleep, isn't it? Not sure, we'll see.
I had a quick 30-minute power nap earlier on whilst
I'm not sure if that'll make me better or worse, to be honest, mate.
I got to take it when you can.
Yeah, true. Fair enough. We'll just clip that audio clip out.
There's going to be lots of them.
Oh, that's a massive slide for number 44 going down there into with Ben. My goodness, they were turning fully left at one point to go into a right-hander. Not where you want to be doing, but they managed to hold it, kept out of that gravel trap that you don't want to be involved with.
In all the excitement, we've missed a key pit stop for Q Racing. They've been in, they're back out again, and we're back down to this 45 to 50 second gap between first and second place.
It's all staying very similar still, lapping around the high 113s, low 114s.
That is our closest battle out on circuit. DW Racing currently trying to get past DWS Racing, 14th place overall. 0.1 of a second between them last time around.
Kart event Belgium are only about 10 seconds off of second place BSR in their higher elite class. That's pretty close.
In the pits at the moment, our leaders, after we gave a bit of love to the Pink Pig, Team Bernardo. 1 hour and 28 minutes on that last fuel tank.
Yeah, you would assume that's a necessary stop then,
Yeah.
and we haven't commentators cursed them.
Nope.
Thank God.
Eric Bevan asks, what do the colours mean on live timing? These are all our different classes. Yellow for the, well, basically all of these carts are either an owner cart. There you go. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Here are your owner driver classes. Yellow for the elites, the top classes. Top class. Pro for the ones in the middle. Clubman for entry level into owner endurance karting. And the big definition there, of course, teams may not have any drivers who race in the VPEC elite class in that one. Otherwise, you've got to go in the pro class. Here are your higher classes. Blues are elites. Your pros are kind of fuchsia pink, green for clubman, orange, amber. Now I'm going to go with amber because it's a bit like Hull City colours. That slightly lighter shade of orange, I say amber for the rookies. So those are what all of the colours on live timing mean. live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR for all of the data to come in.
Whatever shade makes you happiest, mate, we'll go with.
Modernised Racing Gold are into the pits, as are
The 420.
SMJC 595 and Simtech.
Big shout out.
There you go, Modernised Racing Gold, the number 6.
Oh, he's not stopping. There we go, we got it stopped now. Up on the jack it goes.
So into the last hour of daylight running. Sutton set officially on the records at 7 minutes to 9. Now at 5 minutes to 8.
And anyone without a tinted visor now is going to find it pretty blinding coming
Yeah.
through dogleg into the D chicane. The sun is sat very low, and even just looking out the comms box, it's pretty difficult to see. So I couldn't imagine driving a kart at 65 miles an hour through that.
Yep. See, Ed Barnes is back out for the Euro Bandits, who just went through shot there. They're trying to recover back into the top 50. So that pit stop for Modernised Racing Gold takes the pressure off DW Racing a little bit, gives them a good gap in third place in Clubman for the owners. DW Racing do owe us a pit stop as well, 1 hour 27 since the last time they came in.
And since Modernised Racing Gold are in the pits, Modernised Racing Papaya side through, take 15th position overall. I think that was 4th in their class. Yeah, it is 4th in Clubman.
It's changed to 27th place. Modernised Racing Magenta on the comeback drive. They've just taken that position away from Grabex Racing out on circuits. Good pace at the moment for the number 31 as we watch the 44 of MS McFly just outside the top 10 at the moment. But again, another car that's a good pace, 1 minute 15.1 last time around for them, trying to close down Cash Bandits. Cash Bandits won't be too bothered about them because they're obviously in this quest for Clubman honours, 16.7 seconds behind 303 Racing at the moment. Saw MSJSR, another team trying to come back through the field. Actually, this is for position between the 44 and 111. DW Media would like to claim that he has nothing to do with DW Racing, but thinks that the Dukes of Stafford is the best team name because that's where he's from. Well, if that's not a hashtag not biased, I don't know what is. Coming up on 16 hours, so a third of the race completed. And the lead gap under 45 seconds for the first time in a while. A 1:13.891 for Jack Dex last time around in the MS Soco Select entry.
Yeah, the Soco Select car looking proper quick now. And the I think the gap between the Lucas and the Soco Select gone down a little bit. We dropped down to about 34, 35 seconds, and that's slowly climbing again. Now, the man driving the Soco Select car is putting in a serious stint to continue to bring down that gap. He's dropped it slightly again, another 3/4 of a second. So 43.9. But again, we've still got so long of this race to go. It's all about just putting in those lap times consistently and trying to drag back in that gap that they've got to Q Racing up in the lead.
Tom Butterworth will be joining us on commentary in a few moments' time for his second stint. As we go into night time, one of my favourite parts of the race, this is proper now. Very much realise that you're in a battle in a 24-hour race as you go into night.
Yeah.
With hopes and dreams of your team's race, especially if you're at the front of the field. Change for 11th place. The 111 MSJSR has got past McFly. So MS McFly concede that position.
Yeah, good for them, good on them, putting in some good pace. But yeah, like you were saying, it is an odd experience the first time you do a 24-hour race, going into that nighttime period. It's like, this isn't normal, I shouldn't be doing this.
Shouldn't be allowed, but it is, and it's fantastic.
It is brilliant, but I was going to say that the daytime to nighttime sorts the men from the boys. I'll be honest, nighttime to nighttime in the wet, that sorts the men from the boys.
and that is what we're still expecting here
it really
at Teesside Autodrome.
Very soon.
I think that the level of rain is possibly a little bit less, but it's as we had earlier in the race. It's not going to be a typical Teesside Autodrome British 24-hour wham and bam rain shower. It's going to be persistent.
It's going to be proper.
And make conditions very, very hard to judge for the drivers.
Yeah, look properly hard, difficult conditions it's going to be from sort of, it was 8:30 on your thing, and then there was another rain shower slightly further on in the night, but it should be very interesting. But I believe my first 4-hour stint, that is it, matey. So I'm going to hand over to my good colleague, my better half, my better colleague, and I will see you soon, mate. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, John. Leader in higher elite has just come into the pit. So Team ETL, after 1 hour and 34 minutes of running, have decided they need some more fuel. Got 2 laps over BSR at the moment, so that will reduce a little bit. Just going to give Tom a moment to figure out which cable he's on.
Hello?
There we go, it's that one.
I can't hear anything.
Ah, I know why you can't hear anything.
Oh,
It's
right.
okay. 1 second. I need to
wonder
find
what's
your
going on for a moment.
stereo jack. There it is.
I'll keep talking while you...
I won't
things in
unplug
hold.
myself because then I won't be able to hear myself.
Ah, there we
How's
are.
that, sir?
Oh, beautiful. In stereo, no less. Hello.
Bit more pit lane activity to tell you about. Red Graphics are in. The 113 in 8th place. And TT Sport as well, who've had a better last couple of hours. They seem to be the perennial spinners earlier in the race, but they've been getting along quite steadily. They're in 26th position. How's your last? How's your break been?
Well, not much of a break, I'm afraid. I've been helping our Guinness World Record attempt. He's not in a particularly good state at the moment, it's got to be said. Genuinely putting himself through hell to get this world record attempt, all to raise money for charity. Now, yes, very much struggling. He's still in the pits at the moment. As far as I know, it was the last time I checked. He's just scrolled down, he's way down at the bottom. Yes, still in the pits at the moment. His girlfriend Ali has been sent out for emergency ginger biscuits.
Yep.
To try and settle the stomach, shall we say. Let's not go much further than that.
Okie doke.
Also had a bent steering column as well.
Yep.
That's now been patched. Probably the best way to put that. That's so that'll be okay, and he'll head back out as soon as he can. But yeah, there's another thing gone wrong. So he's obviously well behind the ball as we look at. Who is
Is that the 42?
It looks like the 42.
If it is, that's MS Lucas.
Oh, and he's going to push it the wrong way up the pit lane.
Now this looks
That
quite
is the
dramatic.
42.
Yeah, this is 3rd place overall. In trouble.
And you can see the
1 lap
mechanic running
down the lead, and well, this could be a race-defining moment for one of the favourites.
It's not the first time they've been into the pits with a mechanical either, so we'll find out what's gone on with that as soon as we can. I'm sure our mole in the pit lane,
Yes.
David, will have a good sniff around and find out what's gone on there. Yeah, it's going straight down into the awning. I don't know whether the drone pilot can actually hear us. If you can, get over the top of it. Let's have a look. But yes, right, because I've been so busy for the last 4 hours, I haven't actually sat down. I'm now sat down in the
It's a good place to be.
and it's literally the first time I've sat down in 4 hours. So I haven't actually seen what's happened. So give me a quick breakdown of what's happened in the last 4 hours. So Q Racing are leading.
Q Racing leading, MS Circo Select trying to chase him down. Where have we shared that story before? MS Lucas and C have just gone into the pit lane. Team Tate have had pretty much the same pace as the 2 leaders, but they've had their earlier troubles, hence why they're 2 laps down.
What was the trouble for Team Tate?
They had at least 1 black flag in the last few hours. I think they had a mechanical further back earlier in the race as well.
Okay.
They were short mechanical. Pro has been fairly steady. MSTDW have this, well, about a lap over Offline Motorsport. Offline Motorsport are doing what we've seen them do before, concentrating on fuel, keeping the kart running, and trying to eke out that
Staying out of
strategy that
trouble.
we've seen work for them in previous editions.
SMJC 595, 2 laps further back, trying to work things to their advantage. You know, the heads down at the moment, because they are 2 laps down. 303 Racing, another mega stint from Slavek.
Yep.
As we saw last year. Sebastian Borak's been in there as well, putting in some good pace. And again, 303 Racing looking like they could be in the mix for Clubman victory once more. Cash Bandits, the only ones really able to hold a flame to them at the moment. And then when we look into elites, Team ETL leading the charge, 2 laps mostly ahead of BSR, but mentioned it at the top of the show, Kart Events Belgium, we expect them to come into things.
Two and a quarter seconds
yeah.
back of BSR as well.
And you just get that sense that Kart Events Belgium, especially now in the dry conditions, is starting to come to them. They're going to start reeling Team ETL in. Teesside Tigers have been very strong, having one of their better runs in this race years gone by.
Just on the screen there, we saw the Team Tate running through overtaking 111.
EDKT leading in pro. But the battle I've been really enjoying is the one in higher club with Team Bonato out front. But Scenario 77, they've been in there. Hopeless Disaster, ABC Racing, NC Racing. I think that's going to be like our GTE Pro battle, where we'll just keep going back to it across the course of the race, and it's still 4 or 5 of them in the mix.
So what's that, 25 seconds, 26 seconds separating the top 3
Yep.
in higher clubman.
Wow. Good chip and Newmarket Hornets going at it. Traded that rookie higher lead back a couple of times. Oh, big spin.
Yes, that's out of Rib Bend.
Yeah, and it's the 67 that's gone round there in the higher category.
As we scurry for our notes.
Yeah, it's SK. I thought it might have been SKA Racing. It's the team based down in Swindon. And they've pulled a bit of dirt onto the circuit as well, so drivers will need to be careful running through that as they then approach the next corner.
Could somebody get in touch on the YouTube comments? Does SKA stand for Swindon Karting Arena?
It has in previous years.
I think it does.
Well, the remnants of SKA's spin now being swept away by the karts.
Oh, that's very kind of them, isn't it?
We've had a comment in on the DDMM comms box feed. Hello to Nathan Maximin. Good evening.
Hello.
Says evening in the chat. DW Media asks, watch the race or watch your faces. Definitely watch the race. Prioritise watching the Alpha live stream, please. I'm also going to give a shout out to Junior Grub Zing, who's subscribed to the DDMM YouTube channel. Thank you for your continued support for us here as the commentary team in Comms Box. 15 hours and 51 seconds to go. 51 hours and 51 minutes, I should say.
Okay, we've got 303 in the pits now. 1 hour 35 minutes into their stint, so that is very much scheduled. We've also got the 4 of TMZ Racing. TMZ, whichever you may prefer. They are in, as well as TTM 2. That seemed unscheduled because they were, they've been in a few times and they were only out for 44 minutes on that stint. And TT Sport looks like they're in for a scheduled stop as well because they've done 1 hour 43 on this stint, so that's pretty good going. 1 hour and 43. But we'll keep an eye on how long it's going to take them to get back out. They are, of course, the team that's got 8 drivers. That's Tony Pogson in offline 77. And as Andrew said, they are very much keeping to a schedule on their stops, running as long as they can. As we look at the 44 there of MS McFly. Do you have some news, Andrew?
I do have some news from David Sullivan. So those on the DDMM feed will have been watching him getting me up to speed. It's about the 42 MS Lucas. So the cause of their need to go into pit lane very quickly was an incident with a hire cart. Fairly substantial incident with a hire cart. The steering column has been bent One of the wheel hubs significantly bent, so they've changed all 4 corners now. Driver's okay, and they'll be back out as soon as possible. But what I love about this race, and we saw this last year, didn't we, with the way that it all finishes, the level of sportsmanship. The MS Lucas crew are currently being helped by some of the guys from the Harset tent, including Adam Willis from Q Racing, to get them back into the race. A really, really good helping hand coming in there from the rival team on paper, but yeah, quite significant incidents for MS Lucas.
Well, I think we
saw the end of.
I think we saw last year the level of sportsmanship between the 2 teams when it really comes down to it. Yes, there's a lot of
the level of competition is high. They all want to win.
Exactly, but they don't want to win at the expense of somebody else.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. You know, they don't want to see anything bad happen.
They want to win it out on circuit.
Absolutely, and cleanly and fairly, and as trouble-free as possible. And that's exactly why we love this series and this race in particular so much.
Big last hour. I can see there's a couple of questions about them in the chat for Rookie Hire. Good Chip Racing. Oh, it's off. It's the 64. We'll come back to Good Chip.
Dads and lads. 33rd place overall. And that's at the exit of Ribs Bend.
Yep.
I'm fairly sure that's the exit of Ribs Bend.
Yeah, driver looks okay. But obviously that kart is going no further in a hurry. Just to finish off that point on Good Chip Racing, they've got a lap over the Newmarket Hornets now, and full course yellow. Full course yellow once more. I think this is full course yellow number 11 for the race.
I will add it to my tally chart. Number 11 now.
Hello to Xander Stewart tuning in from Glasgow. Can we get a support shout out for
what
Nexus
a fine
Sport?
city. I mean, who would live in Glasgow?
I've never been to Glasgow.
Have you not?
No.
It's very nice. I mean, it rains every day, but
Oh, it's like
a
Sheffield.
very nice part of the world at the moment. So welcome. That's my part of Scotland as well.
Yeah.
Have SKA pitted yet?
SKA.
Well, they've pitted many times. If you want to go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24 hour.
Yes, they were in 5 minutes ago and now recirculating.
So there you go. There is your answer, and you can see how many times the car has been in the pits, and also a number of other features. You can see how long they've been out for this stint.
Yeah.
And final thing, if you are looking at it on PC, on a laptop or similar kind of device, you can see the live circuit tracker as well, and you can highlight a kart or a team, and you can see exactly where they are on the circuit at any one time, which is very handy. You just click the far left column and you can highlight them red or blue. You can highlight as many as you want as well, red or blue.
This will be not too lengthy a full course yellow, but it won't be the shortest of the race because that kart has got to be recovered back to the Dads and Lads paddock, or area in the paddock. Pretty much a full tour of the circuit.
I did have a little bit of an update as well on the tyres situation.
Oh yes.
Okay, so there have been a lot of people changing tyres very early.
Yep.
It's only 8 o'clock now. A lot of teams have already opted, in the owner classes, have already opted to change tyres very early, as we've said. Now, what I've also found out is that, as we go green again, is that under these long full course yellows, the tyre temperatures are dropping so much that the pressures are dropping almost through the floor.
And you can't get them back up to temperature.
And then it's very, very difficult to get them back up to temperature. And it's taking a long time. And as we've seen throughout this race, cautions are breeding cautions. Temperatures are dropping. And that could be a reason why we're seeing quite a lot of owner karts having issues.
Yeah.
Certainly spinning off and things like that. Or coming through the wiggles and suddenly finding they haven't got, or they can't brake where they thought they could for hairpin one.
And with rain coming in 32 minutes, according to our sources, that's only going to get even worse.
And it was only 2 minutes out the last time you said it was 32 minutes as well. So I'm going with your weather radar. It was very accurate. We've got the MS.BE kart here, which is a 443, following your race leader, the 33. Now, the MS.BE has been in with a bent axle, and that was straightened up with the old steel bar.
Yep.
With somebody leaning on the other side of the car to weigh down.
Bit of impact engineering.
Absolutely. Brute force and ignorance goes a long way in.
Yep.
But yes, so they're back out, and actually it looks like they've done a very good job with it, because he's doing some decent lap times as well. Just pumped in a 1 minute 16.2, which was only a tenth of a second off what the leader's doing.
Change for 10th place. MSJSR have gone past 303 Racing as we went back to green there. So that's a change in overall, but different classes within the owner categories.
I've just noticed as well that we are fully dry now.
Yes.
And the lap times are 3, maybe even 4 seconds a lap slower than what they were at the start of the race.
Yes.
Which could be due to tyre fall off for the people that haven't changed. But I'm not seeing anybody going faster than a 115 at the moment.
No, we did see some 114s and some high 113s.
42 now that it's back out,
yeah.
instead of 114.7.
I mean, that's a great effort from MS Lucas and the guys, well, both in the MS and Arsa 10s to get that car back running so quickly. And, you know, we've only lost, what, 5 laps there?
Yep.
4 or 5 laps.
And they'll make that up on the pro teams as well. And what are they, 4 laps behind Team Tate now, who have inherited 3rd place leaders for so long in this race.
David Whitehouse asks, do the hire karts get a new set of tyres, or is it 24 hours on the same set? I don't think we've mentioned it yet.
We
the
did
same as
right
previous
at the
years.
very top of the show, yeah.
Yep.
So it's fronts only.
Fronts only, in a mandatory service stop where effectively everyone gets a meatball flag and gets called into pit lane.
And I did ask earlier on as well, while I was down in the paddock, roughly what time we're looking at starting that, and I was told it all depends on the weather.
Yeah.
So if the tyre wear is higher, because the track is dry, they start them earlier and start changing the tyres earlier. If it's been wet on and off, and it looks like it's going to be wet on and off throughout the race, they may not change tyres.
Yeah.
Front tyres, because they have the rears for the whole race. They might not change the front tyres. It all depends on what the tyre wear is looking like when they're brought in for the mandatory stops.
Yeah.
Now it's not done on a case-by-case basis, as far as I'm aware. I believe if we're changing one, we're changing them all.
Yep.
So the teams haven't got that to worry about, but it will be done. It will be judged on when they bring the karts in, which will start around somewhere between 9 and 11 p.m.
Yeah.
We're expecting the first service stops to begin. They have to stop for 3 minutes minimum. So they come in. When the driver jumps out of the car in the service bay, that's when the 3-minute timer starts. There'll be somebody there with a tablet, and they will time them 3 minutes, and they're not allowed to leave the pits in under 3 minutes. So if the work that they're doing takes longer than 3 minutes, which is unlikely, because normally it gets done in about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, and then the driver just has to sit there with the engine ticking over for around 1 minute, and then they go. No problem. If it takes a little bit longer, that's just the luck of the draw, unfortunately. But it will be because there is work needing doing on the cart.
I think we've had a driver change, about half an hour ago, but Sam Spinell, if I'm not mistaken, is back at the wheel of the Q Racing 33. This team of Adam Willis, Charlie Bingham, Oscar Monday, all regular drivers or previous edition drivers for Q Racing. Spinner in, that's going to be hairpin 1, maybe? Yes, it is. The 143 has gone around. It's in a really tricky spot.
It's LC Racing.
Yeah, LC Racing have found a spot to turn around and get going again. Were they in a fight with anybody? No, they were on their own lap, so they shouldn't have lost any positions as a result of that.
I would guess, if the commentary notes are correct, that would be Tom Lomax, who was facing the wrong way, but recovered quite nicely as well. And we've just had a change for 11th overall with MS McFly now overtaking, you see it on the timing column on the left-hand side, overtaking 303. 303 currently second in clubman class, because we have 2 elite classes, 2 pro classes and 2 clubman classes, much like we have 2 types of kart. here. And that's exactly why we have three classes in both, and we've also got the rookies in higher class as well. Who are our leading rookies?
Rookies, good
That's
chip rating.
Good chip rating,
Yeah.
we were just mentioning.
Further extending this lead, I mean, and the Newmarket Hornets were pretty much together on the timing screen. There's now...
And I've just spotted on the timing screen that
Oh,
Team
yes.
Bonato, Scenario 77 and Hopeless Disaster in higher club are now separated by a mere 12.5 seconds.
Yep, that gap is closing. We've got a question in regards to the TTM2 number 81. Did they get back out? Yep, they're circulating again. In fact, they're just going past us in the comments box now. To complete their 345th lap. They're in 24th position, 17 laps off the overall lead.
Just looking at one of the comments, so Stephen Chew has got in touch and said, come on, Red Graphics, Ed Hack, pull your finger out, boy. Well, I've seen Ed Hack go around this track quite a few times, and I can assure you he is no slouch. So we'll keep an eye on his lap times as well, but they did come in for not a lengthy stop, but a slightly longer stop than anticipated 19 minutes ago. Time is coming down again now, so it seems that when we do have those full course yellows, it's taking a good couple of laps to get the heat back in. They're just dropping into the 114s again now, but most teams in the 115s and 116s, certainly in the owners, in the hires, 120.7 for Team ETL. Looks like they were the quickest out on circuit last time. We've got 120.4 for EDKT. That's about 120.2 for Euro Bandits. So they're really coming back through now, aren't they? So they're up to 48th overall. So they had some mishaps earlier on in the race. Were leading the class by quite some distance as well. So some real pace in that car. And they're only 3 seconds behind Teesside Tigers, who are another 6 seconds behind Rethink. There's a lot of karts on the same lap there, and Euro Bandits could be making their way up to probably 43rd in not too long at all.
And they did look very, very good early on in the race.
Oh, a 119.6 from the Euro Bandits as well. That is absolutely stunning pace.
I think this is Ed Bars back in the karts, who qualified this entry, the 169, on pole position.
And the renowned Vankles in the 555, 63rd, they are currently 324 laps into this race and have just set their best lap of the race. So maybe the higher kart's starting to come on song a little bit with the cooler temperatures that we're seeing. The shadows have got longer, the floodlights are on, and the sun is starting to set here at Teesside.
And there's a chill. There's a chill in the air now as well.
Yes, so we've now got a 113.8 from Q Racing and a 113.8 from the 42 of MS Lucas as well. 113.7 from, if it is Ed Hack in the car, in the 113. And a 113.9 from MSJSR. So there's a few in the 113s now, and the time's dropping again. So as these tyre temperatures are coming back up, which of course it is very difficult in these cooler temperatures, that once they drop, to bring them back up again. But it's taken a while, but it seems like we're starting to get there at last. And in fact, X Racing, number 10, 19th in overall, and in the clubman class, they are 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th in the clubman class. They've just put in their best lap of the race.
They have indeed.
And that was fast as well. That was only 3/10 of what the leader was doing.
42 seconds now, the gap between the two leaders. It is steadily just creeping down for MS SoCo Select.
It's Dex out in the SoCo Select, isn't it?
It is still, yeah, Jack Dex at the wheel of 43. I like the pace of this 318 though. Team Tate have just put in a 113.2. There's a yellow flag out down at Rib Bend.
That's it's 6/10 quicker than what Q Racing were doing on the previous lap, and they've just gone a 114.3 for their last lap. So yeah, a long, extremely fast from Team Tate. Let's have a look. Who's out? Oh, it is Ed Hack.
Yep.
With a blue and silver helmet. That is Ed Hack out for Red Graphics. So just clocked him as he came over the start-finish line.
Trouble for the 916, the 42.
42, giving a point backwards.
Reckless racing in trouble here. Driver doesn't look too happy with the kart and what's happening with it. Just trying to find where they are.
What's he got in his hand?
Timing.
Oh, has he got something in his hand?
Is it a piece of metal or something?
It might just be his finger. But it also looks like he's holding something up. I can't quite tell. Is he holding
82nd
something?
place at the moment. I think it's just an optical illusion with the shading on his gloves. No, I think you're right.
It's a bolt of some kind, isn't it? Or is it an antenna? Or
No, that looks fairly critical. Like an engine bolt or something like that. The driver keeps looking down to the the right-hand side, sorry.
well, I'm glad I put my glasses on today because I was trying to count his fingers on his gloves to see how many he was holding up. But thank you, South Bank, for our stunning pictures to the cameraman of South Bank. I think that's great.
So the 916 Ratcliff
Chris.
Racing karts will come in. They're in 83rd position at the moment. See the light really starting to fade now.
Ian Williams still in the pits for our Guinness World Record attempt.
Yeah, it's looking like difficult times for Ian, but still keep your donations coming in, everybody. Even if this record isn't pulled off, he's still done a lot of training, raised a lot of money for Papyrus, Shelter and the Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire Air Ambulance.
Have we given a shout out to the Racing for Reuben guys?
Not recently, no.
Okay. So the Racing for Reuben guys are here once again. Fantastic cause that they're raising money for as well. Which was, it was one of their drivers lost his baby. Find out about much more in detail about it online. I won't be broadcasting that over the stream, but that's what they're raising the money for. If you want to go and donate to them as well, that is Racing for, with the number 4, Reuben, R-E-U-B-E-N. So give them a shout as well if you are able to, because it is yes, there are a lot of fantastic causes that people are raising money for here. And I'm just going to have a look actually where Racing for Reuben are. They are 36th overall and 4 in the higher elite class at the moment. So doing a fantastic job there. When you think of the teams that are around them in their higher class, exceeding track limits, front runners last year, Kart Events Belgium winners last year and the year before, VSR who've got Ed White, Tom Kempink and Bradley Philpott in the team as well. So the Racing for Reuben guys, mixing it up there and doing a fantastic job. So please, if you can donate to them as well, it will be greatly appreciated and a fantastic cause.
Here's Offline Motorsports. Now your leaders in Pro. They're leading by some 17 seconds or so, and they're towards the end of this current stint, 1 hour and 28 minutes. And apologies, I do think we missed an incident down at Rib Bend between a hire kart or 2 hire karts. But everything cleared now down at Rib Bend. Round goes 1-1-1. MSJSR in 10th place.
That's not the first spin they've had today either.
No. I think they'll lose a bit of time relative to MS McFly.
I don't think they've had too much in the way of mechanicals, have they? Or
I think they've had at least
quite
one.
Far down the order,
Yeah, they've had it.
Yeah, so they're 10 laps behind, so they must have been in for something while I was thinking, in fact, is that, I think that's Mick Mack that's out for them.
Yep.
Mick McDonald. Another perennial 24-hour racer as well. Time's dropping off again now, looking at the lap times. On point, just on a 119 flat. Pretty much everybody in the 121s in the higher class again now. Although we did see obviously a couple of 119s, and then yes, Q Racing 117, MS Soco Select 115, 115 for Team Tate, or 115.9 Got a yellow flag over start finish.
Yep.
We've got, that's one gone straight on at the D chicane, which is the standard yellow flag over start finish.
It's bottom of the hour, so we know what it's time for. We're going to go through all of our hires in this one, and they're slowly but surely working their way up the overall order as well. Starting with in 29th position, Team ETL, 342 laps completed for them. They've got a 1 lap lead over Kart Events Belgium in second place. Third place for BSR, 8.7 seconds behind the Belgians, so that's the 41 from the 6 from the 15. First in Higher Pro at the moment is the 855 of the English Deaf Karting 24-hour team. They've completed 340 laps, 17 seconds clear of Race for Ruben, the number 95, 4th in Elite. The crucial number though for them is another 1 minute and 19 seconds back to NRG Power. NRG Power, the 430, are in second place in Higher Pro. Great battle going on, and in fact the top 3 covered by less than 4 seconds. Team Bonato, in fact, if we can try and find this, the 987 of Team Bonato in 38th place. There it is, just passing through shot there. The 81 and the 77. This is first, second and third will hold the rundown for now, because Hopeless Disaster have just got back up to second place ahead of Scenario 77, going through the hairpins now. Pick them up. Whilst we're trying to pick them up, ABC Racing are next up for, Core Blimey Racing are third in Pro. They're next up in 41st. Fourth place in Clubman next up. 42nd overall is ABC Racing. The Norfolk team, they're next up, 45th. 336 laps completed by them. Just coming over start finish now is this group for the club lead. There go the leaders. Team Bonato. And in fact, Hopeless Disaster come into the pits. They've just dropped 2 positions behind Core Blimey Racing and Scenario 77. So it's all going on in that group. Let's carry on with this rundown. 46th place, leading in rookie, our Good Chip Racing. Here around the mountain come your leaders.
Got the pink Nassau, there it is,
there
the 987.
The 987 from the 77 there with the yellow, white and blue side by side between the 987 and the 59. That's not for position. So the 46th leading in rookie, Good Ship Racing. 47th, and now back up to 5th, I think it is, in Elite, the Euro Bandits Motorsport team. Then it's the Teesside Tigers in 48th. There's the 113 Core Blimey Racing entry on your screens, trying to chase. Now that is for position when they're trying to chase down Team Bonato. That's for 38th overall.
And right behind them is Scenario 77, and right behind them is Hopeless Disaster.
Yeah. Let's carry on plugging through to 50th overall at the moment. Second in rookie are the Newmarket Hornets. They are a lap and a half behind Good Chip Racing. Then we've got a flurry of pros and clubs. So Lockwell Hill 51st, A62 2 in 52nd, Adrenico Racing 53rd. She's Manx Boys in 54th. 55th is Grizzly Racing, 56th Century Sim Racing, 57th Proceeding Racing. All of these on 39 laps down. Swindon Karting Arena Racing 58th. Friday Racing 2, just set their newest fastest lap of the racing on 59th. 7.8 seconds ahead of the Red Lodge Wasps. 1.8 seconds ahead of the renowned Vankels. Straight through crew are a further lap back in the 999. Carlos Fandango trying to close them down. They've got a minute in arrears in 64th. Mulsanne Racing in 65th. Core Blimey Racing's 313 is next up.
We've just had a change.
We've just had a change
Core
in
Blimey
position.
Racing have just got through on the Pink Pig.
Yeah.
987 Team Bonato.
That's the 38th place overall.
Different classes.
Yeah.
But it is a change for position. But what is now kicking off is we've got the 987.
Oh, down the inside. That is for key for class. Down the inside goes Scenario 77. They've got it, have they? Yes, they have. So through goes Scenario 77. Both 77s out there at the moment because Offline just came through shot as well.
Hopeless Disaster followed them through as well. So Team Bonato have dropped 2 places. Well, 3 places in a lap. but that's the lead for Hire Clubman, so they've now dropped to third in class.
Where were we? Red Lodge Wasps, 60th place for them at the moment. 61st, the renowned Vankles. 63rd, straight through crew. In fact, we've done all of these. Let's crack on back down to Core Blimey Racing, 313. WM Max Racing, excuse me, in 68th. Simtech Motorsports in 71st. These are all the rookies. Eat Sleep Race Repeat in 73rd. Apologies, I've skipped one. It's Ishin Ryu Jiu-Jitsu, the 121 in 72nd in the club. Then Fried Egg Racing 74th. Boom have slipped back a little bit, unfortunately. They're now 75th. Core Blimey Racing's 213, 76th. MTV 72nd at 77th. Boneheads moving up the order now in 78th. Although they've definitely got some kind of issue in terms of their transponder, because apparently they've been out there for 8 hours and 34 minutes on this fuel tank. That's not correct. 79th,
Good effort.
the Cheshire team, 969. Blue Shell Racing 80th. LC Racing 81st. Kart Force 1, 82nd. The Bro Carters 83rd. Kart Force 2 in 84th. The Dukes of Stafford in 86th. Sporting Force 1, 88th. TMS Hire in 89th. The Rookie Racers 90th and currently in the pits. Sporting Force 2, 91st. And Getting Tired, 92nd.
That's the Rookie Racers who've been in for 20 minutes, I can see on them timing as well. Always 20 minutes since they tripped the start-finish line timing. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening here with this battle with 113, who's now pulling away quite significantly from scenarios 77. And Team Bernardo. Kart Events Belgium coming in for a scheduled stop. That's an hour and 35 since they've been in. Remember that there's only 2 of them running in that kart as well. So while we've got a world record attempt for a solo distance in a kart, we might as well have one for a duo distance as well, because Kart Events Belgium running 2 drivers for the 2nd year in a row. They will be trying to break their own personal distance record from last year as well. So your overall higher elite leader team exceeding track limits, team ETL as it is on the timing screen, and it stands for exceeding track limits. Currently 28th overall, setting pretty decent lap times with a 1:21.7. They're round about the same pace as Kart Events Belgium and BSR as well, who are 2nd and 3rd. Not only are they higher elites, but they are the leaders of your higher class as well. So we have seen some higher pros and higher clubmen mixing up earlier on in the race, but now the cream seems to be rising to the top, and these 3 teams are going to battle it out. Racing for Ruben as well, don't count them out. They're only 3 laps off the ETL team at the moment. This can all change, folks. 15 hours and 20 minutes to go. We are seeing the overall lead gap come down a little bit as well, with MS Soko Select closing in on the back of Q Racing. That gap is down to 38.4 seconds. Team Tate now only a lap back of MS Soko Select, but they are due a pit stop in about 10 minutes time, maybe even less. They could be at any moment now, to be honest with you. Offline Motorsport, again, any moment now. Tony Pogson will be bringing that in and giving them a quick refuel, and out they go. Not sure whether they're going to be changing tyres at this stop, but they have managed to get 8.5 hours out of that set so far. I think the rain and the full course yellows has been helping them in that respect. MSTDW in 5th, 2nd of your pro runners, only 9.7 seconds behind Offline Motorsport, as we've got I think that's a 303. I think that's team 303 off at the D chicane, just out of the commentary box window. I saw James Shrimpton down there waving the yellow flag, furiously waving the yellow flag to get drivers to slow down. It is getting very dark here as well. In fact, as we called it, Team Tate is in. Cash Bandits, your leader in Clubman, they're in. MS McFly in Pro, they are in, and so are DW Racing. So we've got potentially a queue in the pit lane at the moment. That's the 58 of DWS that we're looking at. being overtaken by the 111, which is currently running in 12th overall, 10 laps down. So they lost 10 laps with their issue while I was on quote-unquote break, helping Ian out with his world record attempt. Just have a quick look at whether he is still in the pits. He is still in the pits at the moment. I will bring you an update as soon as I have one on what's happening there. And in fact, we've got DW Racing are in the pits at the moment, as I called it, but they've been in for a good few minutes now with a bent track rod. Speaking of which, we've got the 18 of On Point Racing down in 31st overall at the moment, and that doesn't look particularly straight either. So that's an MS with a bent steering column or track rod or broken track rod or both. Oh, and in fact, yes, very much. That's well, look at the front right wheel of that. That is definitely not pointing straight, and that's definitely one way to get some heat into your front tyres. Welcome back, Andrew.
Welcome back, indeed. Yeah, On Point Racing having a tough day out there.
Oh dear, he's not going to make it back, is he?
No,
that
could cause another full course yellow.
That is very bright, and that's right on the outside of South Bank as well. And in the darkness, as it is about to be, the camera is not doing it justice as to just how dark it is out there at the moment. I'm expecting the floodlights to go on ASAP, but as you can see, the front left wheel is pointing out, and the front right is pointing out in the opposite direction. So yeah, that's a fine way to not go around the circuit.
That's a serious DAS error.
It is
going on there. I'm sad to report, I think we've also got bad news coming in for Team Bernardo. Second as the full course yellow does indeed go out. Team Bernardo suspect they have some form of clutch issue because all of a sudden they are losing 2 seconds a lap. So they're still circulating for the moment, but let's keep an eye on the 987. The 987 may be going into... they're just trying to nurse it at the moment, but they may be going into the pit lane shortly.
Well, what I'd like to keep my eye on now is not only the gap between Scenario 77, Bernardo and Hopeless Disaster, although TT Sport have now got into that mix as well. Hopeless Disaster have pitted recently. Unfortunately for them, it was not under the full course yellow. MS Soco Select have pitted under the full course yellow, which is early for them, about 10 to 15 minutes earlier than we expected. An hour and 14 minutes they've done. Offline Motorsport in the pits as we expected for them. That is scheduled for them. This will do them a huge favour because they're pitting under full course yellow. MS Soco Select rolling the dice on the strategy. It's too early for Q Racing because they've only been out 54 minutes. Team Tate pitted but not under full course yellow. They might have just caught the beginning of the full course yellow. They've only been out a minute. So we'll keep an eye on the gaps between Q, MS Soco Select and Team Tate.
I think it's Scott Clenaghan out again for the Bernardo team, and he started the race for them, so that's where they probably know what the relative pace is. That is the onboard On Point Racing going on board the recovery quad trailer. Such a shame that they're every time it looks like they're getting on top of this race, they have another problem and have to go back into the garage. I'm sure they'll be back. They'll get that one fixed back out on circuit for us to enjoy their racing. We've already had at least one big incident that we saw the medical van come out for. Say to the drivers that everything's relatively okay. 35th at the moment are On Point Racing, and unfortunately they are going to lose more positions now.
Update on Ian Williams' 24-hour record attempt.
Yep.
He's going back out at around about 9 o'clock.
Okay.
He needs to average 44 laps an hour.
Okay.
So that's going to be pushing on now.
That is rather quick pace for...
How I wonder what's our leaders doing.
When they're back up to pace, 1 minute 14s. So Butters is going to furiously do the maths as we go back to green here at Teesside.
So that's 74 seconds.
74 seconds. How many of them can he get in an hour?
My maths is terrible, actually. I'm not going to lie. Right, get involved on the YouTube comments. He's doing. If he does 1 minute 16 second laps.
Yep.
That's 76 seconds. How many laps can he do in an hour? Come on, people.
I'm going to cheat because that's what I do.
Let's see if you can beat Andrew here. Andrew's going to use, going to get on the Excel spreadsheet. Let's see what.
76 seconds, did you say?
76 seconds.
47 laps.
47 laps an hour at 1 minute 16. And he needs to do, according to Ali, 45 in an hour.
It's on a knife edge, isn't it?
It's going to be.
That's going to be pit stops involved in that as well.
Squeaky bum time now,
Yep.
definitely. Any more problems, and this record is not going to be broken. But Q Racing in the pits. I thought it might be early for them, but they've rolled the dice as well.
Yeah, but
they're
it's
just shadowing MS Soco Select now, covering them off.
But is that the wise thing to do? Because they're pitting under green now.
That's a good point.
They've pitted under green, whereas MS Soco Select pitted under full course yellow, and could conceivably, you know, if there's another full course yellow in the next 20 minutes 25, that's not the optimum move from the 33.
I'm going to keep an eye out for the 33 coming round, because I don't know whether this is a scheduled stop or not.
Ooh. We got any shots down in pit lane? See the 58 in the mix there.
Did anybody
Where
beat
are
you,
they?
by the way? On the YouTube comments? Did anybody beat you to it?
Andrew Chapman got a 47.6. We'll say yes. Well done.
Okay,
Well done, Andrew Chapman.
33 is back out. So there will still be roughly around a lap between them and MS Soco Select. Now have a look at who's out for Soco Select as well, because they've just pitted. So it's whether it's Dex doing another stint or whether they have another driver. Talking amongst yourselves, ladies and gentlemen,
Yep.
while I keep an eye out.
Oh, there they are. They're on the
there
screen
we
for you.
Well, that's the 33. So that's Charlie Bingham back in the 33.
Yep.
Being hurried by the 24 of Modernised Racing Blue. That's Dan Fielding out in the Modernised Cyan, I believe that is.
It wasn't a particularly quick stop, though.
No, it wasn't.
Q Racing, 4.3 seconds. All of a sudden,
4
it's the lead
oh,
gap.
it's the gap, yes.
Yeah.
Did they change tyres?
That was my one thought. Were
I
they
think
taking
they made
that
it
as a
past
tyre
8
stop?
hours, and their next stop, they changed tyres. And in fact, there is Mick. Oh no, who is that in the 43?
I thought you were going to say Mick Schumacher.
No, I thought it was Nick McDonald, but of course he's in the 111, isn't he?
Well, whatever the decision, it's been done now, and the 43 are pushing hard. And may I remind you, folks, as we are now, I think officially 5 minutes of daytime remaining before sunset occurs. The rain is holding off now. The rain start time has gone back up to 61 minutes.
I think it might be Dex still in the 43. Have a look when he comes over the line. But there isn't much now between them. They're almost going to be in the same shot here for the
side by
lead, and
side.
that was late from Bingham, but managed to make it through safely. Both karts did get through. Let's have a look on the screen and see whether we can pick
Well,
out.
if it is Dex, he's triple stinting, which would be quite an effort. No, it's changed. No, it's a change of driver. I will work it out in a moment. It is going to be a driver whose helmet colours aren't described on the sheet, but I know it's not Crossley, it's not Lucas. Someone got a new lead. They've not checked in with us.
Very, very odd. It's definitely not Crossley, not Dex, not Lucas. It's either Paul Wilkins or Andrew Delahunty.
Yeah.
But I think it might be Wilkins, because
Yeah.
Delahunty, I think he's got a different helmet that we were looking at the other day. So it might. I think Paul Wilkins is the only one I haven't seen out this week so far.
Harry Clark asks, why do some look like private cars and some look like rentals? Because, well, that's exactly what they are.
Exactly what they are.
The owner classes, so the ones that you can see here, the ones without the big foot panels generally. The faster karts, and then, yeah, the higher karts with the big foot Nassau panels covering the driver's legs. Back yourself, Harry. You were absolutely spot on with your first thought of viewing this competition. Oh, the 24 is not very happy. We get a little bit of remonstration there. I think that's Modernised Racing 08, currently in 30th position.
Hanging on to the coattails of the race leader, the 33. Now that kart's been in a few times, the 24. Various issues. I believe at least one steering column has been changed on that kart.
Nigel Gary Smith has got this endurance racing malarkey down to a T. Great racing, enjoying a beer and an unnamed tortilla-shaped chip whilst watching. That sounds pretty good to me.
I imagine my wife is probably doing that as well.
There's your race leader, Q
Well,
Racing.
minus the beer.
Charlie Bingham. Fantastic driver, was a big part of the finale of last year's race. And here he is going into what can be quite a tricky stage of the race. Oh, the number 20 is in trouble. The number 20 is in trouble, has just cut off hairpin number 4. MS Lucas are in as well for a scheduled pit stop, it looks like. 1 hour and 36 the last time they were in.
Because of course when they came in before they didn't refuel, did they? Because
Yeah.
they pushed it the wrong way up the pit lane.
The number 20, I'm just trying
I
to
should
work
just
out where
clarify
they
if
are.
you missed it as well. That the reason they pushed it the wrong way up the pit lane was because they broke down at the end of the pit lane.
Yes.
It wasn't a, oh, well, we'll
that
just
wasn't
push
the
it up
plan.
because we can. And, quick shot there of Paul Franklin, one of the circuit owners, who's going around and turning on the generator filled floodlights that we have, or generator powered floodlights that we have around the circuit for night time. And as I've said, the cameras are not doing justice to just how dark it is out here at the moment.
Yeah, and the lights will drop really quickly now. The time is 20:52. When I checked the other day, it was 20:53, the official sunset time for this part of the world. 55th, the current situation for Lockwell Hill, number 20.
Have we got an update on the weather? Because wasn't it supposed to rain?
Have. The prediction has gone backwards. It had gone back to an hour and it's going backwards further still. I should also mention we now have LED lights on karts. I'm starting to see karts illuminate. This is going to be one of our favourite bits of the race to see what surprises the teams have got for us in store. And I think you can see that one of the MS karts has really properly lit up, coming on through the dog leg now.
That's the 555 in the background there of the renowned Vankels. So we look at 77 about to go another lap down to your lead at 33. So 77 second in pro to Offline Motorsport. So they're currently 3 laps down. About to go 4. That is Callum, I believe, the wheel of the 77. And it is indeed Callum Barnett.
Hugo asks, why do Q Racing and Friday Racing both have number 33? Because they like to confuse us. But it's okay, because one of them's an owner and one of them's a hire. So visually you can tell them apart.
I don't know how they tell them apart on the digiboard. There must be a way to do that. Maybe it's 33 in
It is
tyres and
Connor Lucas
33
in the 43, I've just been told, so that is a change of helmets.
with a new helmet.
Very swish.
But he was in his old helmet earlier on in the race.
Yes, probably when it was wet. He's one of those drivers. I've got 2
Oh,
helmets.
well, that's
all that.
just- I shall be having words after this race. with
Hugo
Mr.
asks,
Lucas.
will the 420 have their art illuminated? Well, if they do, I think we'll have to hold that till the wee hours.
There we go. Once again, the renowned Vankels coming through in that 555. So they've got their lights on already. I'm not seeing anybody else at the moment running lights.
Triple one is.
Here we are. 223. They've got theirs on
The
their nose panel.
987 I'm looking forward to, because because Rob from Team Bonato was, they've not got them on yet.
There's the 111. They're looking very bright this year, even brighter than last year. In fact, when they ran a very similar lighting system, but they look a bit brighter than the year before, 2020. How are we doing with that gap now? 3.3 seconds, covering your leader and second place as well. Oh, and we've got the 313 with their lights, but they're flickering as they go over the bumps, as they come down the Bob Pope straight.
I'm just concerned that I think I've just added to the Alpha Live collection on reaction to that.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Joe Briggs asks a very good question. A very good question indeed. How difficult is this track?
Very.
I was going to say, Butters, you're a man who's experienced owner karts around this. What will be going through the minds of the drivers at this precise moment as we head into darkness?
It will be, I'm in a lot of pain. How do I make this stop? Probably. It's absolutely savage. The thing is that it's a right-handed circuit, which means that most of the corners turn right rather than left. But what happens is when you come down the back straight, which we're looking at now, so this is back straight number 1. This is the Bob Pope straight, not the back straight, which we have differentiated this year between the two. So this is the Bob Pope straight. You come down here, you go through the wiggles, which is flat out, or near enough. Then you're hard on the brakes into the hairpin 1, hairpin 2, not a big problem there, but then you go onto the back straight, into South Bank corner, and you're turning right for around about 5 or 6 seconds, maybe even more, and then you go into hairpin 3. Now you do not at any point straighten the wheel between when you're on the back straight and you're back facing east again after coming through hairpin 3. So you do essentially a full 360 degrees of turning right, with it just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So how hard is it on your body? Well, as I said to, I think it was David earlier on, after you've done about 2.5 stints in this race, when you go through South Bank, your head feels like it is about to roll off your shoulder. You cannot hold it up anymore. And when we cut to, or if we can cut to a camera, you will see drivers who are coming into hairpin 3 and their heads will just be tilted very far to the left. Now the reason for that is not because they're trying to transfer weight over to that side of the car, which of course is a tactic to get yourself some extra grip. It's purely because they can't hold their head up anymore. It's incredibly difficult, and we haven't even mentioned ribs bend, which is so called because that's exactly what it does. When you go through that corner, your ribs will bend. It's very, very bumpy on the way in. It's very bumpy on the way through. There is a large bump which actually gets the rear wheels airborne slightly as you're on the brakes coming into the corner. So that unsettles it. Then you've got to try and hit an apex where there's a massive bump in the middle of that as well. And then there's bumps on the exit as well. So it's a very painful section of the track.
So there you go, Joe. I hope you enjoyed the answer to that question. I'd say it was a very good question.
A short view back to the past kind of question. Well, it was a short view back to the past answer. It was a bit long-winded, I'm sorry about that, but yes, it is incredibly, incredibly hard on the body. There are long straights where you can have a little bit of respite. You're looking at one of them here. So this is one of the straights where you can have, that's the back straight in the distance, where the drivers are going from left to right in the distance. That is the back straight. So there's another one. So you come down the long straight through the wiggles, hairpin 1 they're just going through to the left, then they go through hairpin 2 to the right, then there's another bit of a rest period. And then for the rest of the lap, you're just gripping the wheel tight and hanging on for dear life. Especially after you've done two stints, and as we saw with Connor Jupp earlier, 3 in a row. I don't know how he did it.
The pace at the front of the field, very, very good at the moment. Q Racing 113.5, MS Soco Select 113.3. And we take you back to lap 53. That's when we saw the fastest lap of this 24-hour race so far, which was a 112.5. As you say, we suspect Q Racing have changed tyres, Butters. Are we going to see some big laps coming in? What's happening with Ed Bars there? He's just having a little check of the fuel tank, I think.
So MS Soco Select were in early on with the track rod issue, believe it was. Oh no, it was the brakes, wasn't it? They refilled the brake master cylinder, and away they went, and they did that in about 35-40 seconds.
Yep.
So incredible job from the Lucas Racing guys. Got that MS Soco Select car back out, lost a lap, and they've now gained that back and got themselves only 2.5 seconds off the lead now.
More questions coming in. Great questions. Keep coming in, guys, on the chat. AWJ asks, why is the track so wide? It's like, I'll put it on. It's all right. It's a multi-purpose motorsport facility here, and one of the main ones that you may not know, so it's different for most car tracks, is that you have to do drifting around here as well.
Yes,
That's one of the reasons why the track is probably a bit wider than most kart circuits around the country, but it does get used for cars, and say a big drifting scene up here at Teesside Autodrome.
They also do motorbike testing here as well.
Yep.
So you've got bikes, you've got drifting, you've got karts, there's various things. There's a motocross track out the back.
Yep.
The exit of Rib Bend is a bit like a motocross track at times. If you go a little bit too wide there as well, you will be getting airborne. But there's a motocross track out the back. There's a speedway circuit here as well. Whatever you want to do, if it's got an engine on it, you can pretty much do it here. There's very little you can't do at this facility nowadays.
And we love it, and that's why we keep coming back and back.
And
we also love
the
battles
cakes
for the
in
lead.
the cafe.
Exemplary food again. I had the burger and chips earlier. It was very, very
The
good.
cakes in the cafe are delicious. And there we have Bingham coming through your screen, followed quickly by Connor Lucas in his new helmet.
1.77 seconds is the gap now between Q Racing and MS Soco Select. And this is a big point, Butters. For the first time, the 43 has the 33 in their sights, and there is no traffic between them. It's the first time we've said that, probably since the first hour of the race.
Indeed. There is a kart on the back straight now between them, a high kart, which Connor Lucas goes up the inside of into South Bank. And yes, that is it now. You can see him.
Oh my goodness, everybody's coming in. Look sharp, everybody. The boss is here. Hello, Luke Austin.
Hello.
Mike Coppin asks a question. Hello, Mike. Hope you're doing well, mate. How do you think the top Club 100s would fare in the owner carts? I think they do pretty well. And I'm not saying that because I'm biased, but I mean we see a lot of it in terms of the owner carts preparation. Or well, it's pretty much like any kind of motorsport. I was going to say Formula 1, but this applies to World Endurance Championship. You've got to have the machinery under you and the team around you to then, as a driver, be able to deliver those results.
Big look back from Charlie Bingham there. He certainly knows that Connor's behind him now. He's been told on the radio, it's go time, baby, because, yes, Connor is there. So Mr. Teesside is hunting you down. That is not going to be a comfortable ride for the next 10 or so minutes, if that's indeed how long it takes Connor Lucas to catch Charlie Bingham here. Just over a second behind. Bear with me a moment, folks.
Yeah, in answer to your question, Mike, I think some of the top drivers would do pretty well in these competitions, and a lot of them running strongly in the club and categories, for example. And it'd be great to see you back here as well in a future competition. Get Mr. Pritchard to buy an owner car. I bet he'll be able to pull the finances together. Oh, spin coming through the wiggles. That is the 717 in the highest category. We've got going again. Whoa, big moment though. Who was that going across the grass there as the 717 recovered back onto circuit? I think it was one of the owner carts. Had to take avoiding action and cut across the S's. It's the Bro Carters in the 717. That was an owner cart that went by in such a flash, Butters, I couldn't even see which number it was. That was a scary moment for one of our top runners. It may have been.
Whoa! And who have we got off here?
That
Can't
looks
see a
to
number, I
be
just missed
the
it, unfortunately.
969. So it's another one of our hires. It may be Primary Racing. You've gone off there, just needing to pick the moment to go back through.
Yep, and
It
the
may have
gap
been
has gone out.
MS.BE. I think it was MS.BE who had the big moment crossing the circuit there, or crossing the grass, I should say.
So we've got 1.299 seconds now, separating the lead. Update on Ian Williams, is he still in the pits at the moment?
Yes, he is.
We were expecting him to go out at 9 o'clock. Oh, it was DWS.
Ah, thank you, David. Yep, definitely need my eyes tested then. Hello to Natalie. He says, big shout out to my husband, Steve Janusauskas, who's racing in X Racing, and brother Paul Turland. How are X Racing doing at the moment? Not bad, 18th place
They
at the
are
moment.
doing bad. They had some problems earlier on, and we should say, Mrs. Janusauskas, you should be looking after your newborn baby. You should not
I'm
be watching
sure
a live
she
stream.
is. I'm
Unless you are trying to
100%
get her
sure that she
involved
is.
really, really young age. But congratulations to both of them as well. The new dad this week, and here racing a 24-hour. I said this is probably the best use of his paternity leave, in all honesty.
a bit of late night sports to get a baby to go to sleep is
Well, I was going to say this is the perfect.
tried and tested.
This is the perfect preparation for the lack of sleep that he's going to have for around about the next 2 years. So, yes, congratulations to them. We had somebody message in a little while ago who asked, where is it up here? Sand Hands asked the...
That's a loaded question.
Here should we go? Right. Tempted to go with a deep dive, but we'll watch the battle going on between the front two as well. But we'll discuss the two at the same time. So, he
ask us in 14 hours and 53 minutes.
what's the best pro kart chassis? Well, you've got a Haas leading, you've got an MS in second, you've got a Haas in third, you've got an MS in fourth. It pretty much goes like that all the way down the order. So take your pick. We've also got running here, we've got a 7 car, we've got, I think we've got a Wright as well. And we have another one as well. I'm going to have to check my notes now. You keep an eye on what's happening with the leaders, Andrew.
I will do. It's very close, actually. 0.3 of a second last time around over the line.
5 different chassis here this week.
In fact, make that 0.2 just as they go cross, start-finish, down towards Rib Bend. The two leaders, MS Soko Select, really pushing now, putting the pressure on. They're pretty much on the same strategy now. 0.3 of a second, 3 minutes, sorry, was the difference in terms of when they last came in. So this is a straight fight for the lead of this race, going over onto the Bob Pope straight now. There they are. They've got some traffic ahead of them.
4 7 carts, 2 Wrights, and a Stratos are the other. So we've got 5 different types of chassis here. But at the minute it goes Haas, MS, Haas, MS.
Up towards South Bank go the leaders. I'm getting flashbacks to the end of last year's race when MS Soko Select were closing the leaders down. It's just trying to work through the strategy. It's the ebb and flow. Charlie Bingham was, of course, in that position as the leader of the race when they were being closed down. I think they've got the lights on Charlie's kart as well. Yeah, a couple of red and white lights on the top of theirs, but this is going to be a good chance now. Going through D chicane, going for the lead on the inside through the first, through Paddock Bend. That was incredibly close. What is it going to look like down into Rib Bend? Here they come
there
round.
goes the tail. That's Bingham moving out, and that's Lucas right behind him now. He is right there.
This is proper racing now, and it's still not even at halfway of this race.
Still nose to tail. Still nose to tail.
Apologies, it's the 303 Racing Karts that's actually got the red and white lights, the flag of Poland on their machine. Oh, that's great stuff from the 43. Got up the inside of the back marker. This is going to be a chance, Butters. Slipstream, South Bank, nobody ahead.
Oh.
This could be a big move coming in
I've
by
gotta
selecting to turn hairpin 3.
I've just seen the trademark Connor Lucas, Mr. Teesside, seat hop as he gets onto the back straight. So what he does is he gets onto the back straight and he just lifts himself up in the seat and plonks himself back out. I've no idea why he does that, but I only ever see him do it. It's like he loses all of his poker face when he does that.
Yeah.
It's like his tell in poker. You know he's pushing hard when he starts jumping up and down in that kart, trying to get as much speed out of it as he can. What's it going to look like coming out of Ribs Bend? It is still Bingham from Lucas. The gap 0.2 as they came over the line. There's going to be a higher kart bulking Bingham as he comes up the mountain. How are they going to come out? Oh,
Side by
there it
side.
is. There's Lucas. I thought it might get in the way. It's the 270 kart. Can't do anything about it. Can't vanish into thin air.
No.
They've got to go somewhere. But that has given Connor Lucas the advantage.
Lap 401. Remember it could be a key moment in the story of the 2020 British 24-hour. But no, go back on the
Bingham's
inside.
back up the inside now. Down the straight, you can just see them moving off to the right of your shot there on screen. And they move out of the picture, but it is Bingham back in front as they go through hairpin 3. Coming round hairpin 4, it is still Bingham in front, but Connor Lucas is right on the tail. God, this is exciting, Andrew. How long have we been going?
Record books will show there was not a lead change on that lap. It went back and forth. Lucas a little bit over the D chicane curb there, lost a bit of momentum as a result.
It was Bingham that got bolts coming over the mountain. It was Lucas that got bolts coming through hairpin 2.
Yep. Here they come back towards, we're two static cameras at the moment, folks, which is, well, we're having to do this the old school way a little bit. Wait to see them come around. Oh, the 58's got significant
nose panel.
And it's getting past the 28 now. Contact warning for team 987, which is team Bonato. Still running out there, but they a little bit off the pace.
Small gap now appeared. I think Bingham got a good toe down the Bob Pope straight. Lucas sending it into hairpin 2. Full send, and there he is,
There's
hopping up and down again.
That was about 6 hops.
Yeah, he's really eking every millisecond he can out of that 43 kart now. As we said, Lucas Racing gone all in, it seems, on the 43. Moved people from various teams, brought in Jack Dex as well for this year. I know he's normally running his own team, but he got a weekend off this weekend. Decided, instead of taking his missus on holiday, decided to come and race in the 24-hour.
A sensible decision, if you ask me.
I wouldn't be anywhere else, I'm going to tell you now.
Change for 7th position overall, by the way. Red Graphics have got ahead of SMJC 595, whilst we've been having all this excitement with the 2 leaders.
And we've had TTM 2 as well, Team Tate 2, they're moving back up through the field as well after their issues earlier in the race, and they are 21st now.
More opportunities for Connor Lucas as they go into, look at the speed. If you're at the side of the circuit that these guys are putting in at the moment, there's more traffic ahead. This could be an opportunity for Lucas. Here comes the hops, surely. No, he's just going to hold himself in the seat at this moment.
I'd just like to point out the pair of these, now that Bingham's got the hurry up, the pair of them are now lapping a second a lap quicker than anybody else out there. Team Tate are the only ones, in fact, just come across the line, who are the only ones who are within half a second of these 2 leaders now. This is game on.
A lot of traffic ahead for the leaders now. Someone's
Owner
got a
traffic
disco
as well.
LED batten on the front of the, I think it's the 58 that's just lit up.
It's owner traffic as well that they're going to have to negotiate. Oh, and we've now got the static camera at Ribs Bend working again. That's Ian Williams, just come out of the pit lane. That's Ian Williams in the 24. Finally coming out, 9:13 p.m.
Keep everything crossed, folks.
Keep everything crossed. He's going to have to go like stink now for the rest of the race. Lucas, is he alongside? He's having a look. He's having a sniff. He's got a shake of the head as he came down the straight. Did he not quite get alongside?
Owner traffic ahead of them, one of the highest.
There we go, Bingham full send as well up the inside, and Lucas is just going to follow him through and gets alongside. Down the back straight, this is for the lead of the race. They just go out of shot on the camera, but I can see it is.
I think it's still Q Racing ahead.
Is it? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
How has Bingham managed to hold that?
this is
Lucas was fully alongside.
This is what we saw a lot of last year in the closing stages of the 2020 edition, when it was Dave Robinson and Connor Lucas chasing Charlie Bingham down. But Charlie Bingham just had this knack of keeping a kart or so, a couple of karts through the traffic. He's incredibly efficient in this situation when he's got to push hard but get past the... But no, he's gone wide. He's gone wide through Rib Bend. And up alongside now. Is Lucas going to get the move done? They're side by side again. Bingham fights back into the reverse corkscrew. Who's going to have the lead as they come onto the Bob Pope straight here with 14 hours, 44 minutes of the 2021 British 24-hour to go, and still Bingham leads.
They come down now into the Wiggles section. It's still line astern. Is Luke? Oh, Lucas had to think about a look at
Yellow
the inside.
flags.
We've got yellow
Full
flag.
course yellow. Full course yellow.
Oh. And that is going to be, however long this full course yellow is going to be, Connor Lucas has got to sit behind Charlie Bingham, seething, seething under that helmet, that new helmet that he's got.
Oh, that's
wow.
just simmering now. We've turned the heat down. We're not quite sure, if we're being honest, what the full course yellow is for, folks. So bear with us on that one.
I haven't seen a recovery quad anywhere.
No.
But this is... Wow. Here
Now,
they come across the line.
Now, the interesting thing here, Butters, is we've been saying this through the course of the race, that the field likes to bunch up. And the way I'm looking at the circuit at the moment, they're obviously going to be line astern.
Yes.
I think they're going to be right in the middle of a big pack that's all trying to sort itself out here. If you're on live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR, you'll be able to see the yellow gold spots going round the driver tracker.
It's
Closely followed by the silver one.
It's the DWS 58 that's lit up like the Christmas tree. You're going to see it come down the hill in a moment. That's the 303 with the white and red lights.
Whilst we're on the full course yellow, thank you. Keep your comments coming in, everybody. A few more shout-outs. Hello to Martin Webster. Big shout-out, please, to kart number 1887 WM Max Racing. First time at the event and running well. They are running well. Could they be a contender for best debutant team? They are currently in 70th position in the overall standings, and 1, 2, bear with me, 3, 4, 5th in rookie, which is very impressive for a first-time team. Stu Allen says there was a car driver out of the cart at top of reverse corkscrew, so that may be what the cause of our full course yellow is at the moment.
Out of the car. Oh, in fact, there we have the recovery quad returning.
Has it got someone on it? I think
And
it has.
what kind of kart is it? It looks like it's got a wraparound on it, so it'll be a higher kart of some description.
Hello to Catherine Potter,
Oh, hello,
regular
Catherine.
racer here at Teesside in the Sprint Series on every 4th Sunday of the month. Give it a watch on the Alpha Live YouTube channel here. Cheering
She's
on
fast.
240, very fast.
Very fast. Welcome,
indeed.
Catherine. Great to have you on board with us.
Modernised Racing is Euro 8. They've had a rough time so far, but they're okay. They're in 28th position at the moment.
Will Dendy Racing asking, is it Glock?
It is!
It is. Welcome, Will. Good friend of mine as well. Great to have you on board.
He's been doing a bit of endurance racing himself this season.
It's one of
in
my
the,
greatest claims to fame, that, by the way. Is having, with Luke Austin, I was working at Autosport Show a few years ago.
Yes.
And within about 3 minutes on the stand that we were working on,
Yeah.
we had both James Allen and Martin Brundle. So we had, is that Glock?
Well,
And it is
it
Glock.
is.
And I met both of them within about 5 minutes. Which was like, oh, and we're green again.
Yeah.
We are green and racing.
Right, now,
So-
where are the leaders in the mix of everything that's going on?
Hairpin 2.
Thank you very much. Hairpin 2 indeed. In fact, no, I thought for a minute then that Lucas had got ahead off the restart.
might
Passing
now.
through the shot.
No, just tucks in behind going into South Bank. But he's had plenty of time in under that full course yellow to have a good think about where he's going to pass Charlie Bingham.
And they've got this traffic to deal with as well at the
Coming
front
through
of the
hairpin
field.
4, you're just about to see them flash through the shot as they come over the start-finish line. And they are right behind the 595, I believe that is, which is one of the SMJCs. Where were they?
See,
Oh, here.
595, yeah, in
8th
eighth
place
place.
overall. So they're right behind them. And here they come out of Bridgebend. And Lucas has taken the lead. Off camera, but Lucas has taken the lead. Both of them overtook 595, so I'm assuming that Bingham got bolts, or potentially Lucas used him as a pick. Locked him in, tucked him up behind the 595, sent it down the inside of the pair of them at Ribs Bend. That's what I'm going to think anyway. That's what I'm going with. That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Curb warning for Kart Events Belgium. Let's drop back into hires, because I know some of you wanted some updates. Team ETL currently still your race leaders. 378 laps completed by them. BSR second, 2 laps back. A further 34 seconds back at Kart Events Belgium. Let's look at Pro. EDK 24 team still leading in that one. NRG Power second, as somebody is off on the inside of hairpin number 1. They're going to need some help to get out of there. You can see that on the shots just to the right.
It's a higher.
Yeah, they've got going again now, almost. NRG Global Power in second place in Higher Pro. Core Blimey Racing in third. And then let's have a look in Higher Club again. Team Bonato seem to have rekindled their spirits and are back into the lead. Hopeless Disaster second. Scenario 77 third. Norfolk.
That team.
And
that team.
Chance.
What number are they? I've just been referring to them by number.
NC Racing, 43rd overall and 4th, and then a couple of elites, Teesside Tigers and Euro Bandits 4th and 5th in elites. Just a round up on the abridged higher rundown. Good Ship Racing leading in rookie, Newmarket Hornets second, a lap further back, and then you got to go back to the Red Lodge Wasps, further 3 laps back for third. Yellow flags out at hairpin 1 because somebody is parked just waiting for a mate, and they've got going again now.
That was very just waiting for a mate, wasn't it? The way he was sat there. If you don't know what we're talking about, go on YouTube. When this race was finished.
Yeah.
And go and look for just waiting for a mate.
Oh, someone's got some very dramatic, in fact,
Wow,
double dramatic.
Snazzy.
Ian's got his lights on now, and there's a higher cart behind them. She's got a considerable level of battenage on it.
In fact, you're about to see them come through from Ribs Bend as we come through. So that's Ian
There's
Williams
Ian.
in the 24.
Mike,
And then, wow.
look at that!
Look at that. Completely ruining the the light focus of the camera, the exposure of the camera. So we're not going to have any idea who that is now, are we?
I feel like I need to make some kind of comment on when...
Is it a 3?
It might be the 8. Have we got an 8?
Oh, there is an 8.
It's boom. Of course it's boom.
Let's have a...
Their lights
Let me
budget has
highlight
gone
them on
boom.
the track. Yes, it's boom. That's who it is. Yes, and yes, exactly. Putting that much voltage through, it's going to go boom. And what I would also point out as well is Connor Lucas took the lead and then had the gumption and the gall to lean down and turn his own lights on the 43.
We need to wait for this cart to come round again, and I'll make
got the
the
113 with some flickering lights.
just to say, folks, that this isn't a legality thing. They don't need to have lights. Often a lot of the teams
You're not allowed
decorate
to have
it.
anything that flashes.
Nothing that flashes. This is
Nothing
all
that's
about
red.
spotting your cart in the middle of the night, trying to do pit stops.
Absolutely, but you're not allowed any red lights and you're not allowed any flashing lights. I know this because last year when I was driving in this and commentating on it, we put red lights on the front of our car and we were told very swiftly to get them off.
Yep, fair enough.
For obvious reasons, red lights, red flag, or the race director did not want any confusion, and rightly so,
Yep.
I must say as well. Now, Offline Motorsport have taken the lead.
Oh, yes, they have. In Pro.
In Pro and moved up to 4th place on the road. Still 3 laps off an overall podium, but well, we said it last year, we say it pretty much every year. They don't qualify particularly well. They do well, and they have good pace. not going to set the world on fire pace, but they're just always there.
Yep.
It's
We need
just
to get-
such a well-drilled team.
Let's get Boom back
Everything
on the
just-
screen. I know what it is now. I know what's happened with that kart.
Which cart?
Boom.
Oh, with Boom.
Yeah.
Go on, enlighten us.
There they go through. It's when the 17-year-old has gone to the Auto Centre's clearance sale
Of course it
and
is.
bought all the LED buttons for their first car. Because it's a rookie.
What have we got on the...
Hello from Quebec. Hello, Philippe Thibault. Thank you for joining us, Philippe. Hope you're enjoying the race. Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth on commentary duties for you at the moment.
45 TDW.
Yes.
Had it reliably informed from David 1 minute ago that they are in for. They came in to change tyres, discovered an issue with the wheel hub, and the hub is being changed or has been changed, and they're now back out. So that's dropped them out of the lead.
Do I have to get the hat out?
the hat?
Is it a Bottas situation?
Oh, I'm not sure.
They're going to have to send it back to... Oh, big lap's just gone in from
Wow.
Q Racing, 1:12.749. Where has that come from?
That is. Well, we knew they put fresh tyres on, but they've taken a while to come in, and
Yeah.
he's now right back on the tail of Connor Lucas. So as they come down, in fact, he is right on the tail of Connor Lucas. These two are just going to go at it now, aren't they? They are going to go at it for the rest of the race. So they've put fresh tyres on that 33 car, and it's taken a good 38 minutes since they put those tyres on, and that's only 2/10 off the lap, the current best lap of the race, set by Team Tate, who, just to put it in perspective how quick that lap was, Team Tate have just done a 1:15.3.
Sporting Force with a little bit of a spin there. They're fairly light on fuel as well. I think the physics defeated them there, which is why they went round. No ballast in the fuel tank to hold them down to the ground.
Okay, I've had an update on Ian Williams as well. He's currently doing 1:17s, which is not or 1:17.9. That's not really where he needs to be, and he's still not feeling the best either. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on. On Point Racing, David has been back in touch. Said new tyres, track rod adjustment, and back out for On Point Racing. So we're now starting to see, due to the mechanicals with the owner carts, we're now starting to see the hires moving up. We've got BSR in the pits for a scheduled pit stop, second place in higher elite, second place in the higher class overall. Exceeding track limits, I don't think will be too long either. They've been out 1 hour and 25 minutes, so we'll expect to see them in the pits very shortly as well. There, in fact, is Ian Williams coming through the shot on the left-hand side. Don't forget to go to his Just Giving and please donate to that for these amazing causes, and I will just give that out as well. His Just Giving is justgiving.com/team, TEAM, /British 24-hour, HOUR, solo.
As in Han.
That's what you're donating to. If you can, please just give anything. It will be so much appreciated by the charities that he's raising money for. Why he's putting himself through this awful situation that he is in, of not only having to do the 24-hour solo, but also being quite unwell while he's doing it.
Leader's just coming through hairpin number 2.
It is, there's a slight gap appearing now between Lucas and Bingham, but it isn't much. We've seen that gap be closed back up as well in no short order if there is traffic. They are essentially nose to tail. Just going to have a look now as they come over the line. Yeah, in fact, scratch all that because Bingham's right behind him again. There they go through the screen. Just flashing across the bottom of the screen. Those are your two leaders. So 14.5 hours left to go. So nearly 10 hours into this race. your leaders separated by 0.3 of a second, which in fairness, it took them, what, 23 hours and 59 minutes to be in the same situation last year as well. It just went on and on and on, and it's going to be like that all race. Provided these two can keep all four wheels in line, not have any mechanicals, this is how it will stay now.
They're about to be blinded though by Boone's solar flares on the front of
Solar flares.
Bottom of the hour. It's time for another update of where all of our karts, owner karts, are there, out there on circuit. 415 laps completed by the 43 of MS SoCo Select. As Butters says, their lead is 0.376 of a second over Q Racing. One lap further back, and still, I've got to say, unsung heroes, I'd say, in the last hour, because we've been talking about the pace of the two leaders. Team Tate have been pretty quick as well in third place in the 318. That's your podium in overall and elite. Offline Motorsport, their brilliant fuel strategy is winning out at the moment. They are leading in pro and in fourth place overall, 4 laps off the overall lead. Then it's MS Lucas, the number 42, fifth place, fourth in the lead. Second in pro, sixth overall is the MSTDW kart. They're 2 laps off their class compatriots in pro. They're 2 laps though ahead of SMJC 595, who are third in pro, 7th overall. 8th overall are Red Graphics in elite. They're 8 laps off the overall lead, trying to close down. 46 seconds is the gap between SMJC and Red Graphics. 9th are the triple one of MSJSR. They are 9 laps off the lead. Leading now in Clubman in 10th place overall is the number 36 of Cash Bandits, the team from Rye House. Hello to Mark Beaumont. They're racing this weekend as well, RHBK. 10 laps off the overall lead, doing a good job are the Cash Bandits there. 11th place DWS Racing. They are on 405 laps at the moment, 11 laps off the overall lead. 12th SMJC, they've had a good last couple of hours. They've moved their way back up the order now and are now sat second in Clubman.
They had a decent tow for quite a while from Connor Lucas and
Did.
Charlie Bingham as well, which has helped them.
Third place Modernised Racing Papaya. Says Clubman has really changed in the last couple of hours. A couple of the teams that we saw in trouble early on have come back to the fore. There's a particular name that I haven't mentioned so far. We've had some problems, have lost a couple of laps. We'll come on to them in a moment. So Modernised Racing Papaya in third in Clubman, 13th overall. 6 seconds behind SMJC 959. Then you've got to go another 37 seconds back to find MS.BE, the 443. 14th overall, 4th in class. Another 39 seconds, you'll find Modernised Racing Gold in 15th. MS McFlyer, 16th in pro category they are in. 3 seconds behind Modernised Racing. Then 303 Racing. So something's happened to 303 Racing in the last few, 20 minutes or so. They've lost 4 laps.
Tyres.
Ah, good point. Yes, they may have changed tyres because we didn't see any dramas of them out on circuit, but they are now in 17th place, 4 laps off the class lead. 18th, the number 10 X Racing. They're another team who've got on with their stuff quite nicely in the last couple of hours. 19th place, the number 17 of Nexus Sports. The elite team recovering back through 15 laps of the overall lead. In the top 20 now, the number 69 of Raw. 16 laps off the overall lead, 5 seconds ahead of the 66 of A, 66 and 21st. DW Racing, the 198 are in 22nd place. They've got 21 seconds to find to gain another position. TMS, Chock with Motorsport, have just taken 23rd position and completed their 400th lap in doing so. They're now ahead of TTM2, who are in the pit lane as somebody is off down at Rib Bend. They've got going again now. Check who that is for me.
I think that's the 81. I think that's Team Toad 2.
Oh, okay.
It
That's
is.
straight out the pits then.
It
That's
is.
straight out the pits that they've had that issue. 25th place, the number 4 of TMZ Racing. We're now getting into the teams that really have had issues in the owner category because there's a jump of 7 laps back to TMZ Racing. Got a bit of perseverance needed for the next few hours to gain some more positions. 26th, the Grabex Racing, a further 3 laps back. Then 35 seconds further is Modernised Racing Magenta 27th. Rethink Racing are now 28th. These are all on the same lap, by the way. 29th, the number 40 of Mad Racing.
And then another one, 30th place for 240 Modernised Racing Azure. That takes you down to those 29 laps of the overall lead. Then a bit of a jump down to 36th overall. You find TT Sport 34 laps off the overall lead. Another lap back, Racing, Rethink Racing number 2, the 104. Then we're going down to 47th place, 40 laps off the overall lead is the 426 and Formula 160. Then we're going to go to in the pits at the moment in 54th place, 42 laps down, Dads and Lads Racing in the 64. Team Backmarker, they've worked their way nicely up the overall order in the last 2 hours. They're now 55th, at 42 laps off the overall lead. Where are we going next? We're going to 63rd, the number 18 of On Point Racing. They've had the back out on circuit now, but they've had a tough couple of hours. Tough race, really. Then you've got to go down to 72nd place, CKK, 46 laps off the overall lead. Why So Serious? It's not quite been their year so far, another 3 laps back in 77th.
Had to weld the chassis a couple of hours in.
84th place, 61 laps off the overall lead, the 916 of Ratcliff Racing. Alessia are 89th, 70 laps off the overall lead. And then you've got your 2 karts at the bottom of the order at the moment. ML Racing, 117 laps of the overall lead. Ian Williams doing the solo Guinness World Record attempt. 145 laps down. 274 laps is what the number of circuits that Ian has completed at this stage of the race. New personal best. We like to talk about these because it shows progress. 67th place. Number 22, North Sand Racing, a 121.661. That's not shabby.
That is not shabby at all. And to be setting it now as well, because this is, don't forget, this is potential tyre change. Definitely pre-service stop.
Yep.
Where they do call them in, I believe it's numerical order, usually.
Yep.
Rather than position order. But I'm not sure. I'll have that checked as well. But yes, so this is pre-service stock, so they have got the old tyres on there as well. So those tyres will have done a good, 9 hours and 37 minutes?
Yep.
Plus qualifying, plus official practice. Before they get in and get changed. So to set a new personal best now is going some. Well done.
Hello to Ollie Naylor, who's cheering on the number 6 of Modernised Racing, currently in 15th. Looking forward to seeing Alexander's Mallard out soon. Very young team this, or it's got some very young drivers in it, but plenty of experience. Jonah Barker, Jake Taplin, Peter Knight, Philip Pavlik, Dan Kell, and the aforementioned Mallard.
Lee Smithies has been in touch and asked, is there a cut-off for, well, he's written sun visors, but I'm assuming he means tinted visors.
Yes.
On circuit. Yes, there is, and it was 9:30.
Yep.
So 7 minutes ago. So anybody out there with a tinted visor will have been called into the pits under a black flag or a meatball flag, potentially. Brought in and told under no uncertain terms that they are not allowed on circuit. The reason for that is, as I've said before, the cameras do not do it justice just how dark it is out there. It is, I mean, these are the flood, you can see the floodlights, but you can see when they move into the shadow between Ribs Bend and between that corkscrew, how dark the karts go.
Yeah.
It's pitch black in between those 2 points. The cameras do not do it justice with just how dark it is.
Hello to those of you watching on the comms box feed.
I'll give you a
our
wave,
GoPro is also, I'd say, not giving
I'll
justice
wave
to
to the
how
screen,
dark it
not
is.
the
but
camera.
It's doing a very good job. Like we're over there. DDMM Motorsport Media is where you can find that one. Particularly if you've got your spare monitor or spare tablet, phone, whatever. You want to see what it's looking like in the comms box at the moment. It's getting zany, I feel. We've reached that point of the race. Having said that, I'm feeling quite good. I've had a bit of a spurt as I go into my last 20 minutes for this particular run.
Okie dokie. Well, I've been keeping an eye on what's been happening with the lead.
Yep.
Still only 0.3 of a second.
To be expected. MSJSR are in. Is
this scheduled? 1 hour and 3 minutes since they were last in the pit lane.
Doesn't look
They're in
that way,
ninth.
does it? Doesn't look that way. Very nicely done on the 113 in hires there. They've got pink lights all over the front of their
J Lee 64 has have good chip racing, had a driver swap.
Racing, of course it is. Shouldn't have had some of that.
Not in the last half hour or so, Jay. It's the last time they were in was 55 minutes ago, but they are still doing. In fact, do you know what's happened to the Newmarket Hornets? They've fallen back a bit, but good chip racing on their debut. I mean, they're mixing it up with some teams who we've seen here, Butters, for several years. Century Sim Racing, they're a regular here. Adrenica Racing, they've done strongly in editions previous to the British 24 Hour. This is an incredible display so far from the 888.
Yes, it is. It really is. And, I mean, we were expecting certainly. Sorry, I'm stepping on your wire. We were expecting a couple of the rookie teams to be mixing it up with the higher up classes, but maybe not quite as far up as they are. Yes, MSJSR dropping down now. Just seem to drop into 10th place. We will keep an eye on how long they're in the pits for. Oh, it looks like
They're out again now, but
like
it was
they are
3
back
minutes
on
and 2 seconds.
Ooh, right, okay, well that could, as well, that could be a tyre change. I can see them changing tyres in a minute, quite easily.
Weather watch coming up.
Okay.
Give it a refresh. Oh, heck.
Oh, dear.
22 minutes is what our source for weather forecasting is saying. I'm just going to have a watch of the radar. Yeah, it's
very
moving in.
accurate, and then it was very off. So, I mean,
Well,
it
it
was
called it
ridiculously accurate
itself.
earlier. And then it called it about
Turned away.
Yeah, and it diverted, didn't it?
I don't think we're looking at the radar. I don't think we're going to get away with this one.
I don't know. It might just rush us. How far is that in advance? When it cuts across there?
We might. I think we'll just get clipped by it. It is a system that looks to be dying out. I think it's
that's
just going
a
to
big
clip us.
system, though. That will
So
hit
that was
us.
at about what we've got on our screen was about 9:30, and it kind of faded away. And I think we've got some wet stuff coming.
At around about
Could be
11
there.
p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, that could change the tyre tactics. As we've said before, the owner teams have only. Sorry. Have I missed
Oh,
something?
we've got comments in the stream so far. Thank you very much, Ivo. If one of the generators or lights malfunctions, they can put boom there. Problem solved. Just give them a few extra laps for service.
That's it. I think they must
Oh,
have Tesla batteries in
yeah.
that car to keep that thing going for the night.
Hello to Barry DeHoot.
There's currently a
Greetings from the
blackout in
Netherlands.
Middlesbrough because of that car.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Hello, Sam Baker as well. He's another one of our Thursday Rec Festers. Along with Jack Dex, Jamie Tyler, Ian Williams, Will Dendy, who's been commentating as well. Many others who get involved. But yes, Sam Baker, welcome along, buddy. Great to have you with us watching the race. Ian is currently in last place to give you an update on his world record attempt. He's currently down in last place, but he's still circulating, I believe. In fact, he's back in.
Yep.
I had to go and say something, didn't I, Andrew? He's back in. I'll find out what's going on again. I'll do some digging. Hopefully this is not the end of the road, because he is really struggling.
Yeah, I should explain he's not been feeling particularly well.
Peaky,
This
to
is
say the very least.
I don't think this is a lack of training thing. It's just one of those things that can happen when the body is pushed in this manner. Nexus Sport have just gained a position, by the way. They're up to 18th place. Have got past X Racing. And good pace from Nexus at the moment. 1:14.792 last time around. The pace of Q Racing and MS Soco Select is still pretty good. It's not quite in the 112s as we were seeing a few laps ago. Traffic involved as well, of course, as there's a yellow out on the chicane.
It's Team Tate and 113 Red Graphics are the only ones in the 113s, along with the leaders now. So the leaders are properly pushing on. So sorry, before we got distracted as well with the fantastic comment about generator lights malfunctioning, I was going to say that the owner teams only have 3 sets of tyres. Now that sounds like a lot. Normally, that would be a huge amount. We've seen the Bridgestone tyres run for 24 hours here in the past. However, the Dunlops that they are having to run this year for various reasons, should I say, the Dunlops are being run instead of the Bridgestones, and they are struggling with them. It's not that the tyre won't last, it's that it's trying to be driven like the Bridgestones. And you can't drive the Dunlop like you would drive the Bridgestone. No. It's very similar to when Formula 1 moved from Bridgestone to Pirelli. The drivers were driving them like the Bridgestones, and you can't do that with the Pirellis, much like you can't do that with the Dunlops here. So we've got yellow flags down at Ribs Bend. Not quite sure why that is. We've not gone full course. I can't see anybody off. No. So that's either a really good thing or they will turn the lights on. Anyway, they are, so that's it. So the issue is the tyres, if you're pushing them too hard, they're blistering. You can go right back to the beginning of this stream. I hold a tyre up that had about 8 hours on it, and one of the shoulders is completely blistered. I've also seen tyres that have 8 hours on them where the front tyres have got both shoulders blistered. Yeah. Part of the reason for that is that the contact patch on the Dunlops, to get a little bit technical, is about a centimetre narrower than it is on the Bridgestone. Yeah. So you've got less contact patch. So and that's both on the front and the rears. It's narrower. So the tyre shape is different. It's got a higher profile. It's got a much softer sidewall, and it's got a smaller contact patch. But yet people are still trying to drive it as hard as you can with the Bridgestone. Now, my concern is going to be whether MS Soko select Q Racing, who, by the looks of things, crossed the line side by side with them. Who is that we've got going slowly? Is that the 88? Oh, that's the 66. No, it is the 88.
Which is Grabex Racing, currently in 26th position.
They were going slowly down the hill. But yes, so they're trying to push the tyres too hard. And they're not making them last the 8 hours minimum that they need to get through this race. So this is where the strategy comes in, and where I said if it rains, it might be tempting for a team to go and put older tyres back onto the car. Ones that have done a full 8 hours or even more, put them back on the kart to keep the grip in the good tyres, because as we've seen, Q Racing put new tyres on. I'm assuming MS Soko selected roughly around the same time as well, and they have lit up the timing charts. Charlie Bingham, about 38 laps into the race, into this stint, so about 22 minutes ago, put in their personal best lap of the race on lap 412. So
it did indeed.
Tyre chat is just going to go off through this race.
Hello to Alex Bellaby, who's cheering on the team we simply call NC Racing, so we don't get in trouble. Good team, this. I had a chat with Jack Ransom earlier, who's another ex-BUKCer, raced for Oxford Brooks for a few years, but Alex was wanting a big shout out for his brother Christian, who's part of the 5-driver lineup of Christian Bellaby, Jack Ransom, Toby Hazel, Alex Reddy, and Daniel Timms. Casey Borhan, hello Casey. Might have to do this next year with my Alpha Delta teammates. Yes, you do, because I think you would love this. And that's a pretty handy team, Alpha Delta Racing. I saw them compete in another 24-hour race earlier in the year that commentated on. Did very, very well in a class similar to our hires. So, absolutely, Casey. We want to see you here for 2022.
I have some bad news.
Yes, and I think I know what's coming.
Unfortunately, Ian Williams has taken ill.
Yep.
I mean, he's been ill for the last few hours, at least, and unfortunately, he has actually had to go to hospital.
Yep.
So the car has been parked up, and unfortunately, the record will still stand. It will not be broken here within these 24 hours. And a real shame, and genuinely, he's one of my best friends in the whole world. And genuinely, in fact, we're going to go full course yellow. So while we're about to go full course yellow, because we've got a car off on South Bank, I can't see who it is at the moment.
It's got a big baton on it. It's not Boom. It might be one of the MS cars.
It might be one of the MS cars, thinking about it. But we'll find out as it comes round.
The driver's absolutely furious. Absolutely furious. Is it MSJSR maybe?
But yes, while we are full course yellow, while the recovery quad is out, and this race is
it's MSJSR. They're falling down the order.
Oh yes, indeed it is. Ian Williams, he has put his absolute life into this effort to make this 24-hour, set the 24-hour record. Q Racing have just taken the lead because they've come into the pits.
Yep.
So 1 hour and 3 minutes. So again, they're rolling the dice under the full course yellow and coming in. That seems to be their tactic. If it gets to an hour and the full course yellow comes out, they are straight in the pits. Not even messing around. Fuel it up and straight back out. So we'll just keep an eye on that just in case. But they've been holding on to the coattails of Conor Lucas very well for the last half hour or so. Anyway, yes, Ian Williams has put his life and soul into this record attempt, and there have been a huge amount of people who have helped him out. So we will hopefully get him back to the circuit at some point, and we'll get him in to the commentary box if he's well enough. Get him into the commentary box, and he can thank those people who have helped him and have donated, made a donation to the charities that he is raising money for. But he has put himself through so much that he has now had to go to hospital. So you can see how hard he's pushed himself, folks, and how much effort he's put in over the last few weeks just to get to this situation. And that's Grinsell in the, I think it's Jack, isn't it? Grinsell in the 111, who's just come past the commentary box on the back of the recovery quad. And we are green and racing, and Conor Lucas almost got jumped by a hire cart. But yes, unfortunately that has been the situation for Ian Williams in the with the world record attempt. It will not be broken this year, but I will keep you updated on how he is feeling and what he's going through at the moment. So yes, my heart goes out to him, really. In fact, Andrew is just writing a little message on his Just Giving. And in fact, you know what? Because I haven't done it yet, because I was saving it for during the night, I'm going to go to justgiving.com/team/British 24-hour solo, and I am going to donate to a team member. And I'm going to do it right now. So you go down, you choose one of the 3 teams that he is supporting, and I am going to, and you can click £10, £20, £30, £50. You can even set your own number. If you don't want it, if you can only stretch to £5, so be it. £20 I'm going to donate right now. I'll do another one before the end of the race as well, so that people can get involved. I'm going to donate £20, and
We've just done the same from Double Dash Motorsport Media. So that's, when you see that, Ian, that's from both myself and Howard, combined with the super chat from earlier as well. And in a way, the record stands. The record hasn't been broken. That's not the important bit, though. Going forward, the important bit is the amount of money that Ian has raised, that he's still raising for some hugely important charities. Papyrus, prevention of suicide in young people, shelter as well. You know, those 2 charities
I can't imagine what those two charities have had to go through in the last 12, 18 months in this strange old time where so many people's mental health has taken a real battering for reasons that are not of their own making. So two very, very just causes there, and as we mentioned earlier, the air ambulance. So I was at an event last weekend where the air ambulance came out to help, and you never like to see it, but what incredible work they do to help people when they're most
literally
in
life-saving.
need. Yeah.
Quite literally life-saving. And that's it, folks. I am done. That is my donation to the Just Giving page. It literally takes that long. I've just done it. Please get involved. Please help these charities. That's what he's done it for. The lad's now in hospital because of what he's gone through. So, yeah, please do whatever you can. If you can't, if you can only donate £1, please do it.
Yep.
It will make such a difference. We'll
Hello
keep you
to
updated on how he is. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as we know more, we will let you know. Hello to MCRDA, cheering on Boneheads, the number 200. How are Boneheads doing? They were moving up the order the last time I checked. They are now... Half Boneheads gone. 78th at the moment. 383 laps completed. And they've got a couple of fellow higher clubs behind them as well, so they've got reason to keep pushing on there. Team, say, in the number 200. I'm going to read find their bio in a sec. It helps if I pull out the hire pack and not the owners. David Sullivan will be joining us back on commentary in a few moments' time. Here's your Boneheads team for 2021. Finished 26th in class last year, 47th overall. Stuart Gardner, James Wheeler, Andrew Brooks, Ian Clay and Simon Jones. And yeah, they'll keep circulating round. And yeah, very much. I think we've got an entry for 2022. Team Delta Racing, young team, very quick team. I think they could give Hires a really good go. And heck, if they could get a pro kart entry together, I think that would be a fairly competitive one and another great addition to the club and class. Hello to Melanie. He says, "Can we get a shout out for Sheena's Manx boys, the number 104?" Absolutely. Great to have the team from the Isle of Man across. Having a good run so far. 37th place. They're just, in fact, we're going to stay with them because they're just about to come around the final corner for quite a momentous occasion. Where are they in the gloom? Where's the 38? I've lost them now. Apologies. I think they've just come across the line. 400 laps. In fact, apologies. There's two 104s, isn't there? I was looking at Rethink Racing number 2 and them going on to 400 laps. The Manx boys are in 53rd. And where's that in pro? That's not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in pro at the moment. For Sheena's Manx boys. Ahead of Swindon Karting Arena and the renowned Vankels, or say Mercedes. What am I on about? Mazda 787B Appreciation Society,
of which I am fully a member. The best sounding car that has ever been made. It's phenomenal. The 111 is back out.
Yeah.
Seen that come through the screen. The 43 has got its LED lights flapping around as he came down the straight. So Charlie Bingham in the Q Racing car, or in fact I better check whether it is Charlie Bingham. We've got Cash Bandits in the pits.
Yep, Clubman leader.
But yes, I better check whether it is Bingham that's still out in Q Racing. As they come down the back straight, I will have a good look out for them. And no, that's not them, that's the 17 of Nexus.
whilst I'm doing that, I'm going to bid adieu to you all. It's been a great 4 hours, another stint in the can, and hand over to David Sullivan, who will take you through the next 4 hours, put us on for the next 2 as well. So thank you, everybody, and I'll next be with you in the wee hours of, I think, 2 in the morning. I'll see you then.
And just to clarify, thank you, Andrew, very much as well, and we will see you very shortly. A lot shorter than you think it will be. But, it goes by quickly, these 4 hours. Yes, Charlie Bingham double stinting in the Q Racing kart, came out around 33 seconds behind MS Soko Select. It's drifted out to 36, and I knew that was going to happen as well, where it would go out another 2 seconds because he got bolted very badly coming into hairpin 1 and actually went round the outside of 2 karts. You might have caught it on screen. Round the outside of 2 karts in hairpin 1. So yes, welcome back, David. Are you on? Have we got you on yet? Which number are you on? 4. 4. Hello.
Hello, Tom.
Welcome back to the box.
Thank you very much.
Normally we call it the hot box, but Andrew has very kindly provided us with a desk fan, so we're actually quite cool in here this year, and quite cool. And I'm just going to steal the last gummy bear as well before you get in there.
I'm not a fan. I don't like them.
You don't like gummy bears? You lie. Everybody likes gummy bears.
Yeah, it's a massive lie. I was smashing them down here. And I even had John do the hot bottom of the hour run through, so I could just sit and eat them.
Yes, Andrew's provided us with lots of sweeties, which always go down well in the commentary box. So we've just polished off an entire tub, which I will show to the camera, of an unbranded, very branded,
Garibo.
yeah, yeah. And we have more underneath the desk as well. And in fact, we've moved from the Star Mix to the Tank Fastics. We're about to open those bad boys.
This is my favourite stint on comms, the 10 till 2 shift, because absolutely most of the time anything of any seriousness just goes completely out the window. Certainly when you're in with me, Tom.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I'm here for the laughs, aren't I? Really, and the social occasion. It's just I'm just very lucky that I get to stand here and talk about racing as much as anything else, because I just love being here. I genuinely wouldn't be anywhere else this weekend.
And I've been away from the combox now for 4 hours. It wasn't even a 4 hour break. I probably worked harder outside the box than anything else.
I felt exactly the same on my 4 hour rest.
All we do really is just run round the paddock, don't we? And it's like run round the paddock. Key's the secret.
As he picks up a dummy. Cheers.
Oh, it's a dummy, isn't it? It's a key. I was going for like a.
I think it's a dummy.
Yeah, you could be right. I was going for an Urban Cookie Collective gag.
The key and the secret. Yeah, I'm with you.
We've made a mistake now. We've both put in the mouth at the same time. And I've got to talk with it in the side of my chops for the next 5 seconds.
No, you're right. Right, so. Q Racing came out the pits 33 seconds behind. Gap has now gone out to 37.2. I believe around about the same time both teams changed tyres. Team Tate in 3rd place overall, 2 laps behind, running 15.9s, with the 2 leaders now running both of them running 14.3s. Offline Motorsport, still in 4th place, have run, if you can hear that's me knocking on the desk and touching wood for them, trouble-free. Running to a pace, running to a stint length, every single time, working very quietly in the background, not setting the timesheets alight, not getting involved in accidents, giving us very little really to talk about other than their slow and steady climb up the table. So they're your leaders in pro and are 4th overall, and really they're 2 laps behind Team Tate, who have had some issues but have had stellar pace as well. I'm just looking at the tyres.
Someone is asking, where is the live stream to the box? You need to, I wouldn't say close us down, but also open up the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube page as well. I believe we're on there.
I think you're right. I think you're right. So yes, 45 of MSTSW, second in pro. They are 50 seconds behind the MS Lucas car. But what happened to the 45 again, David?
That was on my list of many things that I'd let you know about. Let's have a quick look. They've had some issues, haven't they? The 44 had some early as well.
Front tyres and discovered issues with a wheel hub.
Yeah, but they'd also had an issue earlier on as well, or one of them. I think the 44 could have had an issue because I've seen one of their rear hubs and it's in pieces.
Okay.
I think someone was walking around with it earlier as a bit of a trophy. But Team Tater in from third place, 1 hour and 23 minutes into their stint, so they will pit now for the 8th time. We'll expect Offline Motorsport behind them to pit as well, but maybe in around about 10 to 15 minutes time, because they are once again pushing the fuel window. But really, Tom, not that much slower in terms of pace, maybe a second a lap compared to some of those behind them, but those behind them are the MS Lucas 42 and the 45 TDW, who we would expect to be maybe a little bit quicker than Offline in terms of general pace anyway.
Yes, yes indeed. So we've got Team Tate now in the pits and have been for, well, at least a minute now, so we'll keep an eye on that. What I'm interested to see is Soko Select we'll be seeing in any moment now, in the next couple of minutes. Q Racing pitted under the full course yellow. They'd only done an hour. Now last time they pitted under full course yellow, they'd only done an hour. So it came as a bit of a shock that they came in. They changed tyres under that full course yellow. They did not change tyres this time. They are now 38 seconds behind the MS Lucas, MS Soko Select race leader.
I was wondering why they dropped to a, not like a full minute, like a pit stop, but they were a pit stop down, and that would explain it, because I obviously missed them coming in, because I was off foraging for information elsewhere.
So they came in under the full course yellow, which is what they seem to be doing. If it gets to around an hour and there's a full course yellow, they're in. MS Soko Select stayed out. They are due to come in the next couple of minutes. Where are they going to feed back out in relation to Q Racing? Because a pit stop takes longer than 40 seconds. Or
Certainly
does it? Let's find out. Ooh, juicy. Let's find out how long a pit stop is going to take compared to what Q Racing are doing.
Normally we suggest that a pit affected first sector is somewhere around about 30 seconds longer than a normal first sector. So obviously that's going to add it to. So the first sector around here at Teesside is around about 25 to 26 seconds in our owners. Expect that to go out for to around about a minute then for that first sector. We've seen, I think in the past we've seen MS do it in around about 50, haven't we? But that was a splash and dash. So just having a quick look as well, we've asked for somebody asking for a weather update. Mine says rain in half an hour, but we'll pray that's we'll pray that's lying to make friends.
I think we were looking at around about 11 o'clock on the radar that we looked at about 20 minutes ago. We were looking at around about 11 o'clock that's coming in. So, still keeping an eye on MS Soko Select, who are still going round. Haven't seen them come into the pits as yet.
Where did the keyboard go, Tom, to move the timing down? I've lost it. There
it's
it is.
there on top of the radiator. Where else would it be?
That's where you keep it.
That's where you
Do I need to plug it in, or is it supposed to work on its own?
I don't know. What are you looking for?
Just down the timing towards the hires. I want to
well, you
just see when
scroll with the mouse.
Yeah, but I was doing it with the up and down earlier on the
get with the times.
up, down, down.
Has Good Chip Racing pitted for a driver swap yet? Just checking in.
As in, like in the whole race, or just the last?
I think just recently. Keep going up. There they are. 1 hour 24 minutes, but they are in the pits now, so it looks like good timing to that
bang on
because
for them.
They are in now.
Another question in, Tom. Is the stream going through the night? I'll let you answer that one right now.
We are going 24 and a half hours live and uninterrupted.
Absolutely correct. And would we do anything else this weekend of the year?
Absolutely not. As I said earlier, Jack Dex, who's driving the current race leader 43 car, had the opportunity to go on holiday this weekend with his girlfriend.
I bet she's thrilled that he's here.
And he denied that opportunity because he wanted to drive in the British 24 Hour. But it seems to be paying off at the moment because he could be going home with another pot. It might just be for a race win, but not if Charlie Bingham, Adam Willis and the rest of the Q Racing crew have anything to do with it.
Tom, the leader, is in the pits. We're about to find out whether 39.5 seconds is enough of a gap for MS SoCo Select and Q Racing. And I get the feeling, Tom, we're about to stand up out of our seats and play Spot the Leader down the back straight, and let's see whether they come into shot. We've got to say we had a gap of 39.5 seconds prior to the pit stop. They're now both on 7 pit stops apiece.
Q Racing just gone through, just crossed the line, have clearly taken the lead because SoCo Select have now just crossed the line behind them. So 10.8 seconds. So it looks like a decent pit stop takes
50 seconds.
50 seconds. So pitting under full course yellow has cost MS SoCo Select 10.8 seconds. That's the gap at the moment. Now, Connor Lucas is well within his power, if he is, of course, still in the cart. There's Charlie Bingham. Let's see who's coming through. I fully imagine this is going to be Connor Lucas because he does normally do the night stitch, doesn't he?
He didn't last year, did he? Last year he went early. Earlier it is Connor Lucas because Connor Lucas has got a brand new helmet for the
second one he's worn
for the night stint. He's worn his
race.
normal sprint helmet during the day, and he's worn his brand new SJD custom paint helmet for the evening stint. So I imagine he's just got one with the tinted visor and one with a clear visor. Tom, it appears that we have a fan club.
Yes, it does. Hello. I'm glad you're tuned in, woman. That's my woman, by the way.
You're a good lady.
A good lady is tuned in. Hello. Glad you're watching, love. We are about to have the front of the battle. The front battle for the lead is about to kick off again because, as I said, Connor Lucas is well within his power. Oh, we've gone full course yellow, David. Why have we gone full course yellow?
I'm not sure what we always play this game at night time, don't we? It's a game of find the stationary cart on the static cams.
Absolutely. Oh, hang on. There it is.
It is. It's skittled some barriers as well, Tom, hasn't it?
Yes, gone straight
As
on
you're
at
saying,
the end of the Bob Pope straight.
Johnson earlier with the barriers, it's almost like scoring 10 points at Wii Bowling.
Well, well, they've done a good effort there as well.
Yeah,
gone
that's
straight
at
through.
least going to give him a chance of a spare if he has another go at it. Let's see if we can find out whether
spare chin probably needed if he's hit those barriers head on.
Yeah, let's see if it's owner or higher. That's an owner cart, Tom. It's got a metallic rear bumper and no wraparound.
It's
and
a pink
let's see
colour.
if we've got anybody having a slow lap. I think we might get a close-up.
Nexus?
We could get a close-up viewing of that one, actually, Tom, because the quad's down the back straight, and he's got to. I think he'll come across the circuit.
I think it's the 17 of Nexus.
He's going to come across the circuit, I imagine, halfway down the back straight, and then rejoin on the dog leg and come then down, start, finish, and show us. But we are FCY, and this is going to allow the 43 of MS SoCo Select to potentially close up onto the back of Q Racing, with it being a little bit slower. If Q Race, the kart in front, maintaining the pace for Q. Ultimately, if there's a couple of higher karts in front of SoCo Select, you were correct, Tom. Nexus Sports 117. Tom Butterworth gets himself a point on our spotters chart.
So another few comments coming in. We've got Carol saying go Dave. No idea who Dave is, but there's probably about 50 of them here this weekend. Oh, it might be you.
Me.
Is that you?
And I've no idea who Carol Banowski is, but I don't know which Dave she's supporting, but I'm claiming it.
Well,
go Dave, go me.
This is a bit odd, because I used to work with a Dave Baranowski.
Well,
I don't think he's here, though. It's not Dave Baranowski, the chef, I'm sure. If it is, Carol, get back in touch, because I used to work with your husband. But it's gone green. We've gone green again now on circuit. We've also had Keane asking, do they race for 24 hours straight? Yes, they do, and it is damned hard work.
Yeah, we let them change driver because we're kind.
Some. The Belgians are running a team of 2, which is just madness. We've got Carol Blythe saying good luck MRP Asher. team doing very well.
Yep, so that'll be modernised racing papaya, MRP.
Ross is in the chair now for Raw69. Hashtag hold my beer. I'm not sure whether that's Ross's beer or...
No, but I'm guessing that Zach and Toby Turner haven't got a beer because I know Zach Turner races in the cadet class here at Teesside.
Well, he'd definitely
so I would
have a
hope,
beer.
but I imagine that his dad's on his YouTube and watching Ross O'Meara.
Thank you for clarifying, Carol. It's Dave Sunley.
It's close to Dave Sully.
It is.
Still claiming it.
It's not close to Dave Baranowski.
No,
though.
it's not, is it? I told you this is my favourite stint because it goes to pot.
So MS Soco Select, 6 seconds behind. So they've closed up about 7 seconds through that pit stop. 4 from when they came out of the pits and crossed the line first time.
And the FCY, obviously.
So it's a net gain of 4 seconds through that full course yellow. Now, as I said, Connor Lucas has it well within his grasp to close up 6 seconds on Charlie Bingham. When he got in front of Charlie, he could not pull away. Charlie just sat in that tow. We've got the 443 in the pits here of the MS.BE.
They've had some issues, haven't they? And it looks
They
like
have,
they might
but
have another. Or, Tom, just round that left corner is where they've set up the tyre change area.
Yes.
So it is designated tyre change area unless you've got a problem, and then you're able to take it all the way down into your awning. But that is where all the teams are to go if they just want to change tyres. So it may well be that 443 MS.BE entry is just getting some new boots.
I was just going to say, if you've got a problem and no one else can help, perhaps you should call the Ghostbusters.
Thanks, Tom.
I'll let the tumbleweed just
It's
drift
all right.
back out.
The
of
tumbleweeds just smacked the
commentary
producer in the
box.
face on the way out the door. I own a car off Tom on the outside of rib.
Is that 88, 66?
Let's see, he's gone through. He's gone through the water, hasn't he?
They won't appreciate that. It is the
Correct. Is it
66? I think that is.
We'll try and pick it up, certainly if it joins us on the back straight, because this camera's a lot closer for us to pick up. So A66, we think it might be. We're waiting for confirmation. They will appear shortly
Might be the
down
88.
the back straight. Let's have a quick look. Sorry if you're A66 and you're getting worried. I think it's
No,
Grabex.
I think it's
in the
Grabex as well.
88.
Similar colour schemes as well.
Very similar as well.
And
It
similar
is, Tom.
numbers.
It is Grabex in the 88. Yeah, very similar in terms of like the actual, not just numbers for 66 and 88, but the way they've actually, the font they've used for that number is very, very similar.
Offline racing, offline motorsport are about to come into the pits. An hour and 33. I've just seen on our pit lane camera Chris Pedlingham or Pedals as he is known, in the pit lane having a little wander about. So I would be expecting them in the next 5 to 10 minutes, at the absolute most 10 minutes.
Although we say that, it's offline, isn't it? They could go 2.5 hours. They literally just...
They make it up as they go along.
Oh,
In the terms of fuel usage, they can just stretch
I
it
have
until...
absolutely no idea how they do it. Maybe they drink fuel and secrete it out during the race.
I think they should all be padded down. I think they're carrying camel packs down their chest, and they're secretly pouring it back
Down
into
the
the
back
tank
straight,
down
yeah.
the back straight. So something like that to eke out the fuel. Of course, we are joking. That is not what is happening at all. They're just very, very good at what they do. As we've said, it's very, very rare that they take part in this event and they are not on the podium of at least the class, if not the overall podium. They are just so well drilled, so practiced, and they just have this knack of just keeping out of trouble. And it serves them well. 4th place overall at the moment.
Yeah, Offline then, who finished 2nd in the class last year in the Pro, 6th overall last year, currently 4th overall, and on the top step as it stands, although they are due in the pits soon, and they do have a 1.5 lap gap back to MSTDW. It will show us 2 on timing, but obviously then TDW will come through before it'll go down to 1, then back up to 2 again. And like I say, we are due an offline pit stop soon.
I think we're about 3 or 4 minutes away now from them coming in, judging from what their stints have roughly been. Of course, in the dark as well, it makes it much more difficult to look down and see how much fuel you've got left in the tank. When the sun's beating down, you can simply lift a leg, as we saw Team Tate doing. We saw Connor Jupp for Team Tate doing that earlier on in the race, lifting a leg as he actually came past the pit wall so the team could see how much fuel was in the tank. They will not be doing that in the dark. Connor Lucas is just streaking past in front of me, but he's 8.8 seconds now behind Q Racing, dropping back ever so slightly. And these tyres have dropped off again, so the fastest times we're seeing out there now are from Q Racing, doing a 1:13.7. But that is over a second off what they were doing an hour ago. So it took 38 minutes for that brand new set of Dunlops to come in, and they set their fastest lap of the race. Not the overall fastest lap of the race, which is a 1:12.5.95 by Team Tate, third place at the moment. However, now those tyres are an hour and a half, sorry, 2 hours old. They're running a second off the pace.
Which we knew was going to happen, didn't we? We knew there was going to be a drop-off after a certain amount of time. What I will say, and we see this almost every year, just because it's got dark doesn't mean the pace slows up. It often gets quicker, certainly for our hire carts, because as the temperature comes down, the air gets a little bit thinner, the engine works better because they're getting more air into the engine is running at a cooler temperature, and the hire cart, certainly obviously with the extra weight, I've done this race before, I've set my personal best time at 1 in the morning. Also, because at some point during this commentary stint, the mandatory service stop is going to open, and the hire carts are going to get a new set of front tyres, which is obviously going to aid grip as well.
The main reason you set the fastest time, your fastest time at 1 o'clock in the morning, is probably because you can't see where you're going at 1 o'clock in the morning. So there's no fear at that point, is there?
There was never any fear, but having said that, Tom, just to interject there, Rethink Racing 103 coming up with a black flag, and it's the first time in a long time we've seen one of those, and information on offline coming in as well.
Yes, offline now in the pits. 4th place overall. No, what I was going to say is I just remembered the last time I did this in Owners, I set my fastest lap, or properly in Owners, had a proper attempt and didn't just jump in somebody else's cart for a stint or two. When we had a proper crack at it, yeah, my fastest lap of the race came at about 1 o'clock in the morning as well.
I think if you can get a good lap in the toe of somebody, it really helps. And if you can hook up with a cart of a fairly similar pace and work together, you can really take advantage of that here at Teesside, as the circuit now under the floodlights. It is fully dark. I was down in the paddock just before I came on at 10 o'clock. There was still a little bit of brightness in the sky towards the south bank end of the circuit. I can now confirm it is fully dark here at Teesside. The lights on. It looks like Tom Butterworth has an update from about one of our teams. I do. It's come from Andrew Mather. So the 443 had a slow stop because they changed tyres. That's the MS.BE who you said you thought had gone down into the abyss. But we've had a big change in hires. So Team BSR, who were second in hires, have broken a chain, or dropped a chain at the very least, and have now dropped down to 4th in class and are now 5 laps off the lead. We believe it was Bradley Philpott at the wheel at the time that the chain dropped. So that's happened for them, and that's why they have dropped down the order. So your higher overall is headed by 3 higher elite teams. Then you've got 2 higher pro teams, followed by another higher elite. So they are Team ETL exceeding track limits, 30th overall, and leading higher elite. Then you've got kartevents.be, as we thought they would, slowly moving up the order and are now sitting second, 2 laps behind. Then you've got Race for Ruben, who have now moved into 3rd place in higher elite, followed by EDKT 24T in higher pro and NRG Global Power in higher pro, who have moved back up the order as well very swiftly. I say very swiftly, it's taken them around about 6 hours or so, but they are now
heading back towards the front as well. So they're only 4 laps off ETL for the overall win, and they were running second and at a very good pace. Then you've got BSR in 4 in the higher class, and in 6th in the higher class, but 4th in higher elite, and then it's Core Blimey Racing, the 113, are 3rd in pro. The battle rages on between Hopeless Disastrous Scenario 77, who are just in the pit, and ABC Racing as well, who are on the same lap. Higher Clubman, where have those guys come from? They weren't there a while back, so well done to them. They've really started flying up. But we've lost. Just going to have to look down the order for them. Team Bonato, who've been in the pits now for 17 minutes. Who were our higher club leaders with that pink pig. What are we looking for, David?
I'm still looking for Bonato, Thomas.
Oh, they're here.
There they are. Yeah, they were found.
78th overall at the moment, but they've been sat in the pit lane now for 17 minutes.
Yeah. Issues also for Core Blimey. Look like they've been in 56 as well.
Yeah, in the 213 Core Blimey, that is.
Got some issues for that cart.
ML Racing, they seem to have parked it. They've been in for an hour and 37 minutes, so we could be getting the marker of doom out for them as well. So that will make 2 full-on retirements if they have indeed parked it for good.
Race for Ruben, Tom. They're at 1 hour 40 on their stint. We'd expect them to come in. And
they're in now.
They are in now. They may drop behind EDKT this time round, and also behind EDKT, NRG Global Power are right behind as well.
Oh, hang on a minute. I think we've got an update there.
Okay, that's fine. Rethink Racing just getting confirmation again for the 3rd time that they've picked up a black flag, so we're going to need those to pop into the pit lane ever so shortly. So yeah, we've got some pit lane discretion for us. It looks like Rethink Racing need to come in a few moments' time. They have recently been in, actually, 4 minutes ago, so and they're into the pits again now for their black flag. So I very wonder whether that has anything to do with them going too quickly in the pit lane, because their black flag came out 4 minutes ago, the first one, at around about 10:21, and they have been in the pits 4 minutes ago. So I get the feeling that the 103 of Rethink Racing may have picked up an infringement, as we've got a number of carts off down at Rib Bend.
What has happened there?
At least 2 owner carts and 2 hires off down at Rib. Let's have a quick look.
Did Blue Shell activate their blue shell?
Possibly so. That's 143. I think that's LC Racing. One of the carts off down at Rib Bend. So we've got 4 carts. That is Rethink Racing, Tom, in the pits. We can see them.
Well, they had a black flag.
They have. And what I was saying here, Tom, is I think
that
they were in the pits 4 minutes ago. They got their black flag about 4 minutes ago, and I think they may have been going too quickly on the way out of the pit lane. We've had an update earlier on regarding pit lane speed limits. The clerk of the course not at all happy with the speed that some of these teams have been exiting the pit lane, and putting 2 and 2 together. He's got another owner car off down at Rib. The yellow lights flashing down there because it's far easier to see those than flags at night time, but looks like we're going to have that car making its way slowly down towards our camera at the bottom of the mountain section. It's an owner cart, that's for sure.
I think it's,
that's Curiosity Killed the Cart, the 99 machine. That's not run trouble-free throughout this race so far. They've also had a couple of offs as well.
Yeah.
They are fairly well down the pack, I believe. Let's have a quick look on them. They're down in 74, having completed 407 laps.
Just like to point out, 1.6 seconds now, the gap between Q Racing and MS SoCo Select. There they are, just coming through hairpin 1. That's Charlie Bingham, and there goes Connor Lucas with that bright yellow helmet through hairpin 1. It's on again, David.
It is. It's nice for me to get the action. I was listening to it over the PA as before Connor and Charlie were racing beforehand, and now the gap is 1.6 seconds between our 2 race leaders. And on the previous lap, Tom, Connor has taken 2.3 seconds out of the Q Racing machine as Rethink Racing, Tom, on the screen. Look at that being walked down the pit lane.
They've had the dressing down.
They have had the dressing down. They are being sent on their way, and that is quite clearly now. I was correct in my assumption that they had gone too quickly down the pit lane.
And yes, that's going to be uncomfortable sitting in that seat because that's going to be a spanked bottom.
Very
not
much
literally,
so.
not literally.
Metaphorically.
Metaphorically, that is going to be uncomfortable. Well picked up by our director as well, who picked that up on screen.
Absolutely fantastic.
Well done, Kat. That's how you tell them.
Having a quick look again at the comments, someone's put at 24-hour race somewhere else. In the night time, the higher carts were about a second a lap quicker than what they were in the day, which is what we picked up on earlier.
Yeah, it's just cooler air going into the engines. They produce more power.
Ollie Whitney has been on, just said how many hours does each driver do? Well, generally the fuel tank dictates the length of the stint. Owners at the minute are doing a little bit longer than normal because of it being a little bit cooler, but normally they're going to about 115 to 120. It's not uncommon to see drivers double stint this, so they'll do stint. We had at least Connor Jupp do
Connor
three.
Jupp, who's the karting X30 world champion, did 3 stints in a row, triple stinted at the start of this race, which is just insanity. Not quite as insane as the Belgians, who are running two drivers in the team.
Someone's updated us, Tom.
Is that why they went
scenario
through
77? That's not the team that's gone through. That was Nexus who went through the barrier, but looks like scenario 77, who were running. They qualified incredibly well in their class and had some issues earlier on in the race, but they've had a brake failure in the last hour at the very least.
Just like to point out as well that Ollie Whitney, who's commented there, is the big boss of Formula Nerds.
Is
so
he?
If you follow the Formula Nerds on the book face,
and if you don't follow Formula
and
but if you don't follow Formula Nerds, what do you need to do?
Follow Formula Nerds.
There we go.
There you go, Ollie. I'll accept my check in the post.
3 stints. Is he able to walk the next day? Well, I think he's going out again later, and he looks surprisingly fresh.
He's able to walk, yes. Whether he can pick anything up is a whole different question. It's your hands that take the battering, and your back and your ribs, which is why we've named it Rib Bend.
Let us know if you want to go for the Jake Richardson wedding bit.
Chris Nichols been on. He was one of my teammates from my first ever 24-hour here back in 2009. He would like to know when I'm coming out of retirement. I can fully assure him that my best racing days are behind me.
Let's have a look at the Jake Richardson.
This will be the first time you've seen this picture.
It is. Right, let's go through this.
That's Jake Richardson, who's been racing. He's been out in the last hour or so in the X Racing number 10 kart. Him and his dad at the start of the day, they were here this morning. Then they've been to a wedding. That's him in his race suit at the wedding with the bride. So he went to the wedding suited and booted, needed to get ready to come here, so put his race suit on at the wedding, and the bride insisted on having a photograph taken. So there he is. I know we...
Brilliant.
Have you seen the picture as well from earlier on regarding the MS McFly engine?
No, we haven't put that up yet either. We were waiting really until you came in.
Yeah, that's fine, because that was why they were in for an engine change.
That hole should not be there.
No, what they were saying was that they were getting no power bottom end, but they were getting loads at the top end. It was screaming at the top end. It was hitting right at the top of the rev range. But they brought that car in. They had a quick look at it. They were thinking about sending it out as it was, because obviously while ever it's up on a stand being fixed, it's not going round the circuit. But the decision was made to get the engine changed. They changed it incredibly quickly, which we've seen is a common feature down at the MS Lucas awning, and they have now managed to get that car back out. That was around about 2 hours ago whilst I was doing my paddock walk. I was lucky enough to be able to get a photograph of that, and there were thank you for everybody at MS for letting me do so.
I've just noticed 2 things. One, Q Racing are now being hounded again, so that's Charlie Bingham and Connor Lucas are resuming hostilities on the circuit. We'll try and pick them up as they come down the Bob Pope straight. It'll be a couple of seconds. In fact, there they go. Oh, we just missed it coming through hairpin 4 actually. They're coming over the line, and it is now, Connor Lucas is now right back on the tail. So I said he had it within him to catch him up. Can he pass him and pull away? That was not what happened in the previous stint. Lucas got past, could not pull away from Bingham. Bingham just sat there in the toe and let Lucas pull him around. The other thing that I've noticed is now that Offline have made their stop, I think they've changed tyres because they've dropped at least a lap further back from Team Tate, and now MSTDW in the 45 are only 24 seconds behind.
I'd agree with that, Tom.
That's
what I will say now, Tom,
coming
is
through now. That's Freddie Gallagher on board.
do you think MS SoCo Select now will elect not to try and overtake Q Racing and just sit behind Q Racing?
This is Connor Lucas we're talking about, correct?
Yep.
No, he'll just go for it.
Well,
there's no way he's going to sit behind and push, at the very least, push along.
yeah,
Q
but like you were
Racing.
saying before, is that if he goes in front, he's just going to tow Q Racing round the lap, isn't he? So
Yeah, but you wouldn't sit behind.
the thing is now, obviously,
Oh,
is that
what have we got here?
looks like the 42 and the 64.
I
So
think he's
MS
got tyre
Lucas
rub
and
on the
lads and
42.
dads look like there was a little bit of contact down the back straight, but let's have a quick look because they'll go down the Bob Pope straight and rejoin the circuit. I think they're now on the back straight going down, so we'll keep an eye out on the 42. Looks like it could be Jake Brooker in that one. He had a fairly big off earlier on, actually, in that kart. Pleasing to see that he is
Let's see
okay.
if we can get a shot of the
He
back
was straight back
as well,
out.
as the leaders come down on the back straight. Sorry, on the Bob Pope straight as they come through, and it is
Connor Lucas is in front, Tom, and he's in front by around about a second and a half now, so he's managed to get through past 2 or 3 higher carts before the chicane section. We have had a change for the lead. Tom Butterworth called it. I don't know what I'm talking about, but what I do know is that we have had a change for the lead here at around about 10 and a half hours into this 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour race here at Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough.
and here they come in
They
front
will
of
come
us
over
now.
the line, have a look at the timing, check the gap. It looks to be 2.5 seconds. It's 1.4 actually, but it's still enough to have a change for the lead here at Teesside.
And not only that, but he's broken the toe of Bingham already, and it only took him 2.5 corners. Connor Lucas now not messing about.
Not all. He did. I'm not going to say he got fortuitous, but he did get past a good spot down the back straight because he managed to put a couple of hires between him and the Q kart at the chicanes, and we know full well through them wiggles it's single file and absolutely nothing else.
It was not single file coming into the D chicane just then, as 3 carts went side by side, and then an owner went round the outside of all of them.
Yeah, it looked like that was the 45 of
I think it
TDW
was,
are closing in now on offline. It's only a tenth or so, and offline are a little bit quicker actually than Team Tate on the previous lap, but that could be through traffic. MS Lucas 42, we've had reports actually that they're smoking on the rear end, so it could either be a bit of tyre rub, could be the engine, but they are in the pits, so we'll see.
And they were only in the pits 20 minutes ago again, so this has been mechanical after mechanical after mechanical.
If it's tyre rub, that'll be fairly a simple effort of just hammering that bumper out a little bit. If it's engine, it will be a little bit longer, so we'll keep an eye out on the 42.
And Connor Lucas, look at that gap now, 3 seconds. He's a second and a half quicker than Bingham can go at the moment.
Josh Thompson has joined us, and looks like he's picked up this rubbing. He was in that kart last year, actually, Josh Thompson. He's a professional e-sport racer for Williams eSport. And he was in that kart last year in the 42 here at Teesside, not with us, but he's joining us on the live stream. He's been told to stay at home, which I'm not sure is due to COVID or by the team just not wanting him here. Either way, they could probably just do with a bit of help down there in pit lane, that 42. Once again, making its way down into the paddock, and not for the first time. They had a huge issue earlier on with Jake Brooker coming to an abrupt stop, a higher kart spinning in front of the 42, and Brooker having quite a big incident. I've had a quick look. Tom, we've got 2 karts, and Tom, one is sat on the inside of the chicane section. It's just to the left of the camera, but it's right on the inside line. We've got an owner kart on the other side as well. The light is on, but seriously, anybody coming down that back straight really needs to calm down because there's an orange
Be patient. Don't go there.
Yeah, it's clear. It's clear. He probably picked a good time, actually. We've still got an owner kart as well. That's being dragged away. Hopefully we can get that through, but we might need a full course yellow to retrieve that one because it's not in a comfortable place, and the driver is not in the seat, and that's not a good thing to see. He's not come out of it. He's got out of it on his own, but if he's not in it, he can't get it back. Looks like he's sat back in it now. We're going to see if we can get it round.
Is that the 7? No,
that is the A66 entry, Tom. It's going again. It's going again at a decent pace. It could just be that it was...
They were in 22nd overall, but it's now 23rd. 24th make that as they come over the line.
Just having a quick look, see if I can pick out. It was a white suit and a red helmet in that 66. It looks like it could be Stu Smith has had an issue in that car. He's come into contact with a higher car. Let's have a quick look when he comes round, whether he's got a problem or whether he can pit straight away, or whether he pits or whether he goes down. Andrew Mather reporting back from down in the paddock. The 66 is still going, Tom, but it's got the Nemo side pod. It's one of them's up in the air, like Nemo's fin on the A66. Just having a quick look as well. We've got 303 in the pits. They were leading in Clubman earlier. They're now in 5th place. There's not many teams actually, Tom, in Clubman who haven't had a go at leading that class.
We've got Modernised Racing Gold who've just joined them in the pits as well, both of which seem to be scheduled. An hour and 22 minutes for 303,
Yeah. Sorry,
an hour
Tom.
and 18 minutes for Modernised Gold.
Just coming on with the reports
Yes, I was
actually
just
from
reading
Andrew
that
Mather.
myself.
Team Bonato, they had a bearing failure. That's why they've dropped all the way down. Just having a quick look as well. He's also reporting as well that he's going for a quick power nap, so that'll be the last we hear of him for the next hour or so. So the updates from down the paddock may well slow down a little bit. We've had a compliment, Tom, and we don't get many of them, so I'm going to read it out. JLI 64 just want to thank the commentators for the entertainment. They're off to bed and they'll return in the morning. Thank you. We look forward to welcoming you back. We will be here for all 24 hours and more of this 26th running here at Teesside Autodrome of the British 24-hour race. We've gone past the bottom of the hour, and because it's us, Tom, we've missed the rundown.
We have, but if you heard that noise, that was a yoink. A yoink.
Lovely. Are we running down
as I
owners?
stole your phone
Yeah,
charger.
are we running down owners or running down hires?
We're running down hires this time.
Lovely. I'll head down, and
do
we will
that.
start
I'll eat
with.
a fruit pastel.
We'll start with our leaders then in hires. They're in 29th place overall. It's the 41 of Team ETL. They have an owner kart behind them. Obviously, we saw rethinking earlier, so there is a gap back to the second place kart now. Kart Events Belgium. The number 6 entry, who led most of the race last year, but this year have had to come all the way through from around about 6th or 7th where they qualified. 3rd then overall in 33rd place in that class. Race for Ruben, the top 3 then in the elite higher class. Then in 34th, NRG Global Power lead in pro from EDK 24T. The gap, however, though, only 7 seconds between the leaders, NRG Global Power and EDKT. BSR are back. They did have some problems, remember, earlier with that chain issue. They're in 37th overall, 4th in their own class. Core Blimey Racing, the final team on the provisional podium then so far in the pros in the 113, running reasonably well so far in front of Euro Bandits Motorsport, 39th overall. 41st, the leaders in higher Clubman, Hopeless Disaster, in front of the number 1 kart, in 42nd of Teesside Tigers. ABC Racing are in 43rd, 45th sees NC Racing. And Drenico have moved upper places. On Point, I believe, are back in the pit lane, although that looks like it could be scheduled, and they are back out and going. The number 36 then of Drenico in 46th overall. Century Sim Racing, 4th in that pro class. They've had a few issues. I've seen them down in the mechanical a couple of times. That's the X-Racing kart just on the screen that's heading back out. Looks like there's just a bit of chain loop being applied to that one as one of the higher karts struggling to get going in the pit lane. Looks like one of the marshals is going to go over, so we'll return them back to the things at Century Sim. Have picked up a contact warning. A66 are in 50th place. Shishi's Manx Boys, and somebody I know has commented on the name on the live stream. I'll explain that one in a few moments' time when we get to the bottom of the rundown. 52nd SKA Racing in front of Preceding Racing. Fried Egg Racing in 54th. Then the leaders in our rookie class. The 888 in 55th place of Good Chip Racing. 56, Renowned Vankles. 57, Scenario 77. 58, Straight Through Crew. 59th, Newmarket Hornets. 60th place then, Core Blimey Racing. Their 313 entry currently sat in 60th place. Then in 61st, the 131 of Carlos Fandango. 63rd, the 270 Red Lodge Wasps. They're in front of Lockwell Hill in 64. 65th, Grizzly Racing. In 66, WM Max Racing in front of Mulsanne Racing. Fried Egg Racing. Ishin Ryu Jiu-Jitsu and Simtech Motorsport complete the top 20. Sorry, the top 70 overall. 71st is Boom. They're in front of Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat in 72nd place. MTB, 74th. 75th, the 200 of Boneheads. They're in front of Core Blimey Racing's 213 entry, which is back out now. That was parked up quite a long time down in the down in pit lane. Looks like they were having some issues. Primary Racing are in 78th place in front of Kart Force 1. LC Racing are in 80th. Team Bonato, who were leading in Clubman earlier in the hires, now in 81st in front of Bro Carters. Kart Force 2, their second entry, is in 84th. 85th is Blue Shell. Dukes of Stafford in 86th. TMS Hire 88th. 89th, Sporting Force 1 in front of the sister kart, Sporting Force 2. Then we're going to have Rookie Racers and Getting Tired in the 350. And that brings us to the bottom of our higher entries.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome back, Tom.
Thank you. We've got DWS and SMJC. So 9th overall, 10th overall for SMJC were your leaders in club, and Cash Bandits are now taken that back. They were Rye House Bandits last year. Both scheduled stops for both of those karts for DWS and SMJC. That's 959 SMJC, of course.
Because they have a 959 now as well this year, don't they?
Yes, as opposed to the 595, which is in 8th place.
So we've just had a quick
confuse
update
things
then,
even
Tom,
further
on
for us.
the hire kart service window. That will start at 11 o'clock, and I imagine it will take the same function as last year, where at a pre-agreed time during the race, the top they will take a screenshot or a printout of where everybody is, and at that time then the top 2 will be called in first, then the next 2, then the next 2.
Oh, it's done in running order. I always forget that. I always think it's done in number order with the lowest number starting
They've
first.
done both previously, so we'll wait to see. But last year it was done. It was done at. I think they basically took a printout at 10 o'clock and then did it at 11 o'clock for the order of the carts to come in. It's 2 at a time. It's a 3-minute mandatory pit stop. So even if the front wheels are changed and everything's checked over at 2 minutes, the cart will sit on the ground until 3 minutes has elapsed before being allowed back out onto the circuit, so that the hire kart teams can't take advantage. They can't take on fuel on the way in either.
No, that's very true, and it's purely to keep it very fair. Connor Lucas with a long look over his shoulder there, that fluorescent yellow helmet at the 33. Charlie Bingham trying to figure out where he is on the circuit in relation to him. He knows he's dropped him. It went out to 4.5 seconds. Now it's 2.3. So the ebb and the flow of the traffic goes with one driver for one lap and with another driver for another lap, and it's just pure rubber the green. We've got the 113 of Red Graphics in 7th place. They're in the pits. That looks like a scheduled stop after an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, we'll expect TDW to come in as well, which will give Offline a bit of respite. The gap's been closed down to 21 seconds in the battle for the Pro Honours. but we expect MSTDW to pit in the next 5 minutes or so. They're already out to 1 hour and 23 minutes. Just having a quick look at the comments. Martin Webster's been on. He says he's looking forward to running this event in 2020 after 3 years of doing a similar event elsewhere. There is the 113, and we look forward to welcoming Martin to the British 24-hour here at Teesside Autodrome next year. The 113 just needing its engine starting, and that is on its way back out onto circuit. Aaron Alexander vacates the 113 kart. Let's see if we can spot who's going in that one. We'll check when they come round.
It's a blue helmet, I think. Let me have a quick look.
Could be Ed Hack. He has a blue and silver lid.
It is Ed Hack. It is Ed Hack, because it wasn't any of the two DHR drivers, and we've seen Aaron Alexander, so it is definitely, not just by process of elimination, but because that was his helmet. That's Ed Hack.
Alex Bellaby wants our CVs. He wants some credentials. Wants to know, were we ever drivers in previous karting events? You can go first.
Well, drivers is a very loose term for what I did.
Steering wheel attendant?
Yes, yeah. So I've done this event a few times. Last year I drove in it and commentated in it. Decided that wouldn't be the best idea this year, especially when I saw the weather report as well. But yeah, I've driven in it and raced in it. David, well, how many have you done? I've done 4, I think, and I've commentated on 5 now.
I'm 3 and 3. Three 24-hour races here at Teesside. 2 in owners, 2 in hires, 1 in owners. This is my now 3rd consecutive year in the commentary box, as well as obviously racing senior pro kart at PFI here at Teesside. I know you've done some BPEC rounds as well. You've raced for Offline in your time, and a couple of other teams as well. So
modernised, yeah. Dan Underhill has been on top on the chat as well. Welcome, Dan. Good evening to you. Hope you're well. Of course, BPEC racer now is Dan. Dan, remind me what number you run, what team you drive for in BPEC, and we'll give them a shout out. Unfortunately, I'm not sure why, but you can't be here this weekend, but we'd like to see you here maybe next year. Yeah,
just going to have a couple of comments coming in. There's a couple of people they're having their own conversation, which I love looking at in the live. So they're just discussing some stuff. Got some support coming in for the 121, which I think is the Ishin Ryu Jiu-Jitsu, who I think are raising some money for nephrotic syndrome. So Candy Floss 91's been on. Then people have just been asking some questions as well about that. So it's a syndrome as well that there's a leak in both kidneys that causes problems with levels for albumin and potassium. So just everything's being discussed. So just have a look at the live comments, because she's explaining things considerably better than what I can, mainly because I'm just reading the comments.
Better than you can read them out.
Yeah.
But yes, as we've said before, some incredibly good causes here, raising money. So we've got, we've got the Racing for Ruben guys. Of course, we've got Ian, who attempted his world record. Unfortunately, that hasn't gone particularly well, and he is currently on his way to hospital. As soon as I have some info and any further updates, I will give you those, but yeah, he is not in a particularly good way at the moment.
I just got worried then. When people say in the comments, where's a team, I automatically think that they're just sliding down the timing.
Yes, I have a panic.
Yeah, someone's been on and says, where's the 888? That's Good Chip Racing. Where they are is leading in the rookie class of our hires, and they are leading by 2 laps from Newmarket Hornets, who were the early pace setters in that class. Good Chip Racing are going well though. 40 minutes into the stint, they've done 430 laps, and they are leading the way in the rookie higher class.
Dan Underhill's been back in touch and said it's 21 GC Racing will definitely be there next year. Well, good, Dan. It will be great to have you here again. I know, well, I think you've done this race a couple of times in the past at least, but yeah, it will be great to have you here again.
If you are watching and you have raced here before in the 24-hour at Teesside, please do let us know in the live comments. Let us know, because we've had somebody else say that they were here last year, and we know they were because they were in the 43 kart last year, one of the 2 karts that shared the victory. Sean Durkin has been on. He's missing the race this year, but he was here last year and was one of the winners of the overall event.
Yes, yes, indeed, and joint winners, in fact, weren't they?
They were, yes.
If you want to see what happened last year, if you're not wanting to have our dulcet tones send you off to the land of Nod this evening,
how dare you?
Then you can watch the highlights of last year's race. And yes, about 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, give that a watch because that's when our stream finishes.
Oh,
or just before then. But
because it's fantastic.
It is fantastic. It's probably one of the greatest races of all time, and I don't just mean in terms of 24-hour races or British 24-hour races for that matter. It went down to the last half of the last lap. It was the most incredible thing to experience.
When there's a chase on and the leaders go over the line nose to tail after 24 hours, I will argue with absolutely anybody that tells me that wasn't the greatest 24-hour race of all time.
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would argue with them as well, to be honest. I don't think we'll ever see another one quite like that. Although, on saying that, the front 2, who were the front 2 last year, are going at it again. They're only 4.1 seconds apart. So we say last year was the best one, but we could well be involved in the best one again this year.
Yeah, so the 13 red racing entry has pretty much been split this year, hasn't it, between Adam Nichols' kart, which is the 113 red graphics. Doesn't have any of the drivers from last year in it, but he's obviously being run by the driver that raced in that team. Q Racing still have 2 drivers from last year in Charlie Bingham and Adam Willis in that number 33 entry that is currently in second place. They've been joined this year by Austin Mundy and Sam Spinale to make that 4-driver entry that is currently running in second place behind the 43 MS Soco Select. That kart in itself only has 2 drivers left over from last year in Paul Wilkins and Andrew Delahunty, both of which, Tom, I don't think we've seen yet.
I think you might be right. I think you're very right. Yes, because Dan Crossley took the start. Connor took over and did a stint.
No, Connor took the start and then Dan Crosley took over and then Connor went back in it, didn't he?
Then Dex did at least one stint. Now we've got Connor back in. So maybe that's what's happening. Maybe
they're just
Paul and Andrew are doing the graveyard shift
tomorrow, yeah, or going throughout the night, and the others will be coming back in the morning. Mike Coppin's been on saying he's raced it in 2017, hoping to be back in 2020. Well, I imagine the entries for next year's race will probably open in the next couple of weeks, so we look forward to seeing the entry list. This year's been quite impressive. I think this is the largest entry I can certainly remember for a British 24-hour race here at Teesside with 94. I imagine we'd have probably had nearly 100. We did have over 100 signed on, so we've got yellow flag out. Looks like they're down at Rib. Can't see the issues. It could be, Tom, that's down at the mountain section, and that's just giving people a bit of a warning. But yeah, we did have over 100 signed on. A lot of the Belgians were unable to make it over, obviously, with the exception of the Kart Events Belgian, who, to be honest, I'm fairly sure Seaver would have swam it if need be. Board is up, Tom, full course yellow. We don't know where the issue is, but we've got an FCY.
Let me tick that off the tally chart. So we're now up to 15
wow,
full course yellows. And I'd like to point out, Q Racing have been out an hour and 5 minutes, and the full course yellow has come out.
Yeah, so they're going to box, aren't they, Tom? I think so.
Are they going to box?
I don't know, but if you're on that radio, you know full well it's probably just going to be box, 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 bring it in. It's going to come in. Vinny Phillips has been on asking what time will this finish. Midday tomorrow, Vinny. So strap yourself in for the night shift. Get yourself some sugary sweets like Tom and I have. Enjoy us all the way through to midday tomorrow.
I'm keeping an eye out. I'm now stood up in the commentary box on Q Racing Watch.
So they're about halfway round the lap, Tom, so I'd expect to see them appearing somewhere in the middle part of the circuit.
There they are. And in fact, there's a split.
There is. And
they are stuck behind, and there is a gap of about now at least 10 seconds.
Yeah, the train in front is moving a lot quicker.
They are coming in.
Absolutely, they're coming in. And
they're coming in because they're not going to want to stay behind.
In fact, Charlie Bingham is pushing the higher car. He's just tucked in right behind it just to try and get the higher car to go a little bit quicker because the train in front that Connor Lucas is in is noticeably
And we've got the
going
drone,
quicker.
but this is not the train we need to be looking at. It's
a
the
little
two
bit
behind.
further back, isn't it?
Yeah.
But this just gives you an idea of what it's like at night
Lucas has
time.
stayed out. Connor Lucas has stayed out.
He's only done 48 minutes, so that's expected.
Right.
1 hour and 6 for
Here
Q
comes
Racing.
Bingham. Is he coming in? Is he coming in? He stayed out. He has stayed out and gone round, but that gap has gone from 6 seconds and doubled to 12.
Unbelievable.
Just because there is one higher cart in front of him that's going particularly slowly.
Incredibly surprising as well, Tom, that Q Racing haven't come in there because, as you mentioned, the last 2 times that they've gone over an hour under a full
There's
course
been
yellow,
a full course yellow.
they've come in. Yeah, but
It's
they've
almost been to
they've-
the minute.
They've pitted on both occasions,
Yes.
and it's been to their advantage. We see the cart there on the back. We might not see who that is unless we can.
We've got the
have-
169
Yeah, let's see if
Paul starting their engine down the
Euro
Euro
Bandits Motorsport, Tom,
Oh, thank you,
with some issues with the 169. Let's see if we can have a look actually on the on one of the pit lane cam. I'm not sure if we're going to go to it or whether we can just actually pick up. That's hairpin number 2. I'm just seeing if we can find out that cart that's coming in and a number on it. I think it could potentially be a higher. Let's just see if I can find out while we follow the drone round.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't pick that one up just yet. There is the pit lane. I think the higher carts, when that
So-
cart comes in to be dropped, will be right down the pit lane. So let's see if we can.
We are
pick
green
up. We are
again.
green again.
So let's see the gap as they come over the line. Let's get this out the way first, and then I'm just going to give a couple of shout-outs to people who are very much deserving of it as well. We will work our way down through the YouTube comments as well, which are still coming in, including what's happened to Ian. We'll bring you up to speed with that as well. But let's just get this gap as they come across the line. 2.7 seconds. 2.7 seconds. So Charlie Bingham's little tap on the back bumper of the car in front to say, just come on, mate, just close that gap up a little bit. Close up to the train. Seemed to work very well. And now
It could have been that the train that the 43 was in and caught up to a slower cart as well.
Well, that's
and
exactly
backed
what
it,
happened.
Yeah, and backed
because
it
you
in
can
then.
see on the live
Yeah,
circuit tracker.
and backed it in. Tom, I'm just having a quick look. Cash Bandits have lost 4 places, and it could it be that they're the team that we had an issue with? We weren't able to see.
Look, the gaps for all of these guys are all within a lap,
Yeah.
aren't they? So it could be that they're in changing tyres.
Yep, possibly
Could be
so.
as simple as that.
So we're not sure yet which cart had some issues because we've not been able to pick it up on our pit lane cam.
So let's get them come across the line this time, and then I'm going to start working down this the YouTube comments and through the comments that I've had come through personally as well, because there's some really worthwhile things worth shouting out. 3.4 now, so the gap has gone out. 3.4 seconds on that lap. So I've had a comment come in from Mark Stevenson, who is an offline driver, or has been for a long time. P4 at the moment for offline. Said it's amazing to see them doing so well, and the commentary is mega as well. Finally, from the personal shout-outs that I've had, personal messages, John Whittam of Blue Speed Racing.
Oh, I know John Whittam at Blue Speed Racing.
Lovely, lovely man, based in Scotland. The reason he's not here this year is because his missus is due a baby. And in fact, it's probably a good thing that he didn't take the gamble of not coming, because Beth Sandra Whittam was born at 1:40 p.m. today, and he sent us a little photo. And they will be back next year. He says, keep it up, guys. Well, thank you, John, and congratulations on your little baby girl. She is gorgeous. I'm just looking at a picture of her now. Look at that.
Yep, John, congratulations to yourself.
Well done, pal, and
And,
good, and well done to your missus as well.
Yeah, and to your good lady, and we wish you all the very best.
So, in terms of YouTube comments, what happened to Ian? Well, unfortunately, Ian has been taken quite ill in his world record attempt, and he's actually in hospital. He was, I won't go into details, but he was peaky, to say the very least. You can see it on the Ian Williams Kart Racing Facebook page if you really want to go into the gory details of it. But he was very ill while he was out in the kart. He came in, he took on fluids, he was checked over by the medics, he was ill again, and he was basically told, if you continue like this, when you go back out, have yourself a rest, but when you go back out, if you're ill again, we're going to have to pull the plug. Now, that is for safety reasons, and rightly so, but now unfortunately he's had to go to hospital. We'll bring you further updates as we can have them, or as we have them, and also what we can say, of course, because we don't want to speculate. But yeah, he's not in a very good state.
Comment coming in from Vinny Phillips. He's supporting Team Tate mainly because his mechanics are in that car. I imagine that's a lot to do with Dan Tate, who mechanics as well for Dan Holland Racing, as well as racing in the Motorsport UK Rotax 177 Championship. So Vinny's been on. Vinny recently racing in the iArmy X30 Euro Series. I think he'll be over at Genk in the next couple of weeks. So Vinny, all the very best. Wish you luck as well over at Genk. I think he might be with just having a quick look. Might be with Strawberry that weekend, but we'll see. So Vinny, all the very best. We wish you all the best over in Genk.
Candy Floss 91 must be watching us on the DDMM channel, because she's watching us bust out the tank fast.
Should we cheers a Haribo for her?
Cheers.
There we go. Oh, we've done it again where we've both put in at the same time.
Gaming with Nath says, you commentators are amazing. Well, you know, we take bribes as well, so, you know, compliments are always welcome. Busting out the Haribos as well. Well, who else? We did the Vinnie Phillips one. Edward Muse. I was meant to be racing this year in another team, but was kicked out last minute, as I thought I overheated the brakes. Hoping to be back with the old team in 2022 to beat the other team. So a bit of needle there.
Rivalry.
How can you overheat the brakes? Especially around Teesside. There's only like you only use them 3 times.
It depends if you're in height. I think you use them twice tops.
Yeah.
3. Mountain section, hairpin 1, hairpin 3.
Michael Weddle has been on as well. Rethink doing well.
Oh, he knows how to pedal.
He certainly does.
He does.
A lovely chap as well, and an ex what do you call it? Competitor of mine as well. Yeah, lovely guy, and well done as well for getting in touch. Thank you for that. Ben Foden, I don't think it's that.
I'm
one.
just going to acknowledge that he's raced in a team here with a guy who's wrote a fiction book about a racing driver. I can't remember the author's name or the name of the book. So if Michael could let me know, because and they used to do a blog as well about all the 24, and I used to read it when I was at work when I was racing in it as well. So if Michael knows, feel free to pass it on to us.
And we'll give it a plug. Ben Foden has been on. I don't think it's the ex-rugby player. Saying yes, come on, Mr. Patrick Kelly. Matt D from Team Bonato 987. Right, okay, so this is Matthew Dale from 987. He's got in touch and said 3 mechanical stops for brakes in the space of 25 minutes. Had us drop down the order. 13 hours to go. Hopefully claw back the time. Yes, indeed. Now, I don't think that was for overheating the brakes. I've got to be honest, but there was a problem there. Oh, Andrew Duff.
Yes, I know it now. As soon as the name's out, you sort of know. Tom, I'm just going to draw your attention to this absolute gaggle of carts coming through the DCK.
And that was never going to work, was it?
And that is why I was drawing your attention to it, because that was basically like trying to fit 50 people into a garden shed.
I think we caught a little bit of it on the drone. As soon as you pointed at it, I was like, okay, yes, this is going to get rather leery. And of course it did. Somebody decided to go sideways into the DCK while trying to overtake 3 of the higher carts.
It was, look there. Andrew does the author. The Karting Odyssey was his blog, and I loved reading it because he'd do like a build up to the race, then a little bit about and he'd do it in like 4 or 5 stints of like the hours that the team went as well. I think one year they ended up running 2 entries. One of them actually, I think one of those years may have taken the victory as well.
Who else have we got? Edward. Oh yeah. Okay. Shout out to ABC Racing in 116. Come on, Jake. 77. I think that's 77 in hires.
That'd be scenario 77, wouldn't it?
It would be. Team ETL, so our leader in higher elites is in. Scheduled stop. Race for Ruben in second. Oh, Kart Events Belgium are in the pits and are now, well, fourth in hires now.
56 minutes since they were last in, so that is not scheduled for Kart Events Belgium.
And it looks
they were
like they've
second.
been in a while.
Yeah, they were second in that class. Now down to third, fourth overall in hires. NRG Global Power have dropped a lap as well on EDKT, although that could be that they've been in the pits
They've just
recently.
come out
They're
the pits,
certainly off kilter with EDKT, who have been out for 42 minutes already. One driver that has been on, he hasn't done a 24-hour yet, but I think he might be here next year, is one of our junior pro karters. He's done a couple of BPEC rounds, and Seb Racing 21, that's Sebastian Pereira. And I know he's been here watching the race this morning. His dad's been here as well, because I was talking to him, and I think he really, really fancies a go.
And who can blame him? It's the best event in the world. Ish. I wouldn't be anywhere else, as I've said this weekend. There's 3 motorsport events in the UK that are blue ribboned events for me. The British Grand Prix, the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and the British 24 Hours. Of course, we had Kart Masters as well, which would come in a close 4.
Yes, covered live and exclusive all 3 days by Alpha Live.
Yes, and of course those are in no particular order as well, those front 3. But yeah, yes, those are the 3, for me, blue ribboned motorsport events. Or 4, if you include Kart Masters as well.
Alex Bellaby says, any drink suggestions to keep him going through the night? I would get a
pint of gin.
No, I would get a pint, half a pint of water, fill it up with some Haribo Tang Fastics, and just drink that.
Well, and that's why nobody comes around your house for parties, isn't it?
Yeah, because they go home with no tea because of all the sugar.
Yeah. Well, I did send you a text earlier on asking how many sugars you wanted in your coffee, and what was the reply?
3, because there were small sachets.
3 sugars, ladies and
It was
gentlemen.
a big cup.
To which I replied with a gif of a man with no teeth. This is one of the the perks of having your father-in-law be a dentist. Yeah, so yeah, anything to get you through the night drinks-wise? Well, yeah, just beer, cider, anything alcoholic, really. Enjoy yourself. Order yourself a pizza. Settle in. Get it on the big telly. If you've got a smart TV, you can get YouTube on your TV, and we come through in HD as well.
Yes, very much so.
So
That's just what you want to see me and you in.
Me and you in the hood.
Jonathan Elliott suggested Rich Energy. Rich Energy sponsor the British Mini Bike Championship.
Yes.
The British Mini Bike Championship that's covered live and exclusive by
Alpha Live.
There we go. We're just teeing it up for us here.
Wow, what a lovely little segue that was. Yeah. Oh, who have we got in here? In the pits. Is that the 17 again? Oh, it's the 44. Is in of MS McFly. They're the ones who had the hole in the engine earlier.
Yeah, hour 15 they've been in. I believe after that Dan Tidwell went out in the 44. And we have a team racing called Formula 160. And Dan Tidwell won the Formula 160 championship last year. And he's racing now for MS McFly. That is the unmistakable helmet of Jack Morris.
Yes, it is.
Our reigning junior pro kart champion here at Teesside, now racing in the seniors, in the senior clubman class. That, Tom, is the Bob Pope straight.
It is.
And as you can see, it's not straight, is it, for the main part of it? The kart might be, but the tarmac isn't until they rejoin back onto the circuit.
But you straight line. You run a straight line,
straight
but
line
it isn't straight. It isn't straight. But yes, but that's what we have now, a tradition, don't we? Now, where we've done it for the last 2 years, where we name a section of the Teesside Motorsport.
Yeah, we're running out of
No, we've still got 4 hairpins to go. We're okay. We've got 4 hairpins to go, which are still called 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we will be in the process in the next 4 years of naming those 4 corners. But we named Ribs Bend last year, which is the one down at the bottom of the circuit, just to the left of the picture at the moment as the karts are going out of shot to the left and down the hill. There's a very bumpy right-hander through there, which we've called Ribs Bend, because that's exactly what happens when you go through that corner. Your ribs will bend.
It is an iconic corner of this circuit, isn't it?
It is. It's the one that everybody talks about. It's the hardest corner to get right, in all fairness, apart from maybe the one over the top of the mountain section, which is the one you can see right at the very top of your screen
I
as
think
well.
the mountain section in terms of actually gaining or losing time,
Yes.
very much so. Ribs Bend in terms of actually negotiating it, as in getting round it every single lap,
Yes.
is most definitely the hardest corner on this circuit.
Yes, indeed, it is. So we named Ribs Bend last year, and we've named the straight out of the mountain section and coming into the wiggles that you're looking at here. We've named that the Bob Pope straight this year because
Bob Pope is the godfather of pro karting, in my opinion. He pretty much invented the pro kart back in about 1991 by strapping the two engines to a cart, and developed things from there at an indoor circuit down south. Moved up here to Teesside shortly afterwards, and obviously things have developed quite a lot since, some of the machinery we've seen, but Bob, obviously proprietor of this circuit for a long time now, being run on a day-to-day basis by his daughter Kat and her husband Paul.
I'd just like to point out that I had a lovely conversation with Bob earlier on as well. He is here, or he certainly was here earlier on, and he will be here. In fact, it was Paul that waved the flag this year, but it is normally Bob who starts the race. And I'm sure he'll be here at the end, possibly even waving the checkered flag at the end of the race. But yes, just our little tribute to Bob, Mr. Pro Karting.
Very much so. So the area then between the mountain section and the wiggles, named the Bob Pope Straight, is Rethink 104, the Rethink 2 entry. Just having a slight issue there getting the right-hand side engine started, but that kart is making its way back out onto circuit after it's not had a faultless run, actually, has it, the Rethink Racing 104. The 103 is still going reasonably well, although they did have that slight issue earlier on where they went too quickly in the pit lane and then had to be walked through the pit lane considerably slower. So that's Rethink Racing. They've the 104, the Stratos chassis machine, pits from 36th place, gives up 2 places to the 2 higher kart entries in front of it, NRG Global Power and Bradley Shepherd Racing, although expect the owner kart to naturally, albeit they are a lap down, to come up on the back of those and get back on the same lap at the very least very, very quickly. Let's see if we can have a quick look where the other entry is, the 103 in that class. And there it is, Tom, in 28th place. So they did have that issue, obviously, with pitting. They are 4 laps off the modernised magenta entry in front of them. Leaders in the clubman class at the minute, Modernised Racing Papaya, the 57, have been out for 1 hour and 22 minutes, so they owe us a stop, and they have a 55-second cushion back to their sister kart, the Modernised Racing Gold.
Now they've been making their way back up the field after a problem early in the race. I believe they've run near enough trouble-free since then, but it was a lengthy stop, and they dropped down to about 27th or 28th place, if my memory serves me right, although I am getting a bit older now. But yeah, they dropped way down the order. They're now up to 2nd, and probably when Modernised Racing, well, in fact, almost definitely, when Modernised Racing Papaya come in to make their scheduled stop in the next 5 minutes or so, or maybe even less,
it's going to be
Modernised
close,
Racing Gold are going to take the lead.
Yeah, 55 seconds the gap. We know that pit stops around here probably add around about 30 seconds, so it's going to be close. I think in the past we've said that you really need about almost a lap, don't you? A 110 really to be comfortable. In terms of that, obviously the lap time is 1:15 round here. You want to be a bit more maybe.
Q Racing in the pits.
1:25 they've managed to go to as well, Tom. So that's 20 minutes longer. We were expecting them to pit. What we have also done is we've cleared the 500 mark for our race leaders. So they are 7 seconds between them. Q are in the pits. It's 501 laps for our race leading machines. So Papaya looking back at Clubman once again. They've been out for 124, so they are pushing it about as far as they can do. At the moment, the only team that we've seen really going beyond the 130 mark, although Mad Racing have managed to go over 130, have gone to 131. There's the Q entry.
That's Austin Munday getting back in that, isn't it?
Could possibly be. Charlie Bingham vacates, then there he is.
Because they're the only two who've got the similar helmets.
Just with
and
the
Charlie's got
top
out.
on. Yeah.
So by process of elimination, and especially because that's Adam Willis stood there as well. So it's definitely...
No, the only other option is it's Sam Spinale, but we'll...
No, he's got a much whiter helmet.
Yeah, he does have a... So let's have a quick look then.
So that's Austin Munday now in the 33 kart. About another 20 minutes, no, about another 15 minutes or so before we see the MS Soko Select karts come in. There is now a lap between them, ish. Very ish.
So the gap was what, 7 or 8 seconds when Q came in. So when MS Soko Select come in about 10, 11 minutes time maybe. We'll see what the gap is when they go back. So at the moment it's going to show a lap, but that's because they are offset on the pit stops at the moment. MS Soko Select at 7, Q Racing at 8. Leaders in Clubman are in Tom. Modernised Racing Papaya, the 57 entry, has managed to eke it out to 1 hour and 26 minutes. They are in the pit lane now with a gap back to the sister kart, Modernised Racing Gold, of 58 seconds. So that's going to be reasonably close, is it? We'll see where there's the pit lane. We'll see the karts getting wheeled round.
Exceeding track limits kart.
That's not good news, is it, Tom?
Leader. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because they've done a driver change. They came in, fueled up, done a driver change, and now they're back in to do their service stop.
Yes.
So they will drop down the order because they're going to lose 3 minutes.
Yeah.
On top of their driver change pit stop, which of course you're not allowed to do
at the time. So there they are coming in for a driver change, aren't they, Team ETL? And that, Tom, is quite a good tactic actually. If they've had, so if they've been in for their mechanical, you've got to think normally you have a slow out lap and a slow in lap, but their out lap is also their in lap.
What?
Because what they've done is they've come in.
Sorry.
What they've done,
and
I know what they've done. They've come in. They've served their service stop where they're not allowed to take on any fuel. They've gone out, and on their out lap, they've come straight back in the pit lane to refuel and do the driver change. So their out lap is also their in lap.
No, I get that now.
Yeah, good.
But I don't really understand the logic in it, though. Is it going to be any quicker?
I think it potentially could be. I think it's only going to save
it's
them
not
maybe...
their out lap, is it? Because they've done 3 minutes for the stop. And so he must have done 1 flying lap and then come in.
Yeah, maybe so. I think so we'll see, but they will drop down the order maybe. They've come in the pits. Bradley Shepherd Racing as well in the pits as well. Looks like they're serving their service stop because they're in at 59 minutes. So we will probably not talk too much, certainly about the top end of the higher class for the next half an hour or so, because teams are coming in to serve their stops, and then they may be coming in for a driver change as well, because NRG Global Power are in for theirs, and they've only been in out for 15 minutes, so they're going to have a their service stop. So it's going to be a bit mixed up for our higher classes for the next hour or so, as the karts are serviced by our tech team here. So they've got 53 karts to service at 3 minutes a kart. So that will go on for the best part of 2 hours through to about 1 in the morning for our technical support team down there in the maintenance bay.
There is another thing as well, that they get told via the DigiFlag to come in and do their tech stop.
Yeah. Sorry, Tom. Modernised Racing Papaya are back out. They have lost the lead to Modernised Racing Gold, but there is a Modernised Racing battle going on here because the gap is only 5.2 seconds. And arguably now, Modernised Racing Papaya 57, I think that they've got arguably their fastest driver in that one, Asher Blythe. This is going to be an intense battle now as Papaya try to close down Modernised Gold number 6. I'm going to see if I can find out who's in the 6.
And we should also point out as well that SMJC 959, who are third in Clubman, are only 7.4 seconds off the back of Papaya as well.
So 13
so the front
seconds.
3, in your Clubman class, 10th, 11th and 12th overall, separated by, as David said, 13.6 seconds.
Yep, so I'm just going to keep my eye out to see if I can plot
After
where
nearly
the,
12 hours of
oh, it's
racing.
unreal, isn't it?
11 hours and 25 minutes they've raced. 13 seconds separating 3 karts in a class. Mind you, we had our leader, up until the pit stop, we had our leaders separated by only 6 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just going to think the karts we're looking for are now heading off down onto the west track. So I'm going to see if I can keep an eye out the window. I'm absolutely adamant now that Asher Blythe, he was the next driver that was due to go in that Modernised Racing Gold. When I spoke to him earlier, he was saying he was due in at about 11. It's now 20 past, and they did push the fuel window out.
41 of ETL are still showing as being in the pits, David. Our higher class leader are showing as in the pits again.
Yeah, we'll
and they
keep an
must
eye
be
on that.
because NRG Global Power have now moved up to 2nd in class, but are also in the pits. So is that?
They'll be servicing when the NRG are in for a service.
I'm wondering whether ETL.
I think that gentleman on the left might have had a bit of a mishap there. I think he went to pull some of the lead off the back, and whatever he was lifting, it would snapped.
And smacked himself in the face.
I think he may have smacked himself in the face, yeah.
Okay, so we've got BSR in as well now. So it looks like they're doing higher elite first. It looks like it's the higher elite teams that are being called in first.
Yeah.
Because we've now got BSR in. Although I say that, NRG Global Power
I think,
in.
Tom,
so
I think they've done it in an order that the teams were, because BSR were running second.
so this must
around
have been
about
from
an
a couple
hour
of
ago,
hours
weren't
ago,
they?
yeah.
Before they had that issue with the chain. So I think that may well have been. Obviously, they have to call them and then program them into the digi flag here.
Okay, so that's going on. So we'll keep an eye on that. But as you say, that's going to take a couple of hours to shake out. And in fact, it could take so long that the driver who, if they do a change, of course they're not allowed to do a change during the tech stop, but if they do a change as, a part of the sequence, so they come in, do the tech stop, then go out, then come back in immediately and do a driver change. The tech stops could last so long that stint could be over by the time the tech stops finish. So it's all going to take a long time to shake out. So we're not really going to get a clear picture of what's actually happening in higher elite until probably around about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, SMJC, Tom, in third in Clubman have lost a bit of time on the last couple of laps. They've been a second or two off the pace. Modernised Racing Papaya, the gap remains at 5.2 seconds, so it's fairly consistent between the two modernised karts.
That's the Raw Racing 69 that you're seeing on the screen. Not sure who's in that at the moment, but I'll have a look.
That's Rosso Mira, I think, who is in that one, but I don't know whether it's going to be Rosso Mira. It is straight back out as well. Looks like he may well have double stinted that kart because he was going very, very well earlier when they had an issue with the brake. The issue being that it didn't work.
Oh, well, that's not what you want, especially when you're coming down the Bob Cope straight.
Does help, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a twitchy moment.
So we've got A66 are in as well as Nexus Sport. So both of those are scheduled stops as well.
Yeah, they've all gone over in the region of 120.
I think 121 Candy Floss has been in touch again. I think 121 has just changed driver to Mike.
Let me see if
as
Mike
we
has a surname.
frantically check our.
Michael Hafford.
Oh.
Now in that machine. gap, Tom, from the leader now back to Q Racing is showing at 1 minute and 9 seconds. And earlier it was showing a lap, but it might have just been that one of them crossed the line before the other. But it looks like maybe Q have got back in front. That is going to be incredibly close when MS SoCo Select come in. The outright race leader has been out for 1 hour and 18 seconds. Nexus Sport there then in the pit lane. Greg Barnard, who was in the Team Backmarker kart last year, now in the Nexus Sport one.
What? How long did we say a pit stop was taking? How long did he look? Was it 50?
It's normally around about 30 seconds, isn't it, on top of the lap time?
It was. But what was the gap? Was it 55 seconds?
The gap pre-pit stop was 8 seconds.
No, I mean we're on the previous cycle.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure it out now. I can't remember.
I'm not sure. Was I in the com box for that? I'm not wishing to.
No, I think it. Oh, I don't know.
It might have been just as I went in. Flashing light there, Tom, down at the mountain section.
Yep.
Yep. Let's see whether anything develops on that.
Is that somebody off?
Could be on the outside.
On the outside of the mountain section.
Look,
yes.
so the yellows are out down there. And
Yep.
let's see whether we get any more yellow flags, because if we do, we might be adding one to the FCY.
Oh, I can see
because it's a long way.
Start line marshal with a radio in hand.
No, Tom, that's a bit of barrier, so there's nothing there. But that was certainly flashing, wasn't it?
Well,
might have been that the marshal there on the right-hand side had just been over to help somebody over the far side. And obviously, if he's leaving his post, he's obviously going to put the yellow on, isn't he? So nothing to report just yet on the status of that one.
No, and in fact, our start line marshal has just grabbed his brew.
Radio down, brew up.
He's not going anywhere for a while, is he? So, yeah, he's all right. So, okay, we'll keep an eye on that. There's no yellow at Ribs Bend, so I'd imagine that will be that. 57 seconds now, the gap. What has happened to SoCo Select on that lap?
Well, no, the last lap they did was a 1:15, but the time has changed. Yeah, the delta there has changed to 1:12, so 12-second down. I'm not quite sure what's happening there on the timing, because they are showing it slightly different laps, aren't they? So SoCo Select will come through in a moment. Tom's just off doing a little bit of detective work using the additional functions provided by on the Alpha timing.
It doesn't go up high enough.
Tom's having some technical difficulties because it won't go up high enough, so going to leave him to try and figure that one out.
Well,
I'll stick with the action.
Lap 478, and we're on lap 511.
We might have to give finding that one out as a bad job.
Apologies, folks. I did try. What have we got? In the comments, driver of the 61 had no gloves on.
Well, he's not obligated to wear them.
The silence is me giving David a funny look. Are you sure?
Fairly.
I think they have to wear gloves.
I would if I was him. And it may just be that they might just be like a similar colour to his hands, but
oh, that's true. They could be nude gloves. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one.
Got cart in.
That's Howard Lucas on the left of your picture.
That's the face of a man who was about to. He was waiting for his race-leading cart to
indeed.
turn up in pit lane.
1 hour 21 minutes for the 43. But yes, Howard Lucas, Mr. MS karting for the Lucas Racing enterprise, if Mr. MS Pro Karts as well. In the UK, I must say, because of course they come from Czech Republic, I want
Correct.
to say. Yes, okay. It's late and I'm now coming up towards hour 8 of commentary, so forgive me if I'm not completely sure of all my facts at the moment. But yes, Howard is the, if you want to buy an MS Pro Kart, that's the man you go and see.
Yes, very much so. Ben Foden's been on and asked, would Alpha Live ever do commentary for Club 100 Young Drivers Championships? Yeah, but they'd have to get in touch with us.
Well,
They would
they
have to
already
get in
do.
touch.
They already do the Club 100
They
Sprint
do, yeah.
Series, and I believe they're on very good terms with Mr. Club 100 JV. So yes, if JV ever wanted a live stream from us, I'm pretty sure he can get in touch, and he knows the number.
Correct. You can also get in touch with David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth, because we're a fantastic duo, and we bring humour as well as talent.
Laurel and Hardy.
And modesty.
And modesty. Oh, you can't sell yourself. No one's going to do it for you. Are they, so?
Modesty and abundance.
Tom's the talent and I'm the humour.
Well, I like to think of me as the good-looking one of the pair.
Mate, we're like identical twins.
I've got more hair than you now.
What do you mean now?
Now. I didn't at the start of this year.
You like Statler and Waldorf.
So we're laughing or guffawing with laughter as our leader comes into the pit, because our producer director is in our ears. Yes, hurling abuse at us. Statler and Waldorf, indeed. So let's have a look at whether our leader MS Soko Select is going to feed out.
The gap pre-pit stop then, 55 seconds. Let's see whether. And what we normally do, Tom, here is we stand up, we look out the window, and just try and spot the first one through.
Yep.
Either out the back straight into sight. Tom, slow-moving car, I think, Tom, from one of the hires to that looks like it could be Teesside Tigers.
Sorry.
On the back straight.
Sorry for my ow, I stood on a wire. Oh, is that a flat tyre?
It looks like it. Let's have a quick look.
That's Dan Crossley getting
Where's
in
it going? Is it Dan Crossley
Oh,
in the
keep
car?
on that shot. Keep on that shot. Let's have a look. Howard's getting involved. If Howard's getting involved, it must be serious. Oh, this is going to be a slow stop.
Yeah, looks like they took the weight off, actually, Tom, off one post and put it on another. Onto the right side. Looked like Howard was leaning over, but the car is now back out onto circuit.
That's going to cost some time. Definitely going to cost some time, and I fully expect that's going to put Q Racing back into the lead. Not the first time they've had a slow stop on the 43, but they have, as we've seen, made it up. The 113 flashes in front of us. That's the red graphics kart, currently in 7th.
Just going to scroll down, Tom. Before that, we noticed that Teesside Tigers were having some problems down the back straight. They have now come into the pits at only 41 minutes into their stint, and I don't think that's a scheduled stop. The problem that they're going to have, Tom, is that any team that has an issue in this next 2 hours is they're probably going to find the mechanics bays already full with karts being serviced, which means that unless they can fix the problem themselves, they're going to have to wait patiently.
Q are through. Q have come across the line. 43 is there. There's Dan Crossley now.
13.472 seconds the gap then between Q Racing and MS Soko Select. It continues to ebb and flow. The lead continues to change. And now, on merit, it's Q Racing's turn to lead this race once again.
13.4 seconds. So instead of Connor Lucas versus Charlie Bingham, we've now got Austin Mundy versus Dan Crossley for the lead of this race. And there is Dan Crossley with a big sweep across the track to our left-hand side driver's right. As he comes down the Bob Pope straight into the Wiggles for the second time, the first flying lap. Let's get a lap time off them as they come across the line. 2 minutes 25 their lap was, including pit stop.
What I will say, Tom, and I'm not saying that there's anything going on early doors in terms of team tactics, but it came through the Wiggles, and the 111 was in front of it. The 111 went wide round hairpin 1 to allow the 43 to run through and have a nice drive round the corner, not to hold up that kart.
Who's in the 111 at the moment?
Looks like it could potentially be.
Oh, in fact, they are nose to tail.
Yeah, it could be. Could have been Luke Archer again back in that one. He was a driver who was in when that kart had a double track rod failure earlier on as 426 Formula 160 have a scheduled pit stop and head back out on circuit.
So are we expecting this to be the infamous Howard Mitchell line of stage 1 boosters, engaged, slingshot, shake and bake style?
Possibly so, although he's going to have to motor to keep up with Dan Crosley, isn't he? We saw him do 4.5 hours here in 2019, but he is sticking with at the moment. So there's at least two, and they're coming up on a looks like it's a team back marker in front of them as well.
It is, and they'll get a nice toe off them as well, because that's Jess Alexander in that one, I believe, in team back marker. So how long Jess can keep them behind, not too sure, but that will help Dan Crossley and the 111.
Change for the lead in Clubman, Tom.
Yes.
Modernised Racing Papaya have closed down the gap, which was 5 seconds about 15 minutes ago, and have taken the lead on lap 503 from the sister car Modernised Racing Gold. So it's a change of the lead at the top of the top of Clubman.
And in doing that, they've dropped SMJC 959 as well. They're now 30 seconds behind. It was only 7. So
yeah, 595 though, Tom. They've had a slow lap previously, didn't they? 18, but that's not just that lap that they've had a thing. I wonder if they've got a bit of a power issue.
We've got, speaking of which, the sister car is the SMJC 595, and they're in the pits, so that's your 3rd place in Pro. 4 laps ahead of DWS in 4th, though, so this looks like it could be a comfortable stop for them. They're not going to lose a position through this stop.
Talking of a comfortable stop, Tom.
Ooh, talking of things that need potentially to come in for a stop, there's a kart just come in front of the commentary box with a V-shaped rear bumper.
Is it the 26 by any chance? Because it was that shape about 3 hours into the race.
Oh, okay.
And it's the shape of a higher kart front end.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's convenient,
yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, talking about comfort stop, do you fancy running the viewers through the top half of the owners?
Okay.
Whilst I go for one.
Yes. As in, yes, I do mind. No, I'm just joking, of course. Not a problem at all. Right, so your top, your leader at the moment, as we've said, is Q Racing, followed by MS Soco Select and Team Tate, a recovering Team Tate from some issues earlier in the race. They are in 3rd place. Also, that is your top 3 in the elite class. Then comes Offline Racing, 4th on the road, 1st in Pro. Then in 2nd in Pro is MSTDW. They are it's showing us 1 lap down, but I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds while they come across the line, and we'll find out what the actual gap is. Bear with me a moment. It is over a lap. Okay, so that's fine. So MSTDW, number 45, 2nd in Pro, 5th on the road. Then you've got the 42 of MS Lucas, 6th on the road, 4th in Elite. They've had numerous issues throughout the race, but are still only 7 laps down. Now, I say only 7 laps down, and the reason I say that, it sounds like a long way. It's about, about 8 minutes, 9 minutes, something like that. They're behind at the moment, so really, anything happens to any of the 3 in front, and they're going to be straight back on the podium. 113 of Red Graphics is a further lap down, also in the elite class. They're 7th on the road. Then you've got your final podium place at the moment in Pro, which is SMJC 595. They're 8th on the road. They are 10 laps down off the lead and around a lap behind Red Graphics. Then you've got DWS Racing 4th in Pro. Then in 10th place is the first of our Clubman racers. You've got Modernised Racing Papaya, who have just taken the lead from the number 6 car of Modernised Racing Gold, who are sitting behind as it stands at the moment, and just letting the Papaya team run them, pull them along. Then you've got the 959 of SMJC. That is your Clubman podium. So 12th on the road, SMJC 959. All 3 of those karts are a fair way off from making a pit stop, so this is how they actually run. Then you've got 44 of MS McFly in Pro, MSJSR in 14th is in Elite. Then you've got the 4th place Clubman kart, which is around about a lap or so, around about a lap down, maybe just under a lap from MSJSR, that's 303 Racing. They're 15th overall. Then you've got MS.BE 16th. X Racing is 17th. 18th is Cash Bandits. They were leading for Clubman class for a long time, but have just been in for a pit stop again, but have dropped down the order with an unknown problem. But we will get to the bottom of that, I hope. Perhaps they can get in touch on the YouTube comments. 19th is Nexus Sport. Again, they've had issues through the race. TMS are 20th. TTM2, Team Take 2, they qualified very high up the grid. Currently running in 21st place. They're in pro class, and they've had numerous issues throughout the race. Then you've got the 22nd place, 69 of Raw. Then you've got 23rd DW Racing. 24th is A66. 25th is TMZ Racing. 26th Modernised Racing Azure. 27th Modernised Racing Magenta. 2 laps between those, so not unlike the sister karts, they are not nose to tail. They are a good couple of laps between them. Then you've got Rethink Racing in 28th, GrabX Racing 29th, 30th is Mad Racing, 31st is Rethink Racing 2, 36th TT Sport with their 8 drivers, 38th is On Point Racing, the 18 kart, who's had numerous issues as well. 64th is Dads and Lads Racing, still out there, still going well as well. Some okay pace in the kart at the moment. Then we're down, all the way down from 43rd down to 57th is our next owner kart, so a big drop there. Big gap between them, which is the Why So Serious kart, which has already been welded after some issues very early on in the race. Then we've got the I say very early on in the race, about 4 hours into the race, roughly. Then we've got 426 of Formula 160. They are down in 20, I say down in 20, so perhaps up in 72nd. But again, quite a big gap between them and the next owner karts in front. 82nd then for Reckless Racing, the 916 car. 85th for Alessia in the 61. They spent a very, very long time early on in the race in the pits, but are out there circling, doing 1:17.9, so good pace from them. Yeah, just keep plugging away, guys, and you will work your way up the order. Then we've got the in 89th place, we've got the 99 car of CKK. Curiosity killed the kart. Wow, the drone got very close to the commentary box. Then, it felt like it anyway. And then in 93rd, you've got ML Racing, who are back out. Well done, guys, and whatever the problem was, fixed it. 170 laps behind the leader, but out there, going round, plugging away, and will make their way back up the order.
Do you know in a film where you see the helicopter come down, like down the side of a building to the window? I want the drone to come down the side in front of the commentary box, just so it hovers in front of us, in front of the commentary box. One thing I will note on the comments, Catherine Potter has been on, and she has a page on Facebook called Retired by Catherine. So they're tired as in like the actual like tire. So it's RETYRED. So Retired by Catherine. She makes a number of things either from used kart tires, other used kart parts such as chains. So she's made a number of track maps